Wait for it. Wait for it. Oh, where is it? Oh, there it is. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're having a wonderful day. If you're watching this and it does not say live at the bottom of the screen, unfortunately, you're watching the recap. The good news is we are live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you're subscribed. You're on mobile. Press high chat. X out the chat. Hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts boot camp and real estate course. But, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Tuesday. Yesterday was kind of wild. It started off good. Then we came down. It was all about NVIDIA. And oh my God, the chips. Oh my God, AI. Did you know NVIDIA lost $400 billion in value in about 3 days? Well, the good news is this morning, it's actually up here a little bit. It's chilling out. It's calming down, so people are feeling good. We have earnings. You got a couple of sets of data from the morning all the way throughout the day, and then after hours, you get some of those earnings reports, and honestly, the market looking pretty decent now. And fun fact, NVIDIA is as big as the Russell. Yeah, so Chattadonia, I hope you're locked in for it. We're going to have the data. I got the headlines, all of everything you're going to need. We got 7 hours, God willing. I hope you're locked in. Happy Tuesday, and good morning. How are you, baby? What's going on, baby? How you living, CJ? Try, deal with it. Jerry, William. Good morning, baby. Clinton, Fat, Carissa, D's, Mr. Sal, Mark J, Hawaii, Jason, Frothy, Mark, Hobby Life, NRG, Trapper Wolf, baby. Good morning. Big Dizzy, C Money, Kurt McGuire, Roll Tide, Cold Pizza, Trapper Wolf in the house, baby. Dakota, C Money, Jamar, Most Dope Andy, Perma Bear, Humble Business in the house, baby. Good morning. What's up, Joseph? What up, JS? How you living, Candy? What's going on, Mr. Nice Watch? Oh, what's going on, Matthew Warman? Sam, Calvin, Winnie, Wookie, Chris Mayer, Ryan in the house, baby. Good morning. Agent of Chaos, Riley Mack, Luis, Mr. Saul, Void, Jake Samuels, you feel me, baby? Coyotes, Roy, Edison, Polar Bear, what's up, baby? Neon Star in the house, Josh Brokey, I know he got a lot of time. Manny Fresh, they know about Manny Fresh? Go, DJ, that's my DJ. What up, Jane? Whoa, good morning, Paul, House Rouge, I hope Boom Bam, got the lot of they don't know Manny Fresh, man. What's up? M16, how you living, baby? What up, Roy? What up, Jays? What up, Bros P, the Tiger Man? Frank V, baby. Good morning, Daquan. Oh, what about that Twitch? What about Toy Soldier? Hell Coyote, Feed Me Seymour, Z Destroyer, Blizzy B, Hailstone, Hell Coyote again, and where's Robo Handtech? Who got Toy Soldier? I'll take it, baby. Good morning, Gator Boots. With the pimped out long-term suit. I ain't got no trades, but I got long-term. No, can't pay dividends because all my deposits spent. But that's okay. I hold long-term. No, okay, I'm sorry. You can't do that. It started with Manny Fresh and then... Yeah, man, I don't know, man. Good morning. But Chattadonia, I hope you guys are locked in. Welcome to Tuesday, baby. So y'all better have some fun. Y'all better call out the damn plays. You better have a good morning here, and let's see where it takes us. What up, Nassim? But I got the headlines for you, baby, so let's get it started. Here it is. U.S. futures signal gains after NVIDIA-led slump. Stock futures pointed to gains at the Wall Street Open as shares of technology bellwether NVIDIA Corp advanced in pre-market trading. Contracts on the S&P 500 and the tech-heavy NASDAQ were up 0.2% and 0.4% respectively amid speculation a 3-day sell-off that wiped more than $400 billion from NVIDIA's market capitalization was overdone. The chipmaker rose as much as 3.5% in pre-market trading on Tuesday. The retreat in technology shares was purely an investor sentiment story. Danske Bank analysts wrote in a note, the fundamentals remain unchanged from a week ago. Later Tuesday, the U.S. Treasury kicks off this week's trio of bond sales with an offering of $69 billion in two-year notes. Demand for the shorter rate-sensitive debt is expected to be stronger than at last month's sale, coming ahead of statistics on Friday that are forecast to show a slowdown in the Federal Reserve's favored inflation gauge. Tech shares have been the focus of U.S. markets this week, with traders rebalancing their portfolios as the quarter draws to a close. They've been taking profits from the AI-driven frenzy for tech stocks and switched into value shares and other laggards. Equities in Europe retreated 0.3%, weighed by a drop of more than 10% for plan maker Airbus SE, which lowered its guidance amid persistent supply chain issues. Germany's Merck KGaA also tumbled following a second surprise failure of a promising medicine. There are signs that calm is returning to French markets, with yield spreads over Germany retreating from the highest level in over a decade. Jordan Bardella, the leader of the National Rally Party, which is leading the polls, sought to reassure investors on Monday with assurances that he will not upend the country's finances if his party wins an absolute majority. Corporate highlights. Microsoft Corp risks a hefty European Union fine after regulators accuse the company of abusing its market power by bundling the Teams video conferencing app to its other business software. Bernard Arnault has taken a personal equity stake in Cartier parent company Richemont, according to people familiar with the French billionaire's investments. Target Corp is searching for a new chief marketing officer less than a year after naming a company veteran to the role, as it seeks to stem a sustained decline in sales. Boeing Company has offered to acquire Spirit AeroSystems Holdings Inc. for about $35 a share in a deal funded mostly with stock. According to people familiar with the matter, Airbus now expects to hand over 770 aircraft rather than 800 units in 2024. It said Monday after European markets closed. Adjusted earnings before interest and tax will reach 5.5 billion euros, $5.9 billion this year, down from a previous goal of as much as 7 billion euros. And Novo Nordisk AS's shares rose after China approved its blockbuster Wegovy for chronic weight management, opening up competition for next-generation obesity drugs in the world's second largest economy. Merck KGaA fell 11% on Tuesday, the most since December, after the company said late Monday that it will discontinue development of the drug Sevinapant for the treatment of head and neck cancer. Eurofin Scientific SE rose more than 5% in Paris after Monday's 16% decline. The firm rejected allegations made by Carson Block's Muddy Waters research that caused its stock to plunge the most in 2 decades, saying it's confident in the integrity of its accounts. Nvidia falters. Monday's tech-led declines on Wall Street reverberated through global markets, pushing down European shares. The losses were led by Nvidia's 3-day $430 billion sell-off that has seen the stock has fallen 13% since briefly overtaking Microsoft last week as the world's most valuable company. The rapid decline has investors turning to technical analysis for clues on where the bottom may be. Hot trades cool. Movements in Nvidia and Bitcoin weighing are reminding investors that the market's hottest trades are far from one-way bets. The largest digital asset posted one of its steepest drops on Monday since the onset of the crypto market recovery at the start of last year, leaving investors pining for $60,000 as a technical floor for the token to avert more pain. People are working out now that momentum works both ways, said Chris Weston, head of research for Pepperstone Group. Airbus slumps. In Europe, Airbus caught the headlines, tumbling more than 10% after issuing a profit warning amid persistent supply chain concerns. The firm is coming up short on the millions of parts that make up commercial aircraft, and the situation is getting worse rather than better for the world's largest plane maker. Its suppliers also fell on Tuesday, while Boeing, which has similar supply chain problems, may be in focus in U.S. hours. Fed latest, Federal Reserve Bank of San Francisco, President Mary Daly yesterday warned the U.S. labor market is nearing an inflection point where further slowing could mean higher unemployment. We'll hear more from Fed officials today when Michelle Bowman and Lisa Cook are due to make remarks. Meanwhile, the U.S. Treasury kicks off this week's trio of bond sales later in the day with 2-year notes whose appeal is set to be boosted by incoming inflation numbers. Euro crisis redux. With the first round of the French election looming this week, Allianz Global Investors multi-asset chief investment officer is warning officials they must reassure foreign investors that the nation's finances are in order or risk a fresh blowout in bond spreads, with polls showing Marine Le Pen's far-right national rally widening its lead. Some fear the current political turmoil could trigger a European debt crisis to rival the one seen over a decade ago, Gregor Hurt said. Top overnight news, Bo J could be setting the stage for a hawkish double surprise next month with a tapering of QE coupled with a rate hike. RTRS, Chinese telecom firms, China Mobile, China Telecom, China Unicom face scrutiny in Washington over their access to American internet data. RTRS. In November last year, President Biden and Chinese leader Xi Jinping agreed to boost engagement between ordinary Chinese and Americans, part of an effort to repair fraying ties ahead of a tense election year in the U.S. Instead, says Nicholas Burns, Washington's ambassador in Beijing, China has actively undermined those ties, interrogating and intimidating citizens who attend U.S.-organized events in China, ramping up restrictions on the embassy's social media posts, and whipping up anti-American sentiment. WSJ, Trump considering a plan whereby the U.S. would threaten to withhold further aid to Ukraine unless it entered into peace talks with Russia. RTRS, to Israel's top court told the government to begin drafting ultra-Orthodox men for army service and stop funding seminaries whose students avoid conscription. It adds to pressure on PM Benjamin Netanyahu, whose coalition is supported by religious parties that oppose any change. BBG, Julian Assange has left the UK after striking a plea deal with U.S. prosecutors to end the WikiLeaks founder's legal saga over leaked documents and allow him to walk free after years of incarceration and confinement. FT, Brussels has accused Microsoft of anti-competitive behavior by bundling its Teams app with its Office suite in the first such antitrust charges brought against the tech group in more than a decade. FT, Novo Nordisk AS plans to invest $4.1 billion in another U.S. factory, plowing more money into its biggest market amid rising discontent over the cost of its obesity and diabetes drugs. The project in Clayton, North Carolina, will double the company's production footprint in the U.S., adding 1.4 million square feet of space for the final stages of manufacturing, in which Novo's medicines are filled into injector pens and prepared for consumers. BBG, Boeing offered to buy Spirit Aerosystems in a mostly stock deal that values the supplier at about $35 per share. People Familiar said the change from an all-cash bid should ease some of the squeeze on the cash-strapped plane maker. BBG, federal judges in Kansas and Missouri blocked parts of President Biden's student debt relief plan, while the White House later said that it strongly disagreed with the ruling on Biden's student loan plan. Reuters, RTRS. Oh, Jake from State Farm, baby. Oh, perfect timing. Perfect timing as Josh AI wraps up. You guys hear he tweaked out a little bit. I don't know if you... So it's good, though. It's authentic. That's like, you know what I'm saying? I do that sometimes. So let's go. Let's get it, baby. We got a little bit more. S&P futures, they are up by 0.2. Tuesday morning trading comes after U.S. equities put in a mixed performance on Monday, with the NASDAQ and S&P bogged down by the weakness in momentum in select AI leaders. Energy, banks, utilities outperformed, and equal weight S&P beat the benchmark by 80 basis points with a notable improvement in breadth. Treasuries, little change across the curve. Dollar index is up by 0.2. Gold is down by 0.2. Bitcoin up by 3.3. And WTI down by 0.6. Big story over the last couple of sessions has been the momentum unwind. Much of the focus has been on Nvidia, which is down over 16% from its highs last Thursday, erasing nearly $450 billion in market cap. Move seen as much more technical than fundamental, driven with quarter end approaching on Friday. While concentration dynamics have created some headwinds at the index level, breadth has improved. Rotations into value and cyclicals, partly supported by some easing of growth fears from the U.S. flash PMIs last Friday. Stretch positioning and buyback blackouts flagged as near-term headwinds, though a lot of focus on favorable early July seasonality. House prices, Conference Board of Consumer Confidence, and Richmond Fed Manufacturing all on deck for the calendar today. On Fed speak front, Bowman said it is not yet appropriate to cut rates, and she remains open to hiking about inflation progress, stalling or reversing. Governor Cook speaking at noon, and Treasury selling $69 billion of 2-year notes today, with 5-year and 7-year auctions up on Wednesday and Thursday. Presidential debate on Thursday evening and core PCE on Friday morning. Still expected to be the highlight of the week. Street looking for PCE to go up by 0.1 month over month, bringing the year over year down to 2.6. Also in focus, Micron earnings on Wednesday after the close and FedEx today after the bell. Bloomberg reported that Apple rejected a push by Meta to integrate the company's AI chatbot Llama into the phone months ago. Google reportedly working on a product to compete with Meta chatbots. Character AI, Boeing has reportedly offered to acquire SPR in a deal funded mostly by stock at $35 a share, a 6% premium to Monday's close. SNX missed and guidance disappointed. Pool negatively pre-announced for quarter 2 and / full year guidance, noting discretionary pool spending continues to be hampered by macroeconomic environment. Wolf lowered June Q margin and earnings guidance due to equipment incident, and SCDG announced customer bankruptcy and higher free cash flow burn. NVIDIA erases more than $430 billion in market capitalization over a 3-day slide. Drop in GameStop shares briefly pushed meme stock influencer Gil position into the red on Monday. Some see yen falling to a 38-year low as intervention warnings fail to resonate. Pressure on the yuan builds as overnight dollar-won swaps fail to trade again. Bank of Japan opens the door for hawkish double surprise with possible bigger QT and rate hike speculated. ECB Schnabel downplays the likelihood of significant ECB Fed policy divergences. 16 Nobel Prize-winning economists say Trump's plan would reignite inflation if elected. Global supply chains under pressure again as Houthis step up strikes on vessels. Japan service inflation slows marginally from April. BJ Tankin survey expected to show small improvement in manufacturing sentiment. Australia consumer sentiment remains downbeat on RBA rate hike fears. Chinese Premier Li decries effort to punish them over dumping their own goods. China retail outlook dims following disappointing mid-year shopping festival. China tech companies squeeze more hours out of workers as growth rate stalls. China encouraging consumption growth via inbound tourism, autos, and smart wearables. Apple rejects Meta's offer to integrate Llama in a chatbot on iPhone months ago. Google working on product to compete with Meta chatbot. Boeing offered to acquire Spirit, $35 a share. Fed floats weaker version of bank capital overhaul, which would lighten the load on Wall Street. Banks discreetly dump CRE loans amid worries about further losses. Oracle warns TikTok ban will adversely impact revenue and profit. Nike bets on China comeback with $1,000 Jordan high-top sneakers. U.S. defense industry enjoying a munitions boom thanks to jumbo aid package for Ukraine, Israel, and Taiwan. Paramount Plus plans to raise prices for streaming services as management looks to restructure the company. Novo Nordic to spend $4.1 to boost U.S. manufacturing. Wegovy approved in China. 2 key advisors for Trump plan to halt U.S. aid to Kyiv unless it engages in talks with peace with Moscow. U.S. warned Hezbollah and Lebanon that it cannot hold Israel back if escalation continues, officials say. Washington probes China Telecom and China Mobile over internet and cloud risk. Xi urges efforts to develop core technology dominated by other countries. France's Macron warns of civil war risk in snap elections. Le Pen advances in polls. Legislative paralysis in Washington is threatening to trigger a global tax war. And then U.S. West Coast refiners are replacing Iraqi oil imports with cheaper oil from Canada. Eh? No? Oh, yes. My goodness, Chattadonia. That's a lot of headlines, no? Am I tripping? Are people feeling good today? Feeling a little better than yesterday? I already have these. We got a couple of pre-market movers. INSM, that's the top one here today. They're up by 3%, no headlines. NVIDIA up 2.2, no headlines as well. RMD is up by 2.1. Bounce also downgraded at Oppenheimer. Illumina up by 2.0. Grail completes announced separation. Net up by 1.9. UBS upgrades to neutral. Rivian up 1.7. Guggenheim initiates buy. Ball up 1.6. Truist upgrade. Micron up 1.6. Marvel up 1.4. ENVX up 17.9. Agreement to deliver high performance batteries for mixed reality headsets. DJT up 9.6, third day in a row. MQ up 4.9. Wells Fargo upgrades to overweight. RXRX up 4.3. Gap up 4.2. TD Cohen upgrade. CPRI up 3.8. Wells Fargo upgrade. Plug up 2.4. 7.5 gigawatt in BEDB contract for global electrolyzer projects. Oklo up 2.1. WVE up 48%. Results from phase 1B2A select HD trial. Goss up 13.4. Oppenheimer initiates outperforms CEO insider buy. NNE up 12.9. Nothing. SKE up 7.3. Secures $750 million project financing with Orion. Howell up 6.6. FLYE up 4.5. ACIU up 4.2. HNST up by 4.2. Loop Capital upgrades to buy. CMTL up 3.6. Jeffries upgrades to buy. AQST up 3.3. Top line data from temperature pH study of a Nephilim, I think. And then Bitcoin stocks trading higher after going lower. CoreWeave exercised first option of delivery of 70 megawatts of additional infrastructure. Pool trading down 11.6. Update for earnings lowers full year guidance. SNX down 8.8 off earnings. SE down 4.0. JP Morgan downgrade. Birkenstock down 2.1. 14 million share offering for entities affiliated with L. Catterton. Boeing down 1.2. Reportedly now plans to purchase SPR with mostly stock. SEDG down 18, 300 million convertible note, customer bankruptcy. SPR down 3.2, Boeing offer. Penn down 2.2, Raymond James downgrades to market perform. Gurn down 1.7, FFIE down 28.5 to propose reverse stock split of 40-1. XAIR down 19, earnings. BTIG downgrade. Regal down 15.3, completes transfer of Guerrero new drug application. MLGO down 13.9, ELDN down 4.6, LICY down 2.4, and GTHX down 2.2, my friends. So we still got good time. Vulcan, I don't think that one showed up there on the list. I'll keep it up here for a little bit if you want to take a look again. But Chatadonia, we got a couple of minutes here. We're actually making great time, even though that was headlines for days. FFIE, they're doing a 40-for-1 reverse split. It's crazy because that was like the meme stock of the last like month alongside of everything. So we'll see how it plays out. But I'm going to go to the bathroom real quick. Follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. I have a couple of plays, and then before you know it, that's it. We're going to start. Wait. Actually, I don't think I have time. No, they're hoeing us.
A lot of recession talk today.
Oh, wow. I need to open up my... I haven't even opened up my, what's it called?
Fast track
I need my other TD Ameritrade. Yeah, so, anyways. Tell me your plays, baby. No time for bathroom break. I can hold it. Don't worry. I think we good, baby. I hope you liked the video. Unfortunately, liking the video does not unlock anything. So, you guys have to wait for the next DLC update. I don't know. Maybe we'll get a mid-season patch. But, Chatadonia, you're here right now. You haven't heard from the TV yet, but tell me. What is your first play of the day, baby? Post it in the chat. CRM puts, NVO calls, Tesla, Boeing, 170 puts, Walmart, NVIDIA puts, Holden Chewy, Tesla calls, ARM, NVO, Gold calls, CCL, FedEx both ways, GME, Apple, Iron, Condor, NVIDIA 125, UPS 135, NVIDIA 125, Sit Tight, DLTR, Amazon, RXO, FedEx, JR 30, BuzzFeed, Dumbbell Squats in the morning, baby. Short Home Depot, CCL, NVIDIA 130, Better, TM Long, BuzzFeed, NVIDIA, Oil after Game 7, Apple, NVIDIA, Let's Go, LRHC, Busing, NVIDIA 130 calls, COP, Silver Long, Amazon 50 shares of DJT, 3672, put, Airline, NVIDIA puts, UAL Long, SMVH, Celsius, SPY 245 calls, long on the Chad, Mara, July calls, short NVIDIA, cracking up, MSOS, Google calls, COP, Mara shares, ARM calls, Weed calls, 115 NVIDIA, AMD, and the final plays. JetBlue, MSOS, PayPal calls, Astra Space, and Pinduoduo calls. Wow. I'll take it, baby. So I have a couple of plays here. We're going to see here. It's actually kind of the same plays as yesterday. And, I mean, as a reminder, PHILO and morning plays are always zero tolerance, okay? So I'll see you guys tomorrow. But I'm going to be watching Fedex, Nike, Micron, all the earnings there in the next couple days, then gold, oil, and then bonds. And that should keep it simple. We have a lot of the plays from yesterday. We'll see if there's any other good earnings ones. But other than that, I wouldn't force it. And I think I got a minute. Give me 1 minute. I will be right back. Let's go, baby. Good morning.
Calls. A look at some of the analyst recommendations on Wall Street this morning. First up is TD Cowen upgrading the gap to a buy. The firm says that the company is in the, quote, early innings of its transformation across all four brands, that the growth potential there is underappreciated. Next up, Wells Fargo is raising Capri Holdings to an overweight. The analyst sees potential rewards outweighing risks and says investors have lost sight of the value in the Capri portfolio due to concerns regarding whether Tapestry's acquisition of the company will proceed. And finally, Raymond James is downgrading Penn Entertainment to a market perform. The analyst says the company's path to profitability in digital continues to be uncertain, and that he doesn't expect any dramatic shift in strategy in the near term, so he doesn't want to buy Penn Gaming. Coming up, Mona Mahajan, Edward Jones senior investment strategist, tells us where she sees opportunity in
Mona Mahajan, Chatadonia. It's game time. I hope your morning is good. If not, we'll make it a glorious Tuesday here. But here at the Call, baby, before we do anything, before we try to chase a dollar, before we try to enrich ourselves, we must pay homage to a very special group of people that has made a sacrifice that most of us never have and never will. And I am talking about the veterans of the United States of America. So on behalf of the cult, the people here, the people not here, I want to give a huge special shout out all the active servicemen, past servicemen, anybody who has served this country, even the families, for real. Thank you for your dedication. Thank you for your service. Whether or not you agreed with everything or not, you gave to this country. You gave to your fellow citizens, and we all benefit off of it, and it is glorious. So the least we could do is say thank you, and I hope all of y'all live this out in real life. Show the love, baby. So veterans, thank you, thank you, thank you, and big shout out to anybody else out there giving back to their local communities, all the doctors, nurses, teachers, firefighters, police officers, the janitors, the coaches, the garbage men, anybody making their community run, baby. God bless you and thank you. That's what I'm talking about. But ladies and gentlemen, please rise. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Oh, it's game time, baby. Oh, no, let's go. Oh, Chatadonia. How you feel, baby? How you feel? You feeling blessed? Are you ready for a Tuesday? Y'all know it's earnings season, right? I'll pop in every quarter. This is earnings season. Oh, yeah. I hope y'all with me. I hope y'all with me, baby. My goodness. So we got about 1 minute, 22 seconds until the bell. I hope your morning is good. If you have any questions, let me know. There's no like requirement today, so that's good. You can show love if you would like to or not. That's definitely your own prerogative. If you have any questions, let me know. You have call-outs. We love it. Let's get some plays posted, too. I don't know how many of y'all are engaging in the summer session or not, but if we do get a lot of movers, yesterday there was a lot of headlines towards the end of the day. Don't forget to post your play, and let's have a good one, baby. We got 7 hours. God willing, baby. God willing. We'll see how it goes. So get ready. You have less than 1 minute until the bell. Damn, and bonds? Wait. What happened here? I guess it's only a quarter, but that's weird. I did not notice that. The bonds were green there early in the morning. We do have data. Again, you're going to get real estate data, the Conference Board of Consumer Confidence, and I think there's one more. I think actually home prices already came down. That might have already dropped. But get ready. We got less than 10 seconds remaining. So yalla. And good luck, baby. Let's have a good day. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Round 1. Fight. Yeah, house prices, they shot up, actually. So Case-Shiller year-over-year prices 7.2 versus 6.8. Month-over-month 1.4 instead of 1.1. And then again, 10 o'clock, 30 minutes after the bell, we're going to get Richmond Fed and Dallas Fed, and then Conference Board of Consumer Confidence. Canada CPI and the data this morning came in hot. Oh, the Canadians. It's crazy. Remember, they cut recently. I mean, there wasn't too nuts of a reaction. And then NVIDIA holding up is the good news. I mean, for the most part, that eased a lot of things. So we're actually up by 0.4 on the NASDAQ. We'll see how long this lasts for. I need to open up my other one. I'm still in the ARC call. Those have a lot of time. So we're going to, but they got murdered almost instantly. So we'll see there, because remember, that was on the dot plot, or excuse me, the inflation. But yeah, we have time on those just in case. And I mean, thankfully, it'll take us to the next Fed meeting. So, or the Fed meeting that matters. And then watch the China names after yesterday. Again, where is oil? I'm going to check oil and gold. Oil's actually, it's not bad, 81, but it's down on the day. Gold came down a little bit. And then SPY, equal weight, that's already on the low. And then normal SPY is up. So again, the breadth yesterday improved, a.k.a. just more names went green, even though the index didn't move. But right now, it looks to be that NVIDIA effect and some of the other big dogs. And there's FedEx. So FedEx options are holding up. And then the Nike options, they changed a lot from yesterday. So watch out for those. Again, FedEx is going to be after the bell. Meta is on the high. Actually, I need to switch NVIDIA up here. Let's go, Mag 7 is waking up. It definitely, again, NASDAQ's up 0.4, SPY's up 0.14, and literally equal weight is down by a quarter. So it's only a couple of names leading us here for now. We'll see how long that goes for. Meta is going back into green. Apparently, the Apple rumor was fake, or Apple rejected them for the chatbot. Remember, that was the big driver there in the morning. MRK, they're going up. Remember, they had bad news on the drug stuff yesterday, but they are holding. Yeah, FedEx starting off low. AMD flush. Pfizer, they started flushing. Micron on the low. MO even dropped a little bit. Apple, like I've seen Apple on the high ticker several times to start off the morning. And then CRM, some of y'all were calling that out. Pinduoduo is actually going up. China's been very, very weird. And then there's Bidunius, Google. Google's actually holding up. So again, Google's up 0.7. Amazon is up by 0.8. So literally, Mag 7 is alive today. And that is actually holding you a decent amount. Disney. They've been holding, but they've been stuck in that earnings. They're kind of like Airbnb. Airbnb's even going up, though. 150 or 149.75. Bookings above 4,000. Chipotle is 50-1, I think, split, but it's soon. It should be right around the corner. Baidu on the high, and then Square. They're starting to go up. Who was it? There was one other biotech this morning. Carnivore earnings? I didn't know they reported. Yeah, June 25th. Yeah, they beat $3.75 billion versus $3.69. Yeah, I think all of their numbers beat. I don't know where their guidance is at. But yeah, I think CCL had earnings and killed it. Square getting some volume. Oh, GPS, they had earnings too, I think. Or they had something in the morning that they were touting. But yeah, CCL's up 5. I guess their earnings was not bad. Yeah, I don't know. CCL, the options are kind of frogging. If that continues, the further the 2 standard deviations are still cheap. So if you think Carnival will go, best of luck. But remember, it's a smaller play. Didn't we hit one of the CCLs a couple months ago? It was tiny though. Chewy's been on a tear recently. And then Bonds coming up. They had that weird pre-market sell-off, but they're only down by 0.14 right now. Mac, yeah, so CCJ or CC, whatever, Carnival, CCL. Chewy is up another 3. I mean, they've been absolutely on fire. Yeah, and I mean, NQ, that was your drop yesterday. And then gold is flushing. So gold right now flushing back to 23.33. Oil came down a little bit here too. And then Tesla's up by 0.6. Boeing on the high. That Boeing SPR thing is whack. So again, they're going to do a share deal. But people do not like it. MO's actually climbing up here. And then RGS, they like refinance debt. I saw this one this morning. It was literally at like $3 or $4. Stock is up $10 now. I don't think there's Walmart news. There was Donald J. Trump on the high. There was news on Target. Target's trying to replace chief marketing officer. So again, that position's been somewhat embattled at the company. Literally ever since they had their little fiasco last year. Their marketing not good. Morgan Stanley, Wells Fargo, all the banks are starting to catch a pop right now. Walmart's down 2.5. Damn. Wally World, where's Mickey D's? Mickey Donald, the Ronald, man, very good guy. Wow. Walmart CEO said something bearish. Yeah, bro, DJT, ever since they, again, that's what we said, wait to see what happens after the little offering, but the market's taking it very well, or at least the traders. I don't know if it's the whole market, but Delta and United Airlines on the high too. Those airlines running. Banks again, Citi, Wells Fargo, JP Morgan, all running. But DJT, it's 3 days in a row. So not bad. Yeah, is it 21%? Oh, that was Monday, but I think it's been since Friday. So Friday killed it, then Monday, then Tuesday. Good morning, baby. What's up, Mark? How you living? Well, I hope you are feeling blessed. NVO, again, they had plans for a new facility in America. Yeah, they're killing it. Up 2-3. HP on the high, 2. IBM, they got an upgrade yesterday. SPY about to drop. As Oracle's ad business collapses, layoffs and uncertainty ripple through industry. That's crazy. They've been getting bad. They even had another headline on TikTok ban hurting them because remember, they own some of that or they host the database or whatever. So another bad headline on Oracle. Oh, where's Adobe? Apple going up there. I don't know where NVIDIA is at. That'll move some stuff. But Apple's up 1.3. Yeah, NVIDIA's, I don't know, man. If NVIDIA gives this up, AMD is on the low. That's kind of crazy. So, again, equal weight, I'm pretty sure, is still clobbered. Yeah, equal weight, not as bad. It was worse a couple of minutes ago. But then the SPY is coming down here. Barely green. NASDAQ, 0.3. Russell down, and then Dow Jones at break even, I think, unless my thing is wrong. Yeah, Dow Jones at break even. Damn, Dow Jones was like right at 40,000. Already went above there. Morgan Stanley and banks again. Zillow going up too. Vulcan, VLCN. Look like a small cap, low liquidity runner. Yes, they're up 78%. ESNQ breaking down. I think it's all NVIDIA. So again, NVIDIA is already coming down here. Apple's holding up, and then Microsoft, Amazon, they had like just under 1%. So Microsoft went green to red already, and then Amazon already gave up 0.5%. So I think today will be Mag 7 day because they didn't have a day yesterday, but just watch if that holds up or not. Again, Vulcan, whatever that is. Macron dumping. Macron. What you talking about? Intel flush 2. Gold and oil on the low. Micron plays ain't moving. The FedEx plays finally move. Where's FedEx? GE. The Fed. I mean, I don't think it's been confirmed, but people were talking about a Fed hack yesterday. Intel 3033, I think it's getting a little bit lower than where we got it at. GME popping. You're excited about that? Let's see. Chewy was already up. I think that was the Ryan Cohen winner there. GME is up 1% on the high. Tesla, that was actually up 0.8. Merck is up. So again, Merck was doing bad in the morning off of the failed cancer drug, and now they're already up. So very interesting. And then Pfizer's still down. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Oh, we already missed XDivvy on MO. I think even MPW as well, too. Where's 3M? Vanny, it did bad since the data, but at this point, we're just waiting for that phase 2 trial. They have a couple things, though. I think they have 3. Also, I don't know. I still have that old PTN. I was going to cut out of that thing, but then I looked at the calendar. They have like 4 events coming up second half. So second half 24, and keep in mind, that's what we are about to enter here. There's still a lot of biotech stuff for the calendar is at least pretty deep. So get ready for that. Tesla bounce off the bottom. SPY bouncing off the bottom here a little too. Bro, Banks again. What up, Leo? Good morning. Cracking news? No, but FFIE got a 40-for-1 reverse split. I'm pretty sure they did that not too long ago, but you know, your momentum plays not as crazy. Yeah, GME. That was GME by PNC. It's up by 1. AMD's on the low, 1.86. eBay, and then that RGS, that was a penny stock in the morning, up to $16, and they just had news of refinancing. eBay, low-key, kind of going straight up here, 1.9. And Merck, that one's surprising. WDC, and keep an eye on banks. I think the bank movement is pretty big. Actually, I guess they're only like 0.3, 0.5, but it's been straight up from the cash open. Nvidia and reverse. Put my thing down. Flip it in reverse. No. Okay. Nivda at 120. Nivda is expensive, bro. Carnival up 7. If that kept going, I think those plays you would have hit. Nice. Oh, it's like still pinned there. PayPal. I mean, low key could be a good growth name there. We already have it. You know, the problem was always like getting it cheaper than what we paid because we started it at a good low price. So, hey man, if the long term speaks to us, that could be on the list. Ain't it on the high? Meta going up. Good morning. What up, Daniel? What up, Ray? I hope y'all had a good morning. Bro, I had shitty sleep again yesterday. So I hope y'all didn't have bad sleep. But it happened again, bro. I did the same thing. I woke up randomly. And I'm like, and then I have the dog. And then that thing keep waking me up. And I'm like, man, that's crazy. FFIE reverse split. Me too. All right, man. Maybe it's something in the water then. Bro, it was awful. Awful. No, I didn't. I need to use the mouth tape. Nikolai reverse split. No, I did. I only had one meal yesterday. I had tacos. I had that. I got tacos, man. They were good. Taco stand. It was worth it. That's the only thing I ate yesterday, so I didn't even eat that much. Good morning, Green Tuesday. I mean, it's gonna be hard to tell. Just like yesterday, it was there was way better market breadth, but your Nvidia and people were worried about all that. It's today. People feel a little bit of a relief out of Nvidia, but then everything else is down. So it's very going to be hard to tell. We got data in 15 minutes. We'll see where that takes us. But low key, I'm, green or red. I'm just not really expecting we move too much out of any certain range. I mean, maybe we could go back to low 5400s. This might be our range, 5500 to 5400 up until the PCE. Boeing, I hate Boeing. I don't think it's good. I'd buy it if it went down to like $80. At like super low prices, it's a great company, but I mean, just Boeing has not been doing good. Even that deal was awful. I mean, they're kind of smart, but they're punting already and switching to the what's it called? To the share deal, RCL. So another cruise line. Slowly buying Boeing. Yeah, if they go cheaper, I'm down, but it would have to get really cheap, and I just miss the days where they used to pay a divvy. Hockey season is over. So I was in an Uber the other day, and this guy was listening to like sports radio. And apparently, you guys tell me this, but Canadians suck at hockey now. That's what he said. And he said Canadians invented hockey, but they can't win a championship. He said it's like Americans in basketball. And he said the foreign basketball players are better than the Americans, even though we invented basketball. That's completely false. They're most the pros, but he said they don't win. I don't know, just the radio, bro. It's cool. I kind of like the radio. Dell on the high, so hold up. And the video, though, that came back up. Bond's trying to come up here. Dell got a little bit of a popper. Appel JRVR. I forgot about that. That one's at the high. Goggle. Google's going up and Dell. The Del Curio. No, those are already expensive. Canada invented Drake. Is today Google's turn? I mean, wasn't Google doing good on Friday? I feel like it kind of did its thing. HUT on the high, NVO, 52-week high there. Airbnb, Guild going up too again. Don't forget about them. They had good momentum last week. Guild at 71. Google, MSTR again, another crypto name, and Wolf. And then SPY at VWAP. Bond's trying to come up, but they've already had a weird move to start off the morning. What causes these pops on the market and what could pre-alert them? I mean, nothing. There's a lot of the movement. I mean, it's just all computer driven. I wouldn't really attribute every move here to some sort of data or anything like that, especially in summer. I think you're going to see a lot more of this. NVIDIA, PPC on the high. NVO still going. Yeah, NVO, it's a 52-week high. Mobileye, I mean, it's related to Intel. People consider them like one of the heavily shorted stocks, but it's just, it's a spinoff of Intel. I mean, they bought it and then they spun it off several years later. I think they're actually a really good company, and they work with like a lot of the EV and cars like that, but it hasn't really been performing. Their earnings were pretty bad. I think all year, every single one of their earnings was pretty dog water. Hood on the high. So that one's waking up. Hood and Mara. Oh, shit. Hood's below 22. That whole time. That was like the first time we saw it there around August or whatever. Or 2 months ago. August. April. The Penn News, no, there's no update. But it's been getting watered down. You're not really getting any real reaction with it. What is this? Oh, that was June 3rd. Nike earnings on Thursday. Yes, indeed. You're in Google 190 calls for 8 cents. Way to post the play. That seems cheap. I feel like Google. I always forget Google are a little bit cheaper there because it doesn't move as much. Yeah, I mean, they're already hugging all-time highs. So good luck. Hopefully it covers earnings. Are BABA options done because of the divvy? What do you mean? RCL was 20 during COVID. I think Royal Caribbean did good. I mean, as a cruise, but at the same time, like I think a lot of that's probably overinflated. That's a weekly Google. EYPT, Saidu, not Baidu. Verizon on the high as well. Not bad. Not bad at all. Any insights or analysis on NVIDIA? I mean, not anything you probably haven't heard. If anything, it's about the short-term momentum and how it's moving things. Do you guys realize NVIDIA is bigger than the Russell? So, I don't know if y'all feel me. That's why I'm like, yo, the concentration and how one name really has an effect. Like, literally, the Russell is not even $1 trillion or $2 trillion. So, yeah. Oh, Philip, baby. Showing love for 4 years of wisdom. Grateful for you, my guy. Appreciate it. Man, you've been showing love day in and day out, bro. So it always means a lot, man. So thank you, man. Horn. Good morning. Amen, amen. Got a lot. And then on Robinhood, you can't trade your BABA covered call, just closing it out. Oh, well, so you shorted it, right? So what are you trying to do? Because like if you own the shares and you shorted the contract, I mean, they're probably linked together, but if you're trying to sell another covered call, you're going to need the collateral or you have to do it as a spread. Otherwise, I mean, if you shorted a covered call, the only option is to buy. You can short on Robinhood. You can't short stock apparently, but you could short the option. BXP. Yeah, Tesla's starting to come up here. Low ticker pretty active, but you still got your names on the high. VIX is in the green, so SPY's still green. NASDAQ up by 0.5. So SPY up by 0.16. Equal weight is now hitting a new low. So literally, NVIDIA and all that's holding you up now. The breadth You got more names dropping here as we're still kind of chilling. 54, 55. Yeah, you can't short on Robinhood. Like, you can't short equity. I didn't know that until one day someone said that, and I tried it. I was like, oh, shit, you can't. And then E on the high. I don't know what that is, 25 bucks. MLGO paused the volatility. I saw something else. Again, carnivore earnings are good. Grail, is that the spinoff from Illumina? Oh, I think it might be. And E going up. Yeah, FedEx plays. I do. You should check out the watch list, my brother. That will help you out. Yeah, this completes previously announced separation from Illumina. Each holder of record of Illumina receive 1 share of Grail for every 6 shares of Illumina that they held at close. Nice. So that is the Illumina spinoff, GRAL. The watch list, when is it? Let me see. I could get you. Let me see. I'm gonna go look up the schedule. I gotta find it real quick. Once upon a time, a little Egyptian boy set out to know thy markets. As he discovered many, many things, he began to share his knowledge with the world. Standing at the corner of the gates of the village, he would scream daily, the movement and pulse of thy market. And from there, every day, once upon a time, 4 p.m. Pacific time, he would give thy watch list. Many have come, many have gone, only a few possess the wisdom. But indeed, daily it was there. What's going on? I don't know, but I do know you didn't see that coming. You know what I'm saying? Like, you did not. That didn't. You had no idea that was about to happen. Isn't it crazy how the mind works, you know? And, like, I don't know. Like, you know, it's just, there's no way you predicted that. Like, you had no idea what was happening. So, good morning, baby. Like the video. But, yeah, watch this, 4 p.m. Pacific time. Second link in the description. Dun, 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 dun. PayPal, I remember it. It's already fell below 60, and we didn't grab it again. I want to see the other stuff with it, like, or the other names comparatively. But I think like $52 is where I would have to buy PayPal without thinking, or maybe a little bit lower. But I do believe you got that low last time. So that's kind of the price. Otherwise, I mean, it's going to be an earnings game. And, I mean, I'm looking at it. So right now, I have, like, $3,000 in cash. We're going to get another deposit. I still have a, what's it called? I have a dividend goal that I need to accomplish. So, I don't know. I still kind of want some yield. I'm at least getting a little bit with the cash, but we'll see. But PayPal, it needs to either get really, really cheap or everything else gets really expensive and it just stays there. Reddit popping. Reddit 50 cents into the high, up 3.3. Dow Jones, but Nvidia rebounds. SPY going lower now. So again, equal weight. There's just a lot of names dumping. And then, 10 seconds. We have data. Get ready. Conference Board of Consumer Confidence expected to come in at 99. Richmond Fed already came out. What? Yeah, Richmond Fed already dropped -11 on services. I don't know. I think estimate was +2. So services declined heavy. Bonds might move off of that one. Yeah. And then manufacturing -10 versus estimate of -3. And then Richmond manufacturing shipments -9 versus 13 previous. And then Conference Board Consumer Confidence came in hotter. Interesting. So services dropped. That's actually good. But then consumer confidence went up. Again, last consumer confidence, I don't believe it went up. Or at least the Michigan one. So that, again, bonds had a knee jerk and then already came back down. SPY moving. That was interesting. 50-50, Habibi. I think the services is really good, though. When was the last time we saw a service gauge plummet? So it's like one of the lowest services here. But 2024, Richmond Fed services has been in decline. Lilly OpenAI partner? Now selling Lizzo. What? They collaborate with OpenAI, novel medicines to treat drug-resistant bacteria. Eli Lilly. Vulcan, that was moving earlier. I called it out, but I have no idea what was going on with it. Oh, damn. It's at $9. It probably halted again. ARM on the high now as well. They're starting to move up. Tesla, Eli Lilly kind of catching a little bit off of that. Lizzo GPT, no. Gold, I think gold is assumed to either go up or hold these levels. I mean, it hasn't really, every couple $100 solid level it's held. There's bonds now. So bonds are kind of tripping out here. I would like a bond play for a swing, but like it's just not getting out of this range. Yeah, I still like gold. I'm in it. And then, bro, Eli Lilly, wow, that was a delayed reaction. I don't know if it's off the data, but Eli just popped a decent amount there. OpenAI news said hi. Conference Board website down. It came out, it even showed up on Trading Economics. It came in slightly higher than expectations. Richmond Manufacturing and Services both came down. So you got a little bit of a back and forth there. But I do think the services dropping, it's a good sign for the market. What do you track for bonds? I'm looking at TLT and then the futures. But again, even Trading Economics, if you just go to indicators and then click like US or just go through, it's on the home page, just go to bonds. 10-year around 4.25. And then bonds still moving up here. Tesla got a candle again. Eli Lilly in the fun bunch. Yeah, Tesla is waking up. It's hitting a new high now. And Meta's on the high. That's the other runner. NVO. MO. Intel's coming back to green. Even Marvell. Where's Qualcomm? On Tesla AI stuff. I mean, I feel like Tesla, it just sucks because I feel like if Elon was a Democrat, it would probably, everybody would love his AI. I haven't used Grok AI, but the point is, I mean, before AI was like mainstream and everybody was talking about chatbots, Tesla had probably a very solid foundation, and then don't underestimate, it's kind of more focused, but the data that they possess from all the Tesla vehicles, I mean, it's a shit ton. So I don't know what will happen, but he's trying to do it, and they used to kind of be an AI stock, but lately people have been just only viewing them as an auto manufacturer. Optimus. I don't think Optimus Prime and the Autobots will return. But I think Elon's AI is called Grok. It's a weird name. I don't know. What does Grok stand for? General something? And then SPY going up, baby. So I'm making a move here right here. This day looks familiar, but then again, I said that yesterday, and not so much. I'll keep one potential play up. We'll see. TOS for option trading. I would use the active trader. That's one of the best things I've discovered in the last couple of years. Otherwise, if you go to the trading fraternity, I do have a lot of tutorials on how to do it. But I just use the default. Get familiar. This right here is the active trader. So I mean, you can play around with it, but as long as you got the option chain, don't forget about the analyze tab. This thing is fire. It'll tell you all the earnings if you click here. And you can even get economic data as well. And then is it fundamentals? You type in like any company, it'll tell you like all about it if you ever need that info. Quick thing. You'll get a couple of the analyst stuff too. But the options pretty good. And then active trader, go to trade, and then active trader. You could get a setup like this. Google, I mean, it was doing good. It was holding up there. Yeah, they're coming back up. And there's all-time highs for them. Oh, yeah, make sure you are on real-time data, for real. Versus yen versus euro. Yeah, Tesla's actually killing it. And then Qualcomm's chilling. TSM on the high now. Vulcan, so that one's still running. Yeah, Tesla's at 185. And SPY starting to go. Even gold catching a candle now. So a couple of things all getting a little bit of a pump here. Again, no headlines or anything. We moved off of the data. I mean, this bottom was when the data came out. Again, I think services was good. I mean, conference board, at least it's not bad. But then again, if it's good, market has been a little hesitant at times. But I don't think the data really changed much. Again, get out the cleats. You're punting until Friday, baby boy. And then ePlay, I think I saw that on the high, but I don't know what that is. NVIDIA Investor Conference at 9 tomorrow. Oh, yeah. That has been a good area. I mean, wasn't that last time? Did he release the Blackwell or something like that? Regis, that's RGS. I think they refinanced $80 million of debt. I believe that was the small. It was like a penny stock, went to like 15, right? Yeah. Yeah, they refinanced $80 million of debt. And they like canceled an offering, I think. The informal verb grok was an invention of the science fiction writer Robert Heinlein, whose 1961 novel Stranger in a Strange Land places great importance on the concept of grokking. In the book, the grok is to empathize so deeply with others that you merge or blend with them. Man, I'm not. Is Elon trying to get me pregnant? Because I'm not down. That's what this sounds weird now. There's a lot of history sometime when you learn about the meaning of stuff. I don't know, man. Elon, you have enough children. You don't need me. Grok means deep understanding. This sounds like a white girl explaining her Japanese tattoos. It means knowledge and understanding. It's a deep understanding. That's what it means. What? Do you know, I think I made a white girl joke like a couple years ago. And then I forgot. I discovered this like maybe 2 months ago. I like opened up Facebook. I had to I saw like this message thing, and then somebody got mad at me. A white girl got mad at me for making a white girl joke. So sorry, white girls. I still love you, but just don't take it too personally. It's okay, unless you have like a love and water tattoo, then this might get a little awkward. Yeah, we can talk about banks dropping CRE loads. The word on the street today is that Wall Street has been slowly dumping some of the CRE loans. So people have just been getting rid of any exposure they have to it on at least the paper. They're not selling the buildings or the owners or whatever, still possessing them, but people are selling off the notes. It's funny because people were waiting for like, oh no, we're going to get a rate cut. It'll ease it up. But now, I mean, word on the street, little by little, people are starting to let some of that go. Tesla. RXO on the high. Again, there's that Regis. Tesla's still killing it. Marvel starting to go up. Carvana, that was running. Yes, Carvana's actually really popping. Carvana's at $121. It was at $8 a year ago. Year and a half. NVIDIA. Where's Microsoft in? Back to green. Amazon's back to 1%. Haven't seen Apple. That's still 1% too. So I think at this point you're getting everything else coming back up. Let's get a market checkup. So SPY, no way. Let me refresh this. There's no way that's right. No, it is. Damn, are you ready for this? 130 names green. 369 names in the red. Dow Jones, 11 in the green, 19 in the red. And then NASDAQ 100, 60 green, 41 red. So NASDAQ isn't as like lopsided, but SPY, bro, I mean, again, you are green by a quarter here, but you have 360 names red right now. So there's more upside there in that sense if those could flip, but, the breadth is a little wacky comparatively. Let's see where the equal weight. No, yeah, equal weight's down 0.5%. So that's word to those 300 names down. And then SPY up by a quarter. So again, we'll see where, I think we'll see if Euro closes any of this gap. The ball hog, right? NVIDIA is a ball hog. That's funny. SMTC. That's on the high. HIMS is on the high. SMCI not moving. Then NVIDIA too. NVIDIA is still holding the 3. They gave up 2% of that, but then they bounced up right away. Google and Amazon are doing very well. And then SPY's like right where we open, which is a gain. And then again, equal weight is still getting murked. Amazon, that's on the high too. There's Tessie again. BTBT approaching daily average volume. Dollar slightly extends highs. Logi on the high. Yeah, CCL having the conference call. Good call out. That could actually move. Again, the options, I'm sure they even look better because they were already kind of looking froggy in the morning. But you need the continuation. Point is, they just didn't gap up that much. SPY going higher. Can we get much higher? I don't know if the NVIDIA conference is something there. Vulcan up 200. Yeah, I was moving in the AM. Okay, I made a play on CCL, not a recommendation. You will lose money. So keeping it small. And then SPY still moving up. Chata. Yeah, Charters break even. I didn't know they were down. Google keeps hitting more highs. And then where's Dell? And then IBM, that went even lower. Again, they have earnings in a month. Meta, you think the baton is being passed to Meta? I don't know. I mean, I've heard a lot of people say, a lot of people have talked about, like, headlines, Google, Microsoft, Apple, everybody's bringing up the Meta chatbots. But I don't know. I mean, there's so many chatbots nowadays. I don't know who's, like, actually competing or not. I thought Meta just spends a lot of money. In Instagram, you could generate pictures. What do you mean? I've never used the thing. How do you do it? Ask Meta AI. Make me a picture of a car. Let's see. Oh, shit. Bro, it did it. Oh, that's crazy. I've never used this thing ever. Not bad. It low-key kind of works like Midjourney, but a little easier. So, yeah, I don't know. It's Instagram, like, go to your DMs or this search bar. It says Meta AI with Llama 3. It made me a Porsche. Porsche driving through the mountains. I did not know. I just thought it was a search thing. Tell me the meaning of life. No, that doesn't work. What about BJ for the long term? Fundamentals extremely undervalued. Is that the wholesale club? So I prefer Costco. I've never shopped at a BJ's in my life, but I think if you know more about that company, you could probably add it to the long term. I mean, it is more big box retailer, but hey, I mean, anything in the Costco space is either gonna stay alive or not comparatively. But I've never gotten to go to one. All I know is Costco and Sam's Club, and again, Walmart and Costco, great stocks. Verizon and AT&T ripping right now. What's going on here? I guess they're already up, but both Verizon and AT&T kind of breaking out here. No, the AI picture is realistic. It looked like it looks like the thumbnails I make. Like low key, it looks like Midjourney. That's pretty impressive. I wonder if it could like size it to the right sizes. But that's crazy. And then nosedive. I don't know. Have you also seen it too? So like YouTubers are doing this, but they're taking AI and training it on their video, and then they're not even posting videos anymore, and then they're making their channel into an AI. It's kind of nuts. I saw somebody do it, and I was like, what? This makes no sense, but the AI literally just mimics all the other videos and then interacts with people. It's really weird. But that's cool. But the point is, somebody brought it up. They're like, is the baton getting passed to Meta? But we have heard a lot of Meta AI stuff. I don't think they get the same attention as as like a OpenAI or whatnot. They're usually seen as the money spender, but they're not doing that bad. BITX, Zillow on the high, rare. So Zillow's actually doing good. Where's Redfin? They came up a little today. GBTC moving up. So coin and Beto. Crypto, actually big pop on crypto right now. I don't see any headlines related to it, but crypto making a move at the highs, already up 4. SPY trying to go. High tickers doing decent. Russell even trying to move. And then gold ticking up a little bit. Make announcements for AI feed for Meta. I don't know, man. I just feel like everybody's focused on a couple of them, and then that's it. Have I looked at OTC? Is it a stock or are we talking over the counter? Like OTC names. I mean, small caps have not done very good ever since that little GME thing. It just got they had their little run up and then they got smashed. I bought Costco on the last drop, up 14. I like Costco a lot. Big fan. But they're just expensive. Costco $8.50. I need to go to Costco, actually. Lulu on the high. So I was even looking this morning. Like Lulu market cap, 37 billion, 38. But then I was looking at Ulta. I can't believe Ulta is only $18 billion. Like valuation-wise. That's kind of crazy. Because remember, every time people ask me about Lulu, I have brought up Ulta, but yeah, man, Ulta is not really that much. I don't know. Yeah, market cap. It's kind of, I don't know. That seems very cheap. I have to look at everything else. But yeah, comparatively to some of the, like even then, Intel at this, multi-year low is still worth 100-something billion. Because that's what somebody asked. They're like, so if you think Intel is going to double, you essentially think they're going to get to a $200 billion market cap, which is possible, and they have been there. But then you look at some of the other names. There's a couple of names I've been interested in, and I was like, man, Ulta is $18 billion. Like Whirlpool, that's $4.8 billion. So a little bit more of upside than not. You don't need makeup when you have AI. Ulti. Yeah, Whirlpool pays 8. They've been struggling a little bit. I think Whirlpool can double up and become an $8 billion company, but the problem with Whirlpool, I mean, it is kind of struggling, and that real estate data has not been supportive. Again, the new home builds and all of that. So I think Whirlpool is decent. It's definitely on my list as a potential name. I like the dividend. I don't know, 8% dividend. That's kind of hard to. Is it 8%? Yeah, 7.8. But then again, that's telling you there's a lot of risk embedded within that. I'm gonna check their use of cash, and they're even still at the low after those moves. Bonds are coming up here. SPY a little bit above VWAP as well. Yeah, Whirlpool's almost into the 2020 lows. Habibi. Where is it? Waiting on 84 for Whirlpool. I don't know. It sucks because, like, man, I see so many growth names. Again, even Intel, PayPal, even Ulta if we really wanted to. But I also I can't forget. I got 6 more months to complete my my dividend goal. So I still do want that. Whirlpool is in the bargain bin for sure, but again, 7-8% risk or yield. There's some risk, and I mean they might even what's it called? They might even cut their dividend. I mean that's kind of been the trend we've seen with a lot of companies here. So they issued $800 million of debt not too long ago. Their interest payments aren't that bad. They got $1.9 billion cash or 1.2. Let me see. The other day, that was his biggest move in a minute. You don't see him cutting the dividend. I feel you. Like again, they got money. I just looked. It's not like it's weighing on them too heavily, but that has been the trend the last like year and a half. We've seen a lot of names cut dividends. So unfortunately, we saw aristocrats. Even Walgreens was like, nah, fuck 50 years of history. They were like, nah, we're done. So you never know. You never know. And Canada inflation. What data we have? Is it Dallas? Is it another services? Yeah, Dallas Fed services in about 3-4 minutes. BuzzFeed. Remember, they had the headlines with your boy Vivek yesterday. Microsoft going up as well, too. Does yen intervention pique your interest? It does, but we need a big one. If they keep doing the small shit and like playing the gradual game, no guidance, I don't think it's going to move that crazy. Yeah, the 2-year, 10-year yield curve. Yeah, I think it's the most inverted since end of last year. And then the, my favorite part is how long it's been inverted. But yeah. Is there any questions you want me to ask Jared Bernstein at the OECD Economic Survey event at Brookings? Are you going to be there? I mean, I don't know, man. The guy kind of freaks me out. Six and Netflix partnership. Theme park has unveiled partnerships with Netflix and Lionsgate. Oh, no way. I feel like Six might move a little bit bigger off of that. Interesting. But Six is already up there. I don't know where the headline is. Check Netflix as well, too. Yeah, that is dope, though. You're going to be there. I feel like that'd be huge for Six Flags. Again, Netflix, remember, they were announcing that thing the other day. You need to go to Six soon. Just go to I don't know, do you have like, is there local county fairs everywhere during summer? Like, is that like a nationwide thing or is that just a Cali thing? Because there's like the San Diego fair, the OC fair. I think there's one more. Like, isn't there like one in like Fontana? Yours is in November. Yeah, Dallas fair. So yeah, I would hit that up. That's my role. I went on a ride when I went. I don't really like rides, but I went. I did the one that spins around in the sky. So I was kind of nervous. Stranger Things will headline at Six Flags Halloween Festival this year. Yeah, so Six is down today, but they've been up the last couple days. I'd keep watch on that. See, I feel like some of these headlines we've gotten delayed reactions, kind of like Eli Lilly this morning. Is the billboard officially off? I think so. And then Six Flags, I think they bought Cedar Point or whatever. Isn't that like Ohio's like national treasure? MU. I only did one MU play. Went down a little bit, or a decent amount actually. But that was a lotto to the downside, and then we'll see if IV picks up. You're going to be there. Nick Timmerhouse and Bernanke will be there as well. If any cult members are in D.C., pull up to Brookings. It's a free event. Oh, no way, man. That's great info. Have fun, baby. Ask Bernanke. Ask him how he feels about this. Ask him who he thinks will be the next Fed chair. Ask Bernstein how he got his job. And then Nick Timmerhouse. Nick Timmerhouse is chill, bro. He's actually even emailed me back before. So whenever Nick Timmerhouse doesn't work for Wall Street Journal, I'll be able to interview him. Until then, he's controlled by the overlords. But good guy, good guy. The data is in right now, actually. I don't think it's going to move us too crazy. Hence, we're not getting a reaction. Where is it? Today's Tuesday. Yeah, Dallas Fed Services -4. Estimate was -10. And then revenue went up 1.9 versus 8. So that's good. So the services on Dallas Fed weren't as bad as the other one. So that's negative if you wanted to decrease. But then prices didn't go up as much, or revenue. Yeah, I don't think that data is going to move us too much. SPY, I mean, we've just been, sadly, your SPY is only moving because of those big 7. Remember, equal weight. Equal weight looks so different. So look at this is equal weight. It's about to hit another low, but that's down 0.5%, while overall SPY is up 1/4, or just under. Meta on the high. Bonds are about to go green. And then Meta's still running there. I think we will be live for the debate. So, ironically, it worked out. Do you know what time it is, actually? Because I usually do the watch list at 6 p.m. live on Thursday. But, our schedule for the live watch list, it coincides with the debate. So, yeah. The watch list from yesterday was good. Can you correct me if I'm wrong? Is Russia protectionist? No, not really. They've just been sanctioned to shit by the whole entire world. So they switched to protectionism in response to what's it called? To all of the sanctions, but they export, they didn't have agriculture initially. So if anything, they got it from Ukraine and other places. But they would just sell their oil. So they have kind of some of the structuralist, debate in the sense that, they have a lot of commodities and that's their primary export, but it doesn't necessarily mean they've been protectionist. They like certain relations with other countries, but ever since they've gotten sanctioned, they've had to put a lot of their, and this isn't just recently, I'm talking sanctions from like 2014. They had to shift their economy to start making agriculture, to start making cheese and all the stuff that they had to import from the EU and all of that. Yeah, structuralism, protectionism, and sanction the shit. Yeah, that's welcome to Joshonomics. But yeah, that's part of it. Yeah, Russian cheese, bro. They make their own cheese. They didn't always, but they had to. They used to import it from the EU. I think Chipotle's, I don't know the date. I keep getting mixed up on it. And then 6 did not move off that headline. Netflix was already down, or actually I thought they were down. No, yeah, they're down 0.13. They're right at break even. Macron. They could figure out to play nice in the sandbox and not get sanctioned. Yeah, that's an option. The weird part though is that, in a weird way, I mean, we've sanctioned Russia for a really long time. Not only think about the Soviet Union and all of that shit, but I'm talking 10 years ago. literally a decade ago is when this all started happening, and eventually they calmed down. But, a lot of Americans weren't as worked up about the Crimea stuff 10 years ago, but eventually the sanctions morphed the Russian economy. It's quite phenomenal because they were supposed to get clapped a long time ago. Their budget was all related to oil. Oil got clapped. They didn't have goods. They're citizens. I feel bad for the Russian people because, everyone's like, screw Putin and all that. And I see why, but, Putin has put them through hell. They did come out stronger in some areas, but if anything, the Russian citizens, they had to pay for it in the early days as they adjusted to a new post-sanction economy. Tucker Carlson showed that grocery store, yeah, but it's decent nowadays, as weird as that may sound, but again, like 2014 to like 2017, 2018 even, for Russia was awful for the people. I feel really bad for them. A lot of people died. They died of even starvation. It was fucked up. It's hard to tell how the sanctions are working because there isn't freedom of speech in Russia. Well, you don't need to, like, poll the damn citizens. You know what I'm saying? You could look at the trade. Again, even their terms of trade, whether or not they're benefiting or not, how much their budget is going up, if they're actually, like, because even then, at one point between, like, 2014 and 2017, there was issues of Russia being able to even meet their budget just because oil declined and then they got sanctioned heavily. So, but now, like, again, they have money. They're still making money and they're trading and doing a lot of things. And that's the part where it's like, damn, again, the more and more we sanction them, they somewhat become immune, even though we did enter a new realm in the last year or two by taking money, taking assets, freezing it, and then even like actually seizing assets in bank accounts in America or the Federal Reserve. That's new, and that could hurt the money, but, only time will tell. So far it hasn't, but then again, we'll see. SPY going up, and then bonds in the green. What is that, GTE on the high? That one's kind of running. I don't know. I think Meta, sadly, or low-key, I don't know if sadly is the right word, but Meta's been getting a lot of AI talk in the last couple days. And then I just created a picture on Meta AI. That was kind of cool. Interesting. The best thing since wrestling. And remember, earnings is right around the corner, too. I guess within the month, but you are going to kick off a couple here now. Where are them banks at? They were starting off good. Damn, Wells Fargo flipped. Wells Fargo's down 1. So not all the banks dropped, but XLF is down. Yeah, Airbnb has been doing good. It has to get, I think, again, bro, I'm looking for like 157 for that thing to break out, though. Is it, or like 155? No, yeah, like 154, 155. Otherwise, it's still in that area, that range. But again, good travel trends. Even RCL might help it out a little bit. Weed plays. I still think you're gonna get another pandering one. Weed sold off a little today. I was doing earlier. Yeah, Intel. I think Intel is going to have the pre-earnings pop, but not bad today. Intel was down a lot lower earlier. Been working on your glutes and they're sore. I don't know how to feel about this. Yeah, it'll get better, but I feel you, bro. Low key, my glutes are sore every day since I've been doing these stretches and standing. Now I need to stand up again. You saw an Airbnb hack where you could get the same property for 20% or less on other websites. What do you mean? Like if they listed it on VRBO? What's up, man? NVO still ripping. And then Humana. Where's XLV? I feel like they outperformed, and then we ain't seen healthcare since that Medicaid stuff a couple weeks ago. Healthcare is still holding up. Not doing bad at all. Palo Alto running. Again, Meta. I just had Meta up there. Palo Alto, good call. Up by 1.8. That thing is moving up. Yeah, and then Meta, about to hit 510. High ticker still kind of balanced out. A couple names on the low. Spy's trying to turn up. It is 10:40. We've only been here for an hour and 10 minutes. So it's still early, Chatadonia. Very, very early, Habibi. Very, very early. What is it? 7 million? I guess it's like yesterday. Google's still running up here too. Rivian. Robinhood, I think it's a good trade here with all of the crypto and meme hype, but then it has been a month. They benefited off of it, but then it's kind of slowing down. Yeah, Rivian is moving up. Meta breaking out here again too. So there's the 510. Meta's still like what, $15 off the high or something? Rivian. So I want to see Rivian in the next couple months, literally next 2 or 3 quarters are going to be super pivotal for Rivian because they're based on their cash burn. They only have about 3 quarters left, I think, until they need to raise money or not. So I would keep a watch out for that one. July has a big event according to remote viewers. What's a remote viewer, like a stock? But July, I mean, so far with the Wall Street narrative, they're already pumping the positive seasonality for July. Like psychics? Oh, I thought, why did I think y'all were talking about like TeamViewer? I thought it was like Adobe like tracking data. I don't know. I thought it was like data. I didn't know y'all were talking like psychic shit. That's, I'm gonna just stick to my Bible, call it a day. The Lord does not tell me anything though about the future crash in the stock market. But diversification is great. I thought it was like literally TeamViewer. I was like, oh, cool. There's like new data, AI. Woo. No. Nettie's on the high. That's a China name. They're up 1-1. Where's Baba? GME, Lil Pop. That was already up. I don't know if it came down from last call out. It was up 1. Oh, yeah, it did flush. So it was up like 1.9 and came down some. We'll see. Meta has been going all day, though. All day from the morning. And then NVIDIA, obviously. NVIDIA chilling out was just good news for everybody after 3 days of decline. NVIDIA, man, Meta nonstop. JD on the low. And then bonds went green briefly. SPY a little bit above VWAP. Vulcan, I don't think there is news, but we saw that in the morning. Just one of those low liquidity, small cap runners. You gave up on BABA. Do you think the HSI could be another Nikkei and only have another all-time high decades from now? No, I think, China just, it's going through a property crash. Like, it's kind of wild. I think maybe it's more insulated from the rest of the world, but China is going through a property decline, and before there was a property decline, it was a communist-induced crash literally Xi Jinping just went insane, you know, in 2020, 2021. They stayed locked down longer than anybody. They started doing the prosperity, the equal prosperity thing, and all of that. So they're going through a lot, but just don't underestimate China's consumer as well as the China like manufacturing powerhouse that it is. So it all depends on, you know, how they handle this situation now, but I don't know if it'll be 10 years, but I think it could still be another 2 years of decline. So maybe that's a happy middle ground where it's like I don't think it'll be like the Nikkei or Japan where it's like 10 years, you know, but I definitely think, you know, 2 years of you could still have 2 more years, maybe 3 more years of declining. But also too, it's like they've given up enough. They're trying to support policy. I'm hoping it's done now, but I'm sure by the time we start collapsing or the time we go through our pullback, maybe collapse is too aggressive, China will start to pick up the slack. Whatever we leave, you know, in terms of national income, I think China will get it. But for now, we're doing really good. And at the same time, America is doing amazing. And we are protecting that chip industry. And we're low-key kind of draining them. Vanguard site down for more than an hour. Won't let you log in. Oh, wow. China just wants you to be happy. You remember that? that was the phrase, baby. And if you don't know, now you know. Long term. Boeing Kramer says yuck. Blech. And then Bond's chilling. I've seen Snap on the high a couple times. I don't know if this is related to Meta or not. Can the Snap thing make a picture? Is it appropriate to ask some economic questions right now? I don't know about now. I'd prefer like if we talked more about like NBA 2K. That's a good talk. I feel like we were just talking about that, so we should keep it on topic with like jump shots and like centers and like your favorite build. Yeah, man. Always econ question, baby. That's it. If it's not on topic, I'll just ignore it. So I don't know. It's up to you. But actually, can you wait? Can you wait a little bit? Because I'm going to go to the bathroom. So follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. I love you. Good morning. All right now, ladies.
At the share price, it's
All
at
you
a
follow me on
record high
Instagram?
today. It's up 48%
You got Meta AI, bro.
year
Follow
to
me.
date over the past year or so, up nearly 90%. I mean, how much higher can it go before we see something like another stock split?
Yeah, like I think a lot of the analysts are tripping over themselves to upgrade some of their targets for the stock right now. What I'm sort of hearing from some of the Danish analysts right now is that today it passed that magic threshold of 1,000 kroner, and that could open up for a new stock split. It's not something that's going to happen tomorrow, but a bit further down the line. So we are starting to talk about that, which will obviously be another exciting moment for the company and for shareholders.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, looking ahead, you think about Novo Nordisk's calendar here. They do report earnings in August. Of course, we're not going to see the impact to the current quarter that they're going to be reporting. But when you think about the outlook, might we see that change?
Yeah, there's definitely people here in Denmark. We have some other rules for reporting than you have in the US. So as soon as the company, they know that they have some information that could change the outlook, even if it's just a few hours before they release their earnings statement, they will have to put it out to the market. So this is obviously something we're going to be watching very closely from Denmark to see if we're going to get this upgrade to their guidance before the report comes out in August. But I'd also just like to add that what we're seeing today is not just the factory in the US, it's also the approval of Wegovy in China, which obviously opens up a huge market for Novo Nordisk. They haven't even sold any Wegovy there yet, and then yet half of Chinese population is either obese or overweight. So they're looking at a huge market opportunity there.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely the double whammy they're combining to send the stock to another record high. And of course, you are Copenhagen's bureau chief. So maybe just put into context how important Novo Nordisk is when you think about the Danish economy, for example.
Well, it's everything right now. Like Denmark is many great things, but right now Novo is driving so much. And when we saw the Catalan deal earlier this year, that was $11 billion. It actually moved the Danish kroner. It weakened the kroner because Novo had to change so many Danish kroners into dollars to pay off this deal. So that's where we are. One company can change our interest rates and our currency. So it is really impressive. And in the Copenhagen area, which we have a big biotech hub here, they are just vacuuming up workers. It's really hard for some of the smaller biotech companies to find talented people or be able to match the salaries that Novo is offering them.
Yeah, it's just amazing. You think about the power and sort of the significance of this company to Denmark, and it's just so fascinating to watch. Really appreciate your reporting. Of course, our thanks to Bloomberg's Copenhagen Bureau Chief, Sarah Scholin. This is Bloomberg.
Ending. I thought I need to clean my glasses, bro. You guys gotta bear with me. I thought I was gonna have time to clean my glasses. Half of China is obese. Is that what she said? Yeah, I didn't. Wait, why? I don't even think they need it out there, do they? I thought only America, like the world's fatties, like that's been our thing for years now. You know that? Like, bro, you guys know, like, foreigners hella talk shit about us? Like, do y'all know, like, they really be calling us fat all the time? Like, you know, and we're fighting with each other. We're like, body positivity. Like, oh, Lizzo. But, like, nah, bro. Like, these Europeans be shitting on us all the time. All the time, bro. Mm-hmm. So, I don't know. I didn't really think about that. I was like, yeah, China approval. Like, they approved Ozempic before Facebook? That's crazy. That's nuts. They're like, all right, we'll let you have the diabetes weight loss drugs. Okay. Sorry, I'm cleaning my glasses still. I'm almost done. There it is. Oh my gosh. No, it's not push-up time. We got 30 minutes. It's good though. Hopefully you stand it up though. You know, feel free to move around whenever you would like. Hood Meta finally gave up a little bit there. Hood is killing it. Again, it was below 22 here today. It still is, but starting to move. And then USO, oil is starting to climb. Gold came up a little bit from the lows of today. He's down a quarter. And then Russell came back down. Yeah, oil's popping 81 like 30 to 81.64. End-phase dump. Broadcom going back to pre-earnings. Yeah, and then Robinhood SPY's actually below VWAP. A little bit below where we opened, 54.56. Equal weight keeps hitting new lows, so equal weight's still down 0.59. NASDAQ is still up 0.7. Again, literally Apple, Amazon, Microsoft, and that little NVIDIA rally. That is all helping out. I mean, SPY's pinned because you have a, weird weighting, but there is, again, like 300-something or 360. Probably a little bit more names that are trading in the red right now. That kind of blew my mind there because it seemed very large. Yeah, you got 384 names red on the SPY right now. Russian Foreign Minister Ryabakov. Our task is to stop the world from sliding into nuclear chaos. Yeah, Eli Lilly, they had AI news, and then again, all of the Ozempic and foreign stuff. Been a lot of good news there, and then the sleep apnea. So China approval, sleep apnea data, and then now OpenAI news. That's all been Eli Lilly, NVO. They've been getting hooked up. Yeah, oil, it is green actually. I didn't notice that. I noticed the pop, but I didn't realize I went red to green. But 81.65. Holding up great. Not bad. And then high ticker, I mean, it's still kind of balanced out. Low ticker has been picking up here. I mean, you are back to the morning. Volume is a little higher than yesterday, but it is still on the lower end. It's like 6-7 million. It's super early, man. So again, we just woke up and all that. Yeah, SMCI has not done much today. The big movers, it's NVIDIA holding that 3% or whatnot. Apple's up 1. It came down, actually. Apple's up 0.68. Microsoft 0.3. I think Amazon was up 1. And then Meta 1.7. Remember, Meta's huge. It's actually kind of nuts that Meta is at $500. So, again, the previous high on Meta was like $380. And the previous high before that was $290. But, yeah, they are making that move back up here again. The debate, what time is it? Did we get an answer? Oil keeps going. Oil up another 0.1%. That's still breaking out. And then bonds still dancing near break even. It starts at 9 p.m. Eastern. Oh, so 6 p.m. No way. So perfect. Yeah, I will be live on the trading fraternity for the debate if you guys want to be there. So we won't have a watch list. We'll probably be watching the debate. They'll probably lag. I'll probably get you in a quick lesson, and then we'll go from there. Big commerce on the high. Remember, people talked about buyout with them not too long ago, but all of that faded. Actually, it's still kind of holding that price. The debate's on Thursday, so in 2 days, 48 hours. Yeah, there it is. That big commerce kind of updating. Hella liquid. But they had activist buyout stuff not too long ago. That's crazy, man. We haven't seen a debate in a minute. That's going to be fun. I'm really excited, actually. I'm just a nerd. Yeah, it's a Biden debate. Yeah, get ready. You're going to be good, man. Debate in 24 equals professional wrestling. Yeah, maybe. It's like WWE. It's all faked. But then I'm like, they hate each other. But like, maybe it's all. Maybe that's like Kane and the Undertaker. It could all. I don't know. So, but I'll be there to watch, man. I'll be there to watch. I don't need a prep. What would I prep for? Come on, you got me going against the old bag. I don't need to prepare. All I got to do is speak the truth. Truthsocial.com. Buy it today with your Bible. Yeah, screw you. What do you mean prep? I went to prep school. Fuck you. You're going to go bankrupt again. You're at Trump University. Can't save you now. Yeah. Did I see Trump with his grandkids? No, I did not. How did you see it? Is it like online? I saw a video of Trump shaking hands with a Trump impersonator. That made my day. That was pretty funny. Laura posted something on Facebook. Who the fuck is Laura? I thought his wife was Ivanka. I'm confused. Oh, Laura Croft, Tomb Raider. Yeah, that makes sense. Duh. Hood is going up. Laura Trump, his daughter-in-law. I've been out of the loop. It's weird, though. I don't know. Did you guys register to vote? I registered to vote, and they were being hella weird with me. I had to redo it like 2 or 3 times. And they're like, you want to receive it by mail, right? I'm like, no, I don't, actually. I hope not. So, yeah, I don't know. You might have to do it early and be prepared for issues. You register? I've never voted in my life, so I had to register for this year. They asked if you were legal or illegal. I mean, they asked if I was a resident, a U.S. resident, and then a resident in California. What made me want to vote this year? I think my hairline. I just started losing my hair, and I was like, you know what? I got wrinkles now too. So I was like, shit, I'm getting old. I got to start doing old people shit. I'm about to build like a model plane and shit like that too, So I'm just, hey man, just going with the vibe. I'm going with the vibe. I'm a resident of this world. Are you about to hit me with the sovereign citizen bullshit? Dog, I've been seeing I've been watching all of them, bro. I've been watching every single TikTok with a sovereign citizen doing the most out-of-pocket shit and trying to be like, I'm a sovereign citizen. I am a sovereign citizen. This is an unlawful arrest. I only can be judged by God. Who gave you the authority, judge, to judge me? According to the Constitution of this. I've watched every single one of those videos. You have no idea. They just hella entertaining, bro. Hella entertaining. I can't stop. Cause I'm like, no way. There's like one lady was like, she just hella racking up court fees. And like, she's like, she said, I sent $20. That is an acceptable payment. And then the judge like, all right, man, guilty. We'll pick you up. You could call from jail. Oh, a sovereign peach. Let's go, baby. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, good morning. It's Bradley Frizzle and the Peach. Oh, no, my goodness. Oh. Amen, baby. Oh, my goodness. My God. God bless y'all. Bradley Frizzle. How you feeling, baby? You feeling good? Elf on the high. Elf on the shelf. Peach in the morning. The Peach Nation. Get your ass up, baby. It is. It's time to come alive. Wow. I was seeing if the peach horn made the animal go crazy. It didn't. I think he used to it. Bro, NVIDIA and Google breaking out. So literally, you're at VWAP right now. That's probably because the other 380 names are going red. But your chip names are starting to pop, even Ionis. But Amazon, Google, NVIDIA, they're getting that little pop here. My goodness. God bless you, Bradley Frizzle. Good morning, Peach Nation, and enjoy it, baby. My goodness. Boeing Chicle. AAP on the high. NVAC's going up there, too. Boeing is down 2.5. Again, the whole SPR news, people were liking it, but then they're like, yeah, we're going to use shares. It's like, no. The peach. I'm not going to lie to you. There was a moment in history where when the peach would drop, that shit caused every movement in the market. Call it what you want. I witnessed it live, man. All I know, that peach came and the market would either rip or it would just flush. And it constantly did it. I don't know what happened. It kind of like chilled out, but nah, there was a peach indicator, bro. It really the peach technical lasted for a minute, man. It was insane. So it's cool. It still kind of causes a movement. And, I mean, it's already 11, so we got 25 minutes till Euro close. Google, another 52-week high again. Google, NVIDIA, Amazon, they all made a move there. Where's Apple? Apple chilling. In the good old days, where the peach would cause a 1% swing. I wish we could turn back peach. No, I don't wish we could. The peach is amazing. All day, every day, baby. Visa on the low. Bing chilling. You meant to say big chilling, but you guys remember, what was it? Beginning of last year, like kind of with the AI stuff, everybody was like, "Oh, Bing is gonna make a comeback because of AI." Bing, Visa, Mastercard, 30 billion swipe fee deal blocked by judge. So yeah, I saw that on the low, but there's the headline. They already were clobbered a little bit, but keep watch. That might have a little bit more of a delayed reaction. Let's see there. Now, PHILO has been low-key. PHILO has been kind of giving the air brakes to the market. Celsius on the low. KBH on the low. Low ticker is actually kind of picking up here. Again, Amazon, Google, NVIDIA. Those are your drivers. Let's see any of the other chip makers. Micron's trying to climb. Again, don't forget about Fedex and Nike for the earnings. I remember Ash Jeeves. I used to like Ash Jeeves. Ash Jeeves at one point was my go-to. Isn't that wild? Like, no lie. Like, literally, when I wanted, I used to Ash Jeeves. All right, NVIDIA, another green shoe, and Google, bro. So, literally, your market doesn't have to move, but those names that are getting, I mean, the NASDAQ is up 0.92, so they are getting affected by it, but you are getting some big movements on some of these individual bigger 7 names. Throwback Thursday. I used to ask, geez. Y'all remember when Throwback Thursday first was invented? Stop it. I didn't understand it at first. Mother effers would just post pictures on Thursday. Oh, yeah, y'all don't know. Like, there was a time where Throwback Thursday wasn't a thing, and then it became a thing. And then, like, people, like, even, like, young kids are like, oh, my God, Throwback Thursday. That was, like, peak IG, bro. Yeah, that was definitely an Instagram thing. Yeah, OG, and it was a trip. And now Instagram, I just discovered it today. You can make it. Zimvi said to weigh options amid fresh takeover interest. Zimv. They're already up 12, and there it is. So that's a liquid, but that's moving off of takeover. Zimvi said to weigh takeover interest. Let's see value. Whoa. Is there no history on this? There's some options. It's doing the 480 thing. So I don't know if you could be able to snake it there. You might get lucky. But yeah, I mean, there's nobody even trading the options, literally. But ZimV takeover interest. Zimvice. Bloomberg Invest. Oh, there's Brookings in DC, and then there's a Bloomberg conference as well. Filled 20 call. I don't know. Those options are hella weird. Nobody's trading this play. So, like, even then, August only has 17 in volume, and then every other chain is, like, absolutely dead. I'm trying to see. I don't know what its value was at. When I pull up the chart, it doesn't give me a daily. Oh, who was the other guy today? Solventum. Or no, not Solventum. What was it? Grail. Yeah, they're still clapped. And then Nivdon, Google still. KJC? That's a gold miner. 81.60 on oil. That's still holding the pop, but oil's back to red, barely. EHang delivers 27 units. First passenger carrying flight. What is it? Is it Is it like a Archer type B, or is it a plane? Nettie's on the high too. So again, see that Zim V1. See if there's any follow through on that. Is it an eVTOL? That's what I'm saying. That's like Archer, right? NVIDIA. I'm going to have to keep a NVIDIA up. It's a passenger drone. I need to like... This chart keeps tweaking out. Oh, Zim V still going up now. That's another 3%. So that might have some follow through. Again, the options are hella weird. Someone just got filled 40 cents on that one. I guess that's not too bad. But you still need the stock to double in 2 weeks. But that's still going up there. So I kept it up on this one. On Archer, I don't like any of... I'm not really... Like, I don't know. I've invested in some wild things, but I've yet to invest in flying cars. So, I don't know. People like Archer. Archer has raised a lot of money. I think that's the interesting part. But, you know, if Chinese names getting into aviation, it is something, again, the EU and America is worried about. But I don't really think that's going to be my wheelhouse, unfortunately. Yeah, ZimV, it's still going, I think. Yeah, you went up 12 off the headline, and then you just went up another 4% in the last 4 minutes. I don't know if it got halted. I don't think it did. Remember, we have a 2-year bond auction today. Rogers ad-supported version of Disney Plus now available on Rogers TV. And Revolve bought somebody, but no, I don't think they got halted. It's a low volume stock. And then SPY still climbing. I think that's being led by Google and Nvidia and Amazonian. Gigal. Hezbollah's provocations threaten to drag Israel, Lebanese people into war, urgently seeking agreement that allows civilians to return to homes on Israel-Lebanon border, says Lloyd Austin. 2-year, 10-year yield curve inversion steepens more than 50 basis points for the first time since 2024. Oil rocketing. Low-key, though, that Lebanon stuff might become one of those oil risks. So if Israel gets into a conflict with Lebanon, I mean, that's going to be fucked. Because that means it's been almost a year since the Israel-Palestine attack and then that conflict, and then now you haven't got hostages back, and then it's going to expand. Again, that is the number one fear from day one, is that everything leads into a full-blown Middle Eastern conflict. Biden already approved. He didn't approve it, but he said he can't stop them. So they said, listen, you should make a deal, because if they want to attack, we can't hold you back. Yeah, I had the 2-year, 10-year up. But again, inversion, I mean, look we're hitting all-time highs. Anytime the market is inverted, I mean, we went up. So it's one thing about how deep it is, but remember, we are looking for the reversal. But this is that whole, I mean, last time you were this inverted, it was right before Powell said he was going to cut rates. And then even June or May 2023. So we'll see where this takes us. About PMs in is flying off the shelves. I like Philip Morris. I mean, I even told you guys like a year or so ago, like, you know, those smokeless trends, especially Zyn, I mean, they were taking off. So I like Philip Morris. I like MO. That's the one I have. But You know, I would not be mad getting Philip Morris at all. China's finance minister, we will implement proactive fiscal policy and enhance effectiveness of macroeconomic regulation and control. NVIDIA. I know a lot of people were calling out those 125s in the morning. Boeing on the low. So Boeing's flushing BZ on the low. And then SPY's running here. High ticker, NVIDIA, Google. And the other big tech, maybe all the other names are climbing up too. Let's see. That ZimV's breaking out again, so the volume's increasing. Again, that's takeover potential, or they're weighing options. China's finance minister will deepen financial management reform, improve local government debt management, will step up implementation of fiscal policy. Xinhua. NVO all day, too. That's another 52-week high. So bonds just dumped, though. That's the interesting part. So take notice here. They were kind of flowing in line. Bonds were at break even, and then right from here, bonds just absolutely dumped. And then market got to take off here. And then this is the opening of yesterday, believe it or not. Remember, what was it, 54.78? I think that'll be some of the upside movement or breakout point. Alrighty, new high of the day. So like I'm telling you, this is literally where we were at yesterday. All right. After we broke, again, 54.65 opened up the door yesterday. And then once we got over to like 70, 78, it really took off. Next pump it up is 5,600. Remember, we hit 5,500. That's the crazy part. Let's go, Karan. Good morning, baby. Market strong like bull if the other name make a movement, you know? Otherwise, not really. Equal weight still down. This seemed to be NVIDIA, Google.com. Yeah, so literally, and then I don't know, that bond movement's interesting, but I do think this is Google, Amazon, NVIDIA, sadly, and Apple. I still think we have about how many? 384. NASDAQ 100. NASDAQ's doing better. 60 green, 40 red. And then SPY is 391 names red. Yeah, gold flushed. It's flush in there right now. I don't know if that's lower than where it was this morning. And then oil's still holding up by 0.5. DJT flipped after being up 10. Well, they've had 3 days in a row, literally 3 days. NVIDIA down, DJT went up. But yeah, that just went negative. Melly and then SPY's even hitting the higher it was. Bristol Myers going up. Where are the value plays? Dow did not do good today. PG, not selling off. I know Walmart's down. VIX went negative. So watch this bond. That bond movement was weird. So we were a little bit lower here. Didn't seem like there was any real correlation. And then the last like 10 minutes, that little rally did come at the cost of bonds dumping. If you're buying leaps, is it common for volume to be very low? Are you saying do leap contracts have low volume? I would say yes. Not everybody's usually buying those. Again, they're really, really far out usually, or depending on the time. But you could look at the open interest as well. That could give you an idea of how many are being held. I don't know why we pushed up like that, but I do know that NVIDIA, Google, and Amazon, they moved up ahead of it. So I think, if anything, you have more names dropping on the SPY, but the index is just getting moved more off of the effect of these other big names, as we've talked about. Yesterday was the reversal. Yesterday, a couple of names brought you down, but most of the market went up in terms of market breadth. And now today, as NVIDIA and everybody calmed down, NVIDIA got a boost, and then the 5 or 6 other names, and then everything else started to sell off. So I think your SPY movements are getting dictated more by the price action of NVIDIA and the fun bunch. Speaking of which, SMH up 1.7. And then Vulcan, bro, that thing is still running. Jeez. I think we saw that at like $7, right? Yeah, that's at 12 now. So good luck. The VIX is at 13.16. The fun bunch, yeah, man. And then oil just popped 81.80, kind of tweaking out again. Gold dumped, but oil is, again, you even got some of those Lebanon headlines. Like I'm saying, that could be a development there in the background. The darling before Mag 7, yeah, it was the FANG stocks: Facebook, Amazon, Netflix, and Google. And it was just like this. That's why somebody asked me the other day about something similar, and I was just saying, this concentration may seem awful, but it doesn't doom the market. This is exactly what it felt like when Facebook was Facebook and it was leading everything. And then Amazon and then Netflix, went up from hundreds to 700 and then did a 1-for-7 split. It same exact pathway. So unfortunately, just because you have bad breadth and this heavy concentration, it doesn't really tell you. It's not damning the market to hell or heaven, if that makes any sense. Was Cisco in 01? I know there was Cisco and other names, but 01 name, it wasn't. I don't think 01 was as concentrated. So that's the difference with the FANG names. And looking back, 2012 to 2018, the FANG names it was heavy concentration. The market was only moving off of a couple names while everybody else just didn't perform. But in 01, you had every name would go up in 01 as long as they said .com, as long as they said internet and tech. And then when they finally just didn't make money and then guided down, then it all clapped. Before FANG, I don't think you've ever had any crazy concentration. You had big tech winners, like I'm saying, 01, but the market being primarily led by 5 names, 7 names, I would say that's more of a modern era, post 2000. That's a modern phenomena. Yeah, equal weight still clobbered. And then SPY it got a little bit higher than the open, but no juice. Yeah, it's still mad early, though. Remember, we're 7 minutes till Euro close. So the day is still kind of just getting started. S&P upgrades Carnival to double B. Outlook stable. I don't know if their conference call is still going on. You got burned on AMAT back in the day. Yeah, there's so many names back then That's still around today, but if you paid a crazy price, I mean, people, the euphoria isn't new, but how it plays out, that's usually where the twist comes from. That's why, like, this time around, it's a weird level of concentration. Saw that in the FANG stocks, but prior, I mean, in early days, it was just, you got .com, internet. Kind of felt like AI now, but, so we're like going through this quicker. The names in AI that make money, they're still holding up. But if you think about it, all those, remember, like, what was it, a couple months ago? If you just said AI partnership, your stock went up. That doesn't happen the same way anymore. You did see a little bit of that with Eli today, but I don't know if you remember 2023, bro. It was just SoundHound and all those other names. If you just said AI, and it was, even if you had AI in the ticker, you were going up hundreds of % there. So that definitely has chilled out comparatively. Chipotle ripping, following the pattern of NVIDIA. What's your position in that? You keep talking about it. You have a play on it or not? But yeah, their split, I believe, is going to happen here. So that could be a move. It sucks because they gave so much runway ahead of it. So they've ran a lot. I don't know why Rivian is running. Yeah, those companies in 01 didn't make money. They were scam companies. Yeah, 100, but there was just more of it, right? It wasn't like there wasn't a concentration where it was only 5. Like Oracle and other names were making money, but then they guided lower because of Europe, and then that's what popped the bubble in their earnings and guidance. But it wasn't like 5 names that brought the NASDAQ up that gave you that tech bubble. It was everything just getting a mention, whether they made money or not. Meta. I don't think Meta has ever split. Again, they just introduced the dividend and that buyback, but I don't know about the split. It is already earning. I mean, we still got like a month, but you are going to start getting the smaller companies here today. Or not smaller, but like not like the hype tech names. Like, again, FedEx this week, today, after the bell. And then Nike, and then Macron. Macron is arriving. Broadcom. I haven't seen Broadcom. Or they had crazy earnings. Yeah, they gave up a little bit, but they're still holding. My goodness, that's like a $300 range. The poop protest, isn't that old? Wasn't it where the farmers, they like put poop all over the parliament or something like that? Well, the French are still going with that back and forth. I thought it was chilling out, and then, what's his name, Macron was like, it's a threat to democracy. And then you're getting more traction from the, the Nationalist Party or whatever. But that's still going on, and then even heard a little bit more from China. So some of those broader facts are still at play. And bonds now. Ironically enough, SPY made that move after the bonds. SPY popped when bonds died, and now bonds kept going lower, and then SPY a little bit above when that all happened. Parliament on fire, protesters in France or Kenya. I heard about protesters in Kenya right now, and then there's even some deaths, but I did not hear that for France. Broadcom. Yeah, FedEx plays. You could check them out on the watch list. Kenya. Yeah, Kenya. I don't know if it's about taxes or something, but they're having protests now. They're getting pretty ugly. Biomarin on the high. So SPY a little bit higher, or we're near the first high we set in the AM. sad. I don't know, man. If we stay in this range, the shitty part, this is going to be since like Friday, even Thursday if we don't move. So it's still early. We got Euro close literally in 20 seconds. So we will see if that gives us anything. But Chatadonia, I think it might be time. I think we need to get up. Are you guys ready? I was already doing some stretches. I was doing a floor stretch there. I don't. Sometimes you guys, I be sitting in butterfly talking to you. I don't know. I should get a Josh stretching cam, but it might get awkward. So I don't wanna disturb you too much. And then oil just dumped out of nowhere there. Hi, my goodness. But Chatadonia, Euro close is in the books near the open. Literally, the opening candle of yesterday is where we closed for Europe. Bonds came back down, but Chatadonia. You guys know we're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Make sure you are subscribed. I hope so, but it's time. It's time, Chatadonia. It is time. I need push-ups. Let's go, baby. Let's start off. Honestly, hey, man. So there it is. I still got one more set. Just like that. 42-day bills. All right. Defense. Defense, baby. Defense. Oh, Lord. Feel good, though? Let's go, man. BT vertical. I'm doing defensive slides. I can't get there yet. Hold on. Arm on the high, too. And then CCL, man, those contracts low-key did kind of frog. It's not that crazy, 37%, but it worked. Yeah, BTB, that's already up 38%. Interesting. Okay, one more set of defensive slides. Oh, my goodness. Oh. So just like that, man, you know, every hour, I hope you feel refreshed. RBC, they expect Q2 deliveries for Tesla, 410,000 versus prior estimate of 533,000. Wow. So that's kind of good and bad. I don't know if Tesla's going to react, but you are getting, think about it, that's the second person or second analyst to downgrade their estimates. But I think it was, I think low key Tesla's gonna have a low bar. But then if they miss it, it'll get double clapped. Whew. My goodness, man. I kind of want to do one more floor stretch. Maybe I'll do a curl. Maybe we could do a what's it called? A row. Ba ba da ba 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 da ba 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 da ba ba. You got that truck? Really? Let's go, baby. Make it move, bro. You got the crib. You got the truck. You getting promotions. What's up, baby? You got the long-term too. Hey, man. Let's go. Hopefully you got to push up as well. Wow. I'm excited now. I need to take off my sweater, bro. It's getting hot in here. So by the long term, I am getting so hot. I'm in the save 10% with a little bit of stock, and a little bit of op shot. That's all. How I like it when you stock. So baby, hold the long term. Let's go. NNE. Lizzie. Oh, showing love to the chat. Good morning. Good morning. Yeah, I hope you guys living good. Twitch chat, Twitch and YouTube. I haven't seen Twitch chat in a minute. Oh. ARM 180s are 35. That's crazy because remember, we hit that 4,000% on ARM. It was a 130. The email to send your long-term to? I don't know. Nobody is soliciting long-term picks right now. So that's, you gotta be careful. You don't want to go around sending your long-term to people like that. You know what I'm saying? That's it. Like, you'll be like, what's that? Looks like a mountain. Oh, you got the Tacoma, bro? Let's go. That truck is going to be there forever, man. That's beautiful. I like the color, too. Let's go, K Bliss. Tacoma bros, Tacoma gang. Yeah, everybody pulled up. He said, what's up? Oh. I'm still getting a couple more stretches in, Chad. You got to still move around, You got to be free. Free yourself. Supercharge. Oh, who was I? Was it Zach? I think Zach was talking about he wanted one. Bro, I saw a CTS-V the other day, and that thing is pretty insane. I was like, damn, that's a nice car. And then it's in there. But, man. Oh, wow. I'm kind of sore today. Oh. This manual CTS-V. Yeah, those are crazy. I just like that car, man. Someone said it's like a Hellcat with the suit on. And I'm like, I could kind of agree. Intel. I mean, we're waiting for the pre-earnings move, but sadly, I mean, it's been doing this, one day up, one day down. So we'll see. There's a Hellcat with the suit on. Oh, hey, buddy. This animal has arrived to see me. Do you need to shit in my house, Habibi? If you need to shit, speak English to me. I will take you, Habibi. I am stretching right now, Habibi. Yes, I'm an elephant with the memory. I remember. I was like, it was you, right? Yeah, bro. I saw one. I even saw one in like a throw-up yellow, and it looked beautiful. But yeah, and then I heard the engine on that thing. It's a cool car. I see why you were tempted. But hopefully turn it to another property. Turn it to another property. Here, say hello to the Chadadonia. Lick the mic. You guys hear this guy? Are you shy? Why are you shy? Don't worry. Show them what I taught you. Speak the English. He speaks English. I'm telling you. I taught him how to speak English. We're working on it a little bit more. Oil, I mean, I gave up a little bit, but it was really active to start the morning, I think. And then, damn, gold flushed even more and then bounced. But I think oil, I think it could be benefiting off of the Lebanon stuff there. I think that's going to factor into it. PayPal. We've talked about PayPal a lot. Again, I think $52 is where I really like PayPal. Oh, shit. No. This fool. Okay, you need to get out of here, sir. Actually, let me take this guy outside real quick. He was about to just eat all my wires and turn off the computer. Okay, give me a sec. I'll be right back.
AI has warned developers in China it will begin blocking their access to its tools and software from July. That's according to local media reports, suggesting the ChatGPT creators taking a more active stance to bar users from nations where it doesn't offer services. Bloomberg's Jackie Davalos, leading the AI beat, joins me out of DC. This is really interesting because it's kind of an old school tech thing that a lot of the access to OpenAI in China was through VPN. Which is what people do to stream things in different places. But give me more details in this story.
Well, what we know, Ed, is that Chinese developers will have this access cut off starting in July, as you mentioned. This really originated through local media reporting, which cited screenshots that had this OpenAI memo to developers saying they were going to have this access removed. OpenAI has now confirmed the decision to Bloomberg News earlier this morning that it is, in fact, taking, quote, additional steps to block API traffic from regions where we do not support access to OpenAI's services. Now, this is not the first time that China has come against the crosshairs of American tech companies and even regulators here and U.S. officials who believe that China is using this technology for more nefarious purposes. Now, OpenAI really started ratcheting up its own actions against who it believes is bad actors and using its technology perhaps to manipulate public opinion, for example. Remember that report in May, Ed, that said Russia, China, Iran, and Israel were using OpenAI to manipulate public opinion. So you really see these actions really starting to take shape here.
There's two sides to the story, right? There's the use of the technology by malicious actors or unauthorized actors, and also, I think, a data access point. But there's also a competition side of the story, right? You have domestic champions in China like Baidu that are building large language models, big large language models, to support generative AI technology. Give me that side of the story.
Well, they were quick to pounce on the fact that now there's this wide swath of developers who need AI technology to turn to.
Tesla,
and so what
Apple,
some of these local reports were saying is that they started appealing to developers and saying, hey, come switch to our tech. Really goes to show that there is this, not just this technology battle, but there's a need to really start ramping up its own internal AI capabilities. This is exactly what lawmakers here in Washington, Ed, are concerned about, that AI is really ramping up their efforts, not just to have AI play a role in its economic capabilities, but military. And so, of course, this isn't just about what consumers have access to, but how it can be used against kind of national security. And this is exactly where we're seeing here in Washington actions on behalf of, for example, the Treasury Department imposing rules to curb investment that would support AI investment in some of these areas, and also, of course, curbs on chip exports. We're really starting to see both of these things really come together.
I think that what they're doing from a technical standpoint, I'm just reiterating what an OpenAI spokesperson told us, is that they are taking additional steps to block API traffic. I still find it astonishing that the origin of this story is people being able to access OpenAI from China through VPN. Just give me a little bit more on what you just said about the DC side of this. Joe Biden, President Biden, has some policy towards restricting Chinese products entering the United States, or tariffs, and the Treasury Department you mentioned as well. Are we expecting a sort of expansion of that activity?
That's a key question. I think if there's one area where lawmakers here in Washington have really come together, it's around the national security argument that China has capabilities in artificial intelligence and it will continue to bolster them. Now, you saw this with TikTok, really the concern that Chinese influence was coming through somehow in TikTok and influencing public opinion here through that tech. But then you look at artificial intelligence and what can be done with drones, for example, really things on the battlefield. This is where a lot of that concern is coming from. And so, of course, you're seeing chip manufacturing as kind of the hallmark example for the Biden administration really starting to take the lead here. It's all part of this broader strategy to really undercut Beijing's efforts to have AI kind of bolster its military capabilities.
Bloomberg's Jackie Davalos. This is a pretty fast-developing story. Grateful for you keeping us honest on it out of Washington, D.C. Thank you. We're going to take a quick break, and then we'll be right back. Stay with us. This is Bloomberg Technology.
Fast-track your career path with short-term training at UEI.
Short-term training at UEI. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. All righty. Melly. I feel like they've been going up all day, actually. I think I've seen that a couple times. Mavis, Amazon, that's on the high. Amazon's been ripping all day, too. I think that's another one I don't know if we've given it as much credit. You love stocks, baby. Hey, man, shout out to Lontar. Exxon plans new Guinea oil output project to boost output in the 2030s. Solar Edge, they had something yesterday. I think they got clapped or they went up. But they had something. And then, again, solar stocks. They've been getting murdered here just off of their guidance and one sympathy to the next. But, you know, there's still a little bit of hope for solar. If Biden wins, they should get a nice round 2 after all the other stimulus. Today's Tuesday? That's crazy. Is holding 3 months of deposits too much? It just depends on how much you're holding in the total long term, right? So the idea is just look at the cash percentage. So like I'm saying, 20% is kind of a threshold. 30% if you really want to be more defensive, but anything above 20, 30% I think is kind of unnecessary. Chipotle, I mean, it should do good. It already had a run up into the split, but I'm sure, you know, what will it be, $50 Chipotle or something? I mean, that'll be very attractive, I think, for a lot of investors. And so far, I mean, until acted upon by equal force, the splits have been good. Only difference is Chipotle is not really a tech stock. So most of the stock splits you have seen are like tech names, but that's not the case for Chipotle. But it's all looking good. But I don't have a play on that. I don't think I will play it, but I'm down to watch and root it on. You think Trump will force rate cuts? Solar will do good with Trump? I don't know. I think I've already given some of my tin on what I think will happen to the economy, depending on who's the president, but I don't think Trump is going to help solar. There may be like a secondary effect, but I think Trump is going to he's going to help out oil. Drill, baby, drill, as they would say. But I think oil would probably, I mean, maybe solar comes up, but oil stands to be the winner if your boy Trump comes into play. Tesla, yeah, I got it in the bottom right. Remember, I was just telling you, they had another guidance downgrade, low-key, but it's just like, dude, I think Tesla's kind of getting sandbagged. If they don't do good with lowered estimates, then it'll get clobbered. But for now, I mean, I think all of it's pretty good right here. Verizon to pay $1 million fine over 9/11 call outage in 2022. That's crazy. Yeah, SEDG, it had something yesterday. I'm blanking on what it was, but we did just hear from them. Yeah, that would be interesting. Or a solar tariff might be interesting. But if Trump did bring solar production to the U.S., that would be a wild one. Remember, we went over it with the economic lesson, but that's the weird part because China, you know, we like the solar, but, you know, a lot of the clean energy stuff, you know, they kind of own most of the market share. But that's also why the U.S. and even Biden want to, you know, that's why we're spending money to develop it so that hopefully we could take those gains and be able to be more self-sufficient than not. What was it? SEDG, I'll double check. Glenn Point's Neil Phillips spared U.S. prison for FX manipulation. And then White House says they're closely watching situation in Nairobi. Who was it? SEDG. Nike's probably falling in anticipation with earnings. I don't know. I think Gap did good. There hasn't really been any bad trends. Oh yeah, SolarEdge offered $300 million in notes, and then they reaffirmed their guidance. And then I think it was on the lower end. So they gave an update on guidance, and then they offered more shares or notes. Low G on the high. I feel like that's been on the high all day. I mean, Nike dropped last time. Nike, remember, they came up here from those like 80s, but their earnings just haven't been good. So they had that recovery from end of last year into December, and then so far this whole year, I mean, none of their earnings really hit. They got a decent range. I think that one's going to be an interesting one. Micron is probably in its own world because of earnings. So keep that in mind. They've already had upgrades and a lot of things leading into it. They've already had a decent move, but they are reacting off of their earnings, so it should move different. The Olympics could help Nike, yeah, but I think you need more China. I think their China numbers did good. I do think, once again, Nike inventory is climbing, and then I think their margin was the struggle point. I'd have to double check. I'm sure we'll go over it once we get to our preview, but yeah. And then Tesla's still working its way up. SPY slowly starting to climb. Lockbit is set to leak 33 terabytes of data from the Federal Reserve in less than 5 hours. There is still no sample data, so this could be a huge bluff. Oh? That'd be wild. I mean, what would it, I could only imagine what it would be. So again, if those of you guys who heard, yesterday people were saying that the Fed got hacked, well, apparently this hacker group is saying that they have 33 terabytes of data that they'll drop in 5 hours. Is there any way to stop it? Or did they ask for money, or are they just going to give us all the data? 33 terabytes of Bostic trades. Yeah, it is illegal. They're hackers. If it's true, how will the market react? It depends what the data is. So I don't know. Do you guys remember the Panama files? Was that the Panama Papers? So that was something that kind of was unexpected, and it had some implications of other things. So it just really depends what it is. What's this? FDA says it plans to sample additional dairy products, including butter and ice cream, for H5N1 bird flu. U.S. scientific agency NIH says it will study whether ingestion of unpasteurized milk is a viable method of transferring bird flu. So CDC says 690 people have been monitored for bird flu. 51 people with flu-like symptoms were tested. To date, 3 have tested positive. And then CDC monitoring flu data in areas where bird flu has been detected and have found no indication of unusual flu activity in people. That sounds like a lot, no? So I don't know. CDC and Agriculture Department, they're coming out with something related to bird flu. I mean, AIM was that bird flu play. I only played it for a day. And then what was the other one? Wasn't it like Vanda? I think Vanda's another one. That one's still been holding up. And then SPY near the high. Apple's chilling. I see Coinbase on the high. Nvidia's going up. So Nvidia's back to that 125. I might be down to get into the AIM. That or Vanda. Vanda was the better one, but it's not cheaper. AIM is around the same price, too. I don't know. I feel like this news kind of came out of nowhere. Because remember, it popped off that, and they said one person died from it, but they said, 3 or 5 people got infected? And Nvidia and ARM still going up. Where's Amazon and Google? 125, bro. A lot of people are posting that. 125 calls in the AM. So GG's if you hit those, baby. That's unpasteurized. Very few people drink unpasteurized. So what is unpasteurized versus pasteurized? I thought happy cows come from California. I'm not familiar with the pasteurization. Raw milk, like straight from the udder. That's nasty, but I respect it. It's illegal to sell unpasteurized milk. So then where are these homies getting it? They got like an underground market of unpasteurized milk. I mean sanitized, uncut pure milk. Raw milk is insanely good. Okay, dude, this conversation is wild. Versus heated to kill bacteria. It's not illegal. You buy it all the time in AZ. What? It's sold for animals. No way. So they're like humans getting an animal disease because they drinking animal feed. That makes sense. No way. I learned something new today, man. I didn't know there's a market for raw milk. I didn't even know milk was raw. Like, I didn't know that you could, they got milk sushi? That's amazing. You don't have to refrigerate it? Oh, what? Ugh. That's just, I don't like this anymore. I hate the smell of old milk. Does anybody, I'm gagging right now. And now you're like, oh, you don't have to refrigerate. I'm like, oh. Milk, it sound like y'all explaining to me milk sashimi. So I'm like, I don't know, maybe. Wait till he finds out there's a market for breast milk in the bodybuilding community. I was already aware of that. I think you don't remember. Facebook got in trouble. At one point, dog, Facebook was the hub of breast milk. Yeah. Facebook Marketplace. Not only can you buy stolen vehicles and all other sorts of shady shit, bro. Yeah, Facebook. They were slanging breast milk left and right. Facebook Marketplace is insane, bro. It's one of the craziest places ever. I honestly don't know the difference except for they don't use Bitcoin. It's almost tantamount to the Silk Road. Like, you can't find a hitman and shit like that, but at the end of the day, it is like it's pretty sketch, bro. Look, I already went to the marketplace. I already see free stock picks or free DraftKings picks. I see a girl trying to sell a mirror, and she just took a selfie with her graduation shit in it. This is weird. Yo, what the fuck is this? I see someone trying to sell an air fryer, and this girl is half naked. What the fuck, Facebook? And then I see a bunch of cars. They don't look stolen. What? This is only $3,000? What am I missing? This has to be stolen, right? Why does this say $3,000? That's crazy. All right, let me widen this out. Yo, I'm kind of down. No, it said $3,000, bro. I'm gonna buy it. Dude, a Ford Escape for $900? Am I tripping? Automatic transit, clean title in hand? No way. Is this a good deal? Bro, this is $900. 40,000 miles. That's the down payment. Is this a scam? Because that seems, I don't know, man. More like 900. Yeah, they'd probably be scamming. What the fuck? Oh, okay. They're looking for a roommate. See, bro, I can't keep looking at this. I'm gonna get lost in the Facebook marketplace, bro. Window tint. I'm trying to find the stolen cars. Someone has a SF90 Ferrari. This is this craziest. This has to be. It's listed at a good price, but like this is a 1-bedroom garage. Like I know what this is crazy. Oh, okay, no, I see the G-Wagon in the back. I'm like, but that's an awful parking spot. I'm sorry, I got lost in the rabbit hole. I don't think I'm going to make it out. All right. No, I don't see any stolen vehicles, unfortunately. Thought there'd be some good deals out there. I guess not. The Moonlight Marketplace. It got me, bro. It got me. It's very it's Facebook Marketplace is insane. Johannesburg? Oh, okay, California. I was like, man, you could get a Bentley for 20 grand in Africa. I need to get off of this. To see businesses being sold. Yeah, there's even, you can find like other business sites. I forget, there's like a business broker website. That's the new Craig. I haven't been on Craigslist in a minute. I think Facebook Marketplace is sketchier than Craigslist. But I remember Craigslist was a cool find when I was a kid. Do you remember the first time you came across Craigslist? You do. I was looking at the free stuff. Yeah, I remember the beginning. Who was it? It was that one guy. You ever remember that story where that guy bartered his way from a paperclip all the way to from a paperclip to a house? You want to play a song? In 30 minutes, bro, we could do some arm circles and we could get popping. Was it a Porsche or was it a house? Yeah, I remember that story, though. That was inspiring. I feel like that inspired a lot of Craigslist moves. Your 13-year-old son is in a cars with no titles. He says, if you know, the cars are stolen. He shows me banger cars for like $15K. Yeah, I mean, you should probably monitor your 13-year-old's online behavior and then tell him to send me an invite to the group. But, like, you should definitely discipline him. You gotta be careful, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, because sometimes they're either cops or they'll rob you. So, but even then, just tell him to email me the invite. But, like, you should ground him. Fuck that. Like, He's like, my 13-year-old is in a group where they are selling stolen vehicles. Yeah, I'll look it over to verify if it's, for him, but I don't, until then, that's crazy. It's crazy though. Like nowadays, bro, the car thieves are it's out of hand. Like they could steal almost anything now. So like Lambos have been getting jacked all the time now. Like you could steal like a lot of cars. It's insane because I used to think some of these cars were a little bit more difficult to jack, but nah, man, they really out there. Oh yeah, Lisa Cook. That came out, this statement, like 2 minutes ago. 5 minutes ago, I was looking at my Facebook marketplace. Lean towards optimism on innovation, productivity, allowing faster pace of non-inflationary growth, financial system not currently positioned to unusually amplify any future shock. They have inside connections to local DMVs to get papers you need to make them legit. So yeah, like I would stop believing what people say. Do not fall for that, Just I think you'll be good, but I don't know if I would trust that. Yeah. Just be careful, man. Just be careful. Why are so many used Mercedes in the U.S. from Canada? I don't know. Baba Baidu new low. Well, Google and NVIDIA is still holding. SPY hasn't hit a new high. I mean, what time is it now? 9:10. We're, 40 minutes off Euro close. But, dude, you ain't done jack today. Again. So yesterday was a little bit more exciting because the opening move and then you chilled. But then what? We started dumping like 10 minutes from now, around 10 yesterday. But at the end of the day, I mean, this is almost like 3 days of doing absolutely nothing. Volume did slow down the last 2 days and you've been getting this weird. Again, it's hard to say doing nothing because NVIDIA and other stocks and Google, they've both advanced and declined at the same time. All the loss from yesterday. Yeah, but it's still down a lot. I can't believe it. That those 3 days from 139 down to 120, that was $450 billion in market cap. That's a lot. Bloomberg Invest underway. $50 billion, 400. It's a lot, bro. It's kind of crazy. Started The Richest Man in Babylon again. Great refresher. Amen, baby. That's my go-to audiobook when I go on a long, long drive. FedEx plays, I posted them on the watch list. And then Boyle UNG going up. I have not seen oil in it. Oil chilled out, actually. Damn, oil went negative. Or? So, yeah, I guess oil's still holding the price from like Wednesday and even Thursday, Friday. But, yeah, oil started to flip. And then bonds are about to hit a new low. And then gold came down. Gold isn't at the low, but it's definitely lower from the day. Breakout or do nothing. It is hard to say, man. I think, more likely we'll probably make our move towards the end of the day. We don't have any data I mean, you have Fed Cook speaking right now. I think you might get one more. You've gotten most of your data for the day, but I mean, today it's just been the constant back and forth between NVIDIA, the 7 names, and the other 493. Start inversing. You got to quit trading. Well, listen, I don't think it's you, man. It's not you. It's me. Just it's summer, so keep that in mind. Like, the market is deathly slow. If you guys haven't realized, I think some of y'all, myself personally, maybe I'm just speaking for myself, but I do better when the market actually moves a shit ton. Like, I need movement. I need real volume. Double, triple what we have now, to the point where, like, it's not just 1 or 2 moves that cause, a breakout or breakdown and then it chills for 7 hours. So you got to be mindful of that. I mean, that's why I like shout out the long term. But like I said, I've been going cash. I have a lot of cash. I still have a couple of plays, but, I'm not too shocked that they're not moving and that it's moving this slow. But, shout out to the long term. And depending on your style and what you're looking for, I mean, we are going to need some like big movement to get like real crazy movements. So we'll see, man. We'll see. I got cash in short-term bonds yet, or collecting on yield. Actually, my trading account, I haven't put it towards bill yet. I don't know. Maybe I should buy a 3-month bond. I don't have NVIDIA in the long term, no. I wish, man. But I was looking. I mean, I'm happy with what I grabbed at the other moment, but we had our shot and missed it. Do you think I should take out all of my savings and put it into dividend stocks like MO, etc.? No. I don't think any, like, should I just take everything out and, like, I usually don't like those plans, if that makes any sense. And, like, even if you come into, somebody was asking me, a lot of people actually, they're like, Josh, I got a settlement coming. I got this happening. What would you do with this amount? And, like, slow and steady. So, like, the same thing that we vibe with, is just, like, little by little. The more you, like, if you have a big amount of money, if you really want to move your savings in there, like, you little by little every month and, have a plan. Yeah, slow and steady wins the race. I mean, that's the whole point, bro. The long term is not sexy. And, like, if you really, like, I think it's fascinating that the long terms are where they're at. The small account is at $20,000. The big account almost at $200,000. But it's like, it's all little by little. And it's not exciting. I mean, at these moments, I know you may want some more action, but, slow and steady is a great way to move money. Sometimes you miss out on stuff, but as long as you're constantly doing it, it does balance out. So if you wanted to move savings, I mean, make sure you just still follow the rules, I hope you save 10% of your income, and I hope you put it towards, the right places. But if you already have a decent amount saved, it's going to be about slowly exposing that money and getting it out there, monthly, little by little, and then that should hopefully snowball and create something good. No, the long term, you said it is sexy, it's not gangster. Nah, it's just the long term is not sexy at all. Do you know how many people get turned off by the idea if you're like, yeah, you'll make 5% in a year? Yeah, man, you'll make 10%. Yeah, maybe in a couple of years you'll get some money, a little bit more than what you put in, and then you'll get 5% guaranteed. You know how many people hate that? Especially, I go look around, bro. NVIDIA moved 5% yesterday. Why would I play with Nvidia move 5%? Why would I do that? What a waste of time. So, yeah. Oh, yeah, you guys, I'm the only one who could say sexy in here. I'm sorry. Otherwise, Nightbot will clap you because of this sex bots. My bad. Yeah, I should have let you know. You guys are getting swatted like flies. $3M, yeah, pop. Good call out. Check for headlines on that. I don't see anything yet. And then PayPal got a price target raise. And Vista. $3M still going. I don't see a headline. Oh, Josh Brown, CNBC. Well, there you have it. Why not put Nvidia, Tesla, Apple in the long term? I mean, the only one out of that list that got cheap was Nvidia. So, I mean, I'll get my opportunity. Again, we bought Meta at $90. We got Netflix at 180 or 160 or something. So, I waited until the solid names came down. That's why Nvidia is the only one I regret. Like, Tesla's still mad expensive. Apple never came back down to 10-year lows. Nvidia was the only one that got cheap, and that's the one I would like maybe regret. But then again, like as time has shown, we will get an opportunity. I'm here every day. God willing, I'll still be around. But if any of those like high quality, innovative names, if they come down, it's there. But it's not like I'm never gonna buy them. But I'm taking advantage of the timing. There's a time to plant and there's a time to harvest. And if there's already other names that are up right now, I'm using this opportunity to buy the cheap stuff. Because then one day the cheap stuff won't be cheap. And then, the expensive stuff will be cheap.
So that was my final trade yesterday.
Yeah, Josh Brown pumping 3M.
Yesterday. And unlike 3M, Devin has a great C-suite, an existing C-suite. And I almost sold it before earnings last quarter because it's been a painful stock to own. Devin has underperformed on an absolute and a relative basis. Rich Moncrief came out last quarter. They were very aware of it. They've been increasing their stock buybacks, foregoing giving more distributions to investors because the stock was so cheap. This year, they raised guidance. Free cash flow is going to be at 15% from 2023. They're expanding production. And I think this team understands this stock has been an underperformer. They have a strong team. And I think as energy continues to have tailwinds, if they continue to execute, earnings don't come out until July 31st. I think the next move up, you can go into the low 50s. And as long as it stays above this $46, you have really good support. And I think it can move up nicely to, once again, the low 50s. If next quarter they continue to execute as planned.
Okay.
Devin.
So we look at the flows from, we do this all the time from Bank of America, right? Their client flows. And money's been coming out of, some of these other cyclical areas or ones that have been sensitive to moves in rates like financials, but you're buying more Bank of America here, Steph.
Yeah,
Why?
I mean the stock,
it's a big position for you now. Top
huge.
five.
Definitely top five. I mean, I just think at 1.2 times book value, and they have the wealth management piece, they have the capital markets piece. I actually think when earnings come about for the banks in general, net interest income is going to beat expectations. JP Morgan actually raised their net interest income twice this quarter, and I think that that's also going to bode well for Bank of America. And I like I think their management is doing a great job in terms of expense control too. So I just thought, the stock hasn't really done much since last quarter, and it's very cheap. And so, yeah, it's a top five position.
Okay. I mentioned the sensitivity of rates for some of these financial stocks. They have obviously done well at certain instances, but they've been kind of volatile. It speaks to what's been going on with the Fed and some of the Fed speak that we've gotten this week, including more today from Fed Governor Lisa Cook. Speaking right now at the Economic Club of New York, Steve Leisman has our headlines. It's an important voting member. So what's happening here?
Yeah, Scott, let's continue the conversation you and I had at 3 o'clock where you pointed out that we had a couple Fed folks, Daly from San Francisco yesterday and Goolsby from Chicago with me in the morning, talking about some of the weakness in the economy. And Cook kind of continues that theme a little bit here. She says, at some point, Fed Governor Lisa Cook, that is, at some point it will be appropriate to reduce the level of policy restriction, depending upon the economic data. But she sees signs of strain emerging among low to moderate income consumers, and goes on to say that recent data suggests the U.S. economy is slowing, or growth is slowing. Policy, she says, is restrictive at this point, and the jobs numbers show a tight but not overheating labor market. She sees inflation moving gradually lower this year and more sharply lower next year. The risk to employment and the Fed's inflation goals have moved into better balance. And finally, she says the current policy is well positioned to respond to changes to the economic outlook. So it's got a little more emphasis on the weakness, but not much of a change in what they're saying about what to do about policy, at least not any immediate change.
No, but it's sort of, you read between the lines of sometimes what they don't say or elaborate fully on. We are getting, I think, more, as we discussed yesterday, of talk about risks, of waiting too long, of weakness starting to show up in the economy. You're going to get PCE on Friday. We talked about the prospects of July being a live meeting. Maybe it ends up being, as you suggested yesterday, more live than the market is realizing.
Well, I was just thinking that if you got 2 good months, Friday was supposed to get 0.1 month over month, which would reduce the year over year by 0.2, and then you get another good one in July, for June in July, that will become just before the July meeting. Well, the Fed can count 4 good months, and I think there'll be some substantial questions for Chair Powell about why he isn't reducing rates.
Good stuff, Steve. Thanks for these headlines and the conversation around it. That's Steve Leisman. Up next, a sleeping giant. That is what one top firm is calling this stock that Josh owns. We will debate it, and we'll do it in our calls of the day next.
Are you following the Halftime Report podcast? What are you waiting for? Look for us in your favorite podcasting app. Follow the Halftime Podcast now.
Get the podcast. I went pee real quick. That's why it hit the ad for a little bit. Not bad, Chattadonia. Not bad. And then Procter & Gamble. That's getting clapped there still. I feel like I've seen that all day. Low ticker did pick up. Macy's went on the high. 3M. That was the, what's it called? The Josh Brown pump. I don't know if it's still going. 3M has been very interesting. 102. Honestly, ever since they split the healthcare thing, and then even though they cut the dividend, they did good. We figured I was pooping. No, I was just quick pee, man. Quick pee. Still 9:30. We got almost 3 hours in. 5 more. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Drink your water, man. Tesla. How do I like my coffee? Iced? The hell in that email? I didn't take a look yet, though. Let's see. Oh, that looks beautiful, man. Nice. I got mountains. Montana. And then, Montana, if you guys register your cars there, there's no tax, and you can register without the car being there. It's a fun fact. MO, yeah. I mean, why are you asking about MO? How familiar are you with the long term? But yeah, I do like it. But it is expensive. I mean, our last purchase in March, it's up tremendously. Yeah, man, I'm a big fan of nature. Fed Cook still talking. Their challenges measuring housing inflation defensible to include owner's equivalent rent and CPI. Huh? On 88.40 on Whirlpool. I don't know, man. Whirlpool is kind of attractive, but I don't like the risk with the dividend because I kind of want it because of the dividend. Obviously, you know the company Whirlpool, and it's been around for a while, but I would just hate to be in another one where I have a plan, you know, and then it shifts. You want to add it to your long term, but why now is what I'm asking. So I've been buying MO for several years on stream and everything, so that's why I'm kind of wondering why now, or like, were you not aware? Because I own more MO than I do Airbnb, believe it or not. Because you guys know I love Airbnb and I'm like biased and I can't think of anything else except for Airbnb. But somehow I own more MO than Airbnb. So I like it a lot, but the problem with MO, it is a very big outperformer this year, I guess, compared to all the other dividend ones. Snowflake, I don't like, unfortunately. I don't really know what they do. I know a lot of Chads like them, and when they were cheap, people bought them, but yeah. Nah, Snap, I haven't bought in 4 years. I'm ready to sell another covered call, but we're still up on all of our Snaps. You saw someone mention it and you haven't heard it before? Oh, no way. Well, check out this channel and go to the community tab, and you could see the long term. And like I'll post them anytime I make changes. But yeah, we've a lot of Chads have been on MO for a while, so I'd keep it on your list. The dividend is high, and obviously I'm sure you're familiar with the cigarette industry. But the problem is that we have to is like I'd probably wait until it comes back down, unless you want to start the position and then kind of go through it here. But it's decent. It's decent. You had it there? Yeah, bro. So every long term, I mean, I have a big long term that I don't show on YouTube. And you know, that's where, like, when I first started in the early days, I would be like, get a long term. It's good for you guys. And they're like, you just got lucky. You bought and then it doesn't matter. But then, you know, we made the, what's it called? We made the YouTube accounts. And the general idea was, I was like, well, we could just start it brand new. And so we made several of them, but I post all of these. So every trade we've done live, and then we post it up there. But this is how it looks if you go to the channel, though. Should be able to see it all. It's doing good. It's doing good. The hardest part of trading is being patient, but how do you deal with FOMO from options trading? You just can't give it attention, too much attention. I mean, let me ask you this. How many, like, ex-girlfriends do you have in this life? Maybe 1, maybe 2, maybe 10. But, like, do you look at everything they still do to this day? So that is the same thing with an option. If you keep stalking it, bro, and you keep looking and you keep like being invested in it, you're gonna feel a certain way. So I suggest you just block that shit and move on with your life. That's especially during summer. You know what I'm saying? Because there's a lot out there in summer, but it's just like you're gonna get a lot of FOMO and get drawn into a very slow market right now, and it might clap you. It's a great analogy. I hope so. I hope. But then again, like, it kind of makes sense. Some of y'all, if you are tripping on those options FOMO, you probably stalk all of your ex-girlfriends. You know what I'm saying? So you might need a little behavioral change. You know what I'm saying? And just move on, baby. There's a good life ahead of you. Heal. You can't take everything with you, remember? That's it. Some stuff is just, you can't take it, bro. You can't take it. When you add to the YouTube, do you add to your OG long term? No, I mean, at some point, I've really stopped kind of playing. I've added cash and bonds. That's about it. And then, but usually it's a mix of cash. And then, AIM is popping. Hold on. I don't know why I had this up. That bird flu play. You're getting a volume pump. But be careful with this. I only flipped this one for a day. Oh, I guess that volume's incorrect. My other chart showed 200,000. Never mind. See, though, if that does pick up. How many companies max? I would try to get less than 12 a year. That's a good way. But even then, diversification is good, but just don't get overly diversified. That's where you'll kind of have a problem. I think Whirlpool, I mean, if you really want to go for the dividend, it's there. No, AIM is popping. Am I tripping? I don't know. My one chart is tweaking out. It said it went up to 40. Yeah, I don't know, man. Summertime. I like UPS too. Their dividend isn't as high. But I don't know, man. Why has Whirlpool declined so much? I know it's linked a little bit to the real estate stuff, but I like the dividend a lot. But if they cut that dividend, bro, then we're screwed. It's not good at all. Their payout ratio is too high. Yeah, well, I just know, like, Wall Street right now, I don't know if it was all the money and everything else that happened, but, like, everybody's a crackhead, and they don't give a shit about cutting divvy. Yeah, bro, AIM is popping. That's so weird. My one chart is showing it before the other one. But, yeah, AIM just shot up like 10% there. So, I don't know. Good luck with that one. But that's the bird flu play. Remember, there was bird flu stuff that came out from the CDC earlier. What's UPS's yield at? And that's ZimV, that bio one. That's still holding up. QE. What's up, baby? Good morning. Yeah, dividend 4.8 on UPS isn't bad. And UPS is probably going to move today after FedEx. So UPS, I don't know if they're still at the low. Like, they're definitely not bargain bin the same way. Like, UPS is still kind of up there. But, like, Whirlpool is bargain bin. Whirlpool, you're going back 14 years in time. Last time I hear was 2020, or you're getting back to, like, 2012, 2010 levels. And it's paying 9%, 8%. But that's a lot. So or 7.8, whatever it is. But the yield on Whirlpool says it's risky. So, like I'm saying here, man, there has been no shame. Like, we've watched literal like dividend aristocrats with 60 years of raising dividends. They have straight up like cut their dividend. Nobody gives a shit anymore. So you got to watch out for it. But yeah, if I want to get my divvy, I think I'm gonna wait though, because I got another dividend coming. We're still gonna get a little bit of cash off of the bill or the SPACs, and then hopefully towards the end of the year, one of our names. But I need to get some more dividends, and then I will complete my objective of the year. We are still on pace to get 2 deposits in dividends a year if we could complete our goal. So I still got 6 months. 6 months to increase my yield to 6,000. So my objective was to increase my dividends by 50%. So since we've created the long term, the last like 3-4 years, we've been able to increase our dividend yield by 50% every year. So the account's getting bigger and bigger. is getting higher and higher, it's harder to increase, right? But this year, end of last year, we were at like $4,000 in dividends a year. So my goal was to bring that up to $6,000, get another 50% dividend increase and get us to $6,000. And then the best part is that $6,000, that would be 2 deposits extra. So I'm depositing $300 or $3,000, depending on the size of the account, every month. But now, if we're yielding $600 or $6,000 a year in dividends, that now means I'm getting 14 deposits a year. Because again, I'm reinvesting all of it. So I like that a lot. That means now we've created 2 months of work for free just by buying and holding dividend stocks. You don't think people buying whirlpools for their tenants? But new builds, definitely, depending. But then you can get some cheaper options. But yeah, man, that's why I like that goal, though. Because if we could get it, man, but it's going to be hard, though. That means next year we got to raise it to 9,000. That'll be hard. That will be hard. Lessons, you were talking about import-export index. I don't think we did. We were talking about like the net trade and like the gains you get, but you're saying when you export the dollar, you've heard lately the dollar is being exported. Yeah, it has nothing to do with the lesson, unfortunately. We'll get into that when we get in. I think that'll be like chapter 12 or 13. You could skip ahead if you have the book if you'd like, but the like dollar export is going to be related to like the money like moving around, but not because of like trade. So net trade gains, and what it was talking about yesterday was if you export more than you import, or if you import more than you export. So it was talking about like, you know, like Russia could be an example. Like imagine they sell oil and then they buy everything else. So if they sell more oil than they import manufacturing goods, then they get a net trade gain off of that. And then vice versa, if they sell less oil or they import more stuff than they export, then they're behind. And then that's good to know, because when we get into it, we're going to be talking about it. But the whole like exporting the dollar and all that, that's kind of a phrase that people use, but it's not necessarily related to what that lesson was on yesterday at all. Can you explain why over-diversification is bad? I generally thought diversification was the name of the game. Yeah, I mean, balance on everything. But it's, you know, why it's bad is we saw it the other day when I went over the long-term reviews, because it has to, if you have too many names, you're not going to make that much progress. So imagine if you had $1 in 500 stocks rather than $500 in one stock, and then multiply that by any factor of 10 you would like. It just, the more names you have, the more, like, if you're overly diversified, yeah, you're spread too thin. That's the simple way to put it. So, yeah, it'll be harder for you to lose money, but then you could spend 10, 20, 30, 40 years in the market and not necessarily, benefit as much because you're spread too thin. Whereas, like, think about it, you know, you could have had NVIDIA in your portfolio, but if you had 500 other names, you're not making that much, versus if you only had 10 names in your portfolio and one of them was NVIDIA or Meta, that benefited you a lot more. Yeah, speedboat versus cruise ship. That's a decent example. I like that. Yeah, so diversify for sure, and also think about it. Yeah, I would get an ETF at that point, for real, if you are going to go that crazy. But a lot of things I've even been talking about, and I think people need to understand this, there's also a diversification in the type of assets that you have. And that's where I really believe that's the name of the game. It's like, I don't think you're long-term. I would diversify. I wouldn't get like crazy, you know, having 100 names or something like that. I definitely would not do that. But think about how there's different assets. Like you could have cash, You could have equities, real estate. You can invest in private equity. You can invest in a literal physical business. You could get into real estate. You could be flipping real estate, have short-term real estate, that is short-term rentals like Airbnbs, and then you could have long-term rentals. You could have expensive luxury real estate and cheap real estate. You know, there's so many ways to diversify assets. Even then, you can start getting into arts and collectibles and all that other stuff. I'm waiting for the mother effer to say watches, just as long as you don't wear them. But that's another element that I believe is the real name of the game. It's not just stocks. It's not just real estate. It's kind of a mix of all of these, and then making sure you don't get spread too thin in every single category. NNE, yeah, I've heard that a few times, I feel like, today. What's the other one? There was like Nextel or something. Nanonuclear. I think they had a headline today. The volume might be glitching out, bro. It does this on E-Trade sometimes. Yeah. So there was some in the morning, but that little spike here, I don't think that was real. And then SPY, bro, we're going a little lower. My goodness. So you still went a little lower yesterday. Where's equal? Equal weight's dumping, bro. Equal weight's down 1%. So ironically, NASDAQ goes up 1. Equal weight down by 1% now, 0.99. And then S&P barely green, and then Dow's down by 1, and then Russell down by 0.6. You have to anytime you buy a new stock in Schwab, you got to enable the reinvestment. Because that's what happened to me. A couple of them didn't go through. It was kind of annoying. I'm even going to double check. Oh, shit. I don't know if Colt's sister, I might have to re-enable that for her. So, yeah, you got to go through and then find, like it says, reinvest, question mark. So make sure it just says yes. It says no on the ones that don't pay a dividend. See, like Baba, I don't know why. Yeah, it says because the security is ineligible. So Baba, you can't reinvest. PayPal doesn't pay a dividend and everything else, yeah. But the other day, it screwed me because my Pfizer didn't reinvest. My super's turned off. No, some people said there was an issue with it the other day. That's YouTube. YouTube and my account, you know, it's a love-hate relationship. Oh, shit, CCL? So SPY going lower still. It's dumping again. Equal weight is getting more. Those CCLs ended up frogging. It went up another 4%. I made 70%. I thought it would have been a little bit more if it actually continued, but hey, we'll take it. So NVIDIA a little bit off the top, but that went another 2. Man, Google's up 5%. Okay. That didn't up. I was like, no way Google's up 5. Up 1.6. LVMH, the world's largest luxury group, has acquired Switzerland-based specialty clockmaker La Epée 1859. Reuters. DoorDash, I don't know. Oh, they're killing it. Mitochondria season, you guys remember that? In this AI, that thing's up 17. SPY flushing a little harder now. I don't know, man. This feels a lot like, yeah, I think even down to the damn time, we did the dump at the same exact time. You guys remember? Literally. Bro, like to a T. You can't make this shit up. I guess we dropped a little bit earlier, but it's the same thing. You kind of held pin. Just yesterday you had more upside, but 944 you're going. So now you're lower than yesterday. 54.47. What is the next level? Oh, shit. Do you guys want me to tell you? I don't have to tell you, but I can tell you right now if you would like me to. I could give you the next levels. So this is level number 1, 47. Next level will be 54.42 to 40. Then 54.32. And then maybe 23, but then really I'd be looking out for 54.16 to 54.02. What's this? Do you know what this is? Do you see this right here? This little wick? And again, that's where you are right now. You're at the top end. What is that? Powell. Yeah. So this level is kind of important because now, like, borderline, you're unchanged since Jerome Powell, a little bit higher. So, yeah, you got to go up a little bit more and come down. Remember the Zaza and all of that stuff. Like, literally, the Zaza hasn't even moved, rate cut odds or anything of that nature. But that's what I'm referring to is that price from 2 Wednesdays ago. So right here. Oh, I guess. No, that was only one Wednesday? No. Other Wednesday was closed, yeah. Well, yeah, you're right back to Powell. So, yeah, we're bouncing off the level. You hit that level and then bounced up. If that's either going to be support or if it comes down, those 32.20, those are going to be low. Damn, mitochondria, that thing popped. Yeah, bond auction in 10 minutes, 2-year. We have 5-year and 7-year tomorrow and Thursday as well. You have a pile of old EE 30-year bonds from the early 2000s. They're all between 1% and 3% and over face value. Should I cash them in or sit a few more years for full maturity? I could either take the money and put it in the long term, or if I really want the bonds, I can get a better investment rate on new bonds. Not financial advice, but what would you do? I mean, how would you, like, you're not losing if you cash them out now? So if you cash them out and you're not losing, I mean, I think you have the right idea. If you really wanted to hold the bond, just throw that shit into some higher yielding one now. But yeah, if it's already above the face value and you've already got to collect the yield on it and you're not losing money, because most people holding a 1 to 3 year, 30-year bond, they're getting clapped. So if that's somehow paying you out and it's not a loss, I would get out of that shit. And then I think tax implications, I mean, talk to your advisor, but I don't even think you have to worry too much about it. Because, again, you'll just get taxed on the yield depending. I mean, it's a corporate, I'm assuming, EE. But, yeah. And then I'll just go buy the 5. They're all slightly over face value. They were a gift from the get-go. You had an aunt that would get us savings bonds. Yeah. So you will have a tax liability to it, but and then maybe factor that into the net profit. But, again, assuming you're not losing, I would probably put that into a higher yielding bond that pays out higher now. Not a recommendation. RGS going up. Are we doing earnings previews? No, unfortunately. I compiled the earnings previews into the 1,000 like requirement. So if we, no plays, no earnings previews. That's y'all leave me hanging. I gotta leave you hanging. Sanofi said to seek bids for $20 billion consumer arm. Jeez, that could be big. Sanofi popping off of that. Good call on that one. So again, I forgot who it was. Anybody who said there's another company selling a unit and they went crazy. But Sanofi doesn't really move, but watch out for that. Yeah, keep watch on that. It's a slow mover, though. It's the only thing I don't like about it. But that news, that $20 billion is a lot. So usually these companies just end up spinning off. But, I mean, great. That's like 20% of their company. A little bit less than that. Non-event example, J&J. You can't trade Sanofi on Robinhood? Why not? I know it's an ADR, but that seems kind of weird. It's Rock Nation. And then Bond. Oh, crap. We didn't do push-ups at 9:30. All right, guys. Move around. I don't know if I could. I'm late, so I don't know if I could play the music, but I got to stand up and do a hip workout real quick. On the next episode of The Stock Market Hates You, traders realize the market sucks during summer. No, man, I don't know. We're going to make a lot of trade. It's going to be a lot of fun. It wasn't fun at all. No. The news is going to get... Everything moves off of the news. It didn't move at all. No. Trust me, NVIDIA and AI, it's going to be... Only Wall Street profited. Find out as traders hurt each other trying to get $10 because there's no money available. Brought to you by Tesla. You love these segments? Bro, you know what I realized? You know, like, all the little, like, trading remixes? And, like, how I always be remixing songs? I didn't know, but that's like there is like a huge, like, comedy market for that. I didn't know. I didn't realize it, bro. Because LT went to that stand-up guy. I don't know if you saw it. You know the guy from Friday, Craig Robinson. So LT told me he went to the stand-up there, and he told me what was going on, and like all he did was like it was like he was on a piano, and he would do songs, and he was doing. And I was like, wow, I never really thought about it. But yeah, apparently that is a realm of comedy. There's Sanofi now, 1%. I put out a stream alert. I don't have a play on it. Be careful, but it's interesting. I know Weird Al Yankovic, but I thought that was just like I didn't, like, people will go out and perform this at like a comedy show. I never thought it. That's all Craig. Yeah, dude, it's crazy. I didn't know that. He had a funny joke. Oh, can I share with you one of his jokes? LT told me because he knew I'd like it. He said, think about it, man, like everything modern, like the pound sign, hashtag, right? He's like Netflix, Blockbuster, Uber, taxi. And he said Airbnb, Underground Railroad. I was like, all right, that kind of makes sense. It's a pretty funny joke. If you really think about it, Airbnb just be swagger jacking from the olden days. So I was like, man, I like a good Airbnb joke. That was probably the best Airbnb joke I heard. Oh no, I'm not. I don't think I'm more talented than Craig, because I've seen his stuff, bro. He's very good at like playing the music. Like he could like he's an artistic person. Like he knows how to play the piano and shit. You don't get the Airbnb joke? No, it's okay. It happens. Solar Edge note offering. Bond auction in 2.5 minutes. No, it's a joke, man. It's a joke. It's a Craig Robinson joke. You still keep getting Fed Cook comments. Yeah, deep joke. Not for everybody. I thought it was clever. It's Rock Nation. Each and every day. Oh, my goodness. Zim V, yeah, 17.99. That was the one that earlier had the, what's it called? He says One Nation? I thought he says Rock Nation. What? Oh, this is like when y'all butcher the Uncle song sometimes. Sometimes I hear people, like, I don't correct people because I'm like, fuck it, just let them have a good time. But yeah, no way. It says One Nation? I thought it says Rock Nation. One Nation. That makes sense. Damn, bro. That's crazy. Lexus. I was about the Lexus. Example, Exhibit A. Well, I didn't know that. All right, bond auction, 30 seconds. You're going to get the when issued. It's a 2-year auction. It's more policy sensitive, but with everything, we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. Oakland Mayor Sheng Thao, Chief of Communications, resigns following FBI raid. Oh, shit, bro. All right. Let me see the number. And, bro, Tim, good shit, dog. That long term growing, baby. Fuck yeah. Good work, bro. Good work. Amen, bro. I love to see it. All right. Come on, 2-year bond auction. Or am I tripping? Is it not at 1? No, yeah, it should be happening. 12 p.m. Wait, what? No, 1 p.m. Previous was 4.917. And then you just keep getting Fed Cook comments where things can change rapidly in the job market. SF90. I feel you, man. Bro, it sucks. You know what car I want? I told you, man, I made a friend the other day, and he's trying to sell me this car, and I'm fighting really hard to not buy it, bro. I really don't want to, but it's my dream car. It's one of my favorites. Yeah, but it's crazy. I don't know. I don't see the when issued yet. I have to go to Treasury Direct. What car? I need 100 likes, and I'll tell you. Otherwise, you'll just have to wait if I get it or not. But I don't want to do it. Because I thought about it. And last time I was presented with this situation, if I just bought a house instead, it ended up, that was the winner, as always. Let's see. Let's see if you guys like cars more than morning plays. 100 likes. 100 like offer. Cart's ripping. Again, DoorDash was already up. And then 2-year bond, 4.706. So again, I don't know what the when issued was, but bonds are moving around. It looks decent. Actually, 4.7 is a lot lower than the last one. Last one was 4.9, but it's higher than the 4.6 coupon. Primary dealers accepted 9%. Tenured U.S. 2 years. Directs take 58. Indirect 70. Again, these auctions have been strong lately. Bid to cover 2.7. A lot of covering. And then 4.76. 53% awarded at high. Not bad. You just jumped into Rolls-Royce, honest opinion. I'm not a big fan. They don't own the car unit. It's just the engines. But the engines aren't bad. I mean, I don't think Rolls-Royce will be doomed to hell, but it's not necessarily my favorite play. How many likes? You need 30 likes, actually. Not that bad. We got a lot of car people in here. So they were down with that. I mean, it's like a affordable, unaffordable car, if that makes sense. It's not like an Enzo, because I love an Enzo, but like those are like $1 million. So unfortunately, $1 million I think is my cutoff. I don't think I could ever spend $1 million on a car. Even if I made $1 billion, I don't think I could. My mom would get so mad at me. I still have to tell my mom the price of cars, and I have to take off the last digit. So I'm like, yeah, it was $18,000. And she goes, this is still expensive. So, yeah, it's hard, bro. It's hard. So that bond auction didn't really do much. Dang, you guys are 2 likes short. But that's good, though. It's good to see y'all show up. You know what I'm saying? Good to you guys came in with the likes, man. So I'm talking about. And then SPY going lower. SPY did not like it. Tesla going down. 54.46. And this is back to, again, watch these levels here. I'll give you guys the call out. Just look for the close of Powell, top of Powell, then the bottom of Powell. Those are going to be your levels. The Cybertruck wrapped. So the car got totaled because of the windshield. There was rain and then it broke. So now there's no more Cybertruck. And because I didn't get insurance on it, because they wouldn't insure me because it's California. Because they were like, oh, we got to charge you for it. I was like, no. I'm just kidding, you guys. No, it'll be done on Thursday. Yeah, I'm just fucking around today. I've made a lot of jokes. I don't know. Yeah, I'm definitely kidding. But if you hate Elon, you laughed for a little. You're like, yeah, good. Fuck you, Elon. You had a Nissan Silvia GTIR and a 4-door R32. Damn, bro. You live in the Need for Speed underground life, bro. I respect it. Amen. All right, so this was the car I was going to get before. I was going to get this car before the Urus. I don't think I'm going to do it, but homie offered me a really good deal. But I don't know. It is a Ferrari 812 Superfast. I dream about it. I don't know why. I still, it's calling my name, a V12 front engine, bro. Yeah, but I don't want to do it. I'd rather just go get another crib, to be honest. I love that car, though. I fucking love it. Yeah, I know. It's a good deal, though. They've kind of depreciated, though. That's the thing. And there's a new model coming out. There's they're remaking another, it's not the 812 remake, but it's the next V12 in line. You deserve it. Nah, man, I've been blessed already. I have way too many cars, bro. It's not. This isn't a matter of deserving it. We should go feed the children or something, or I'll just probably buy another house. Do both, maybe if I actually need the tax write-off. I always need the tax write-off, but if I do a bigger flip here, because I've had a lot of decent deals this year, man. Auction a B+, not bad. No, that's the thing. Ferraris appreciate after 15 or 10 years. That's the problem, because if you buy them after a couple of years, you still have a certain amount of floor that could happen. The SF90, yeah, because they're dropping Ferrari, dude. They're dropping, and they'll it's just been coming down a lot. That's the only problem. So like some of these Ferraris are cheaper. Like a couple months ago, a year ago, you couldn't find a Ferrari under sticker. Like even the used ones were going for sticker price at when they were used with like a couple thousand miles. So now they've dropped. Wait till everything becomes electric. Yeah, I know. But I don't know. I think Porsche and Lambo, they're figuring out the electric thing. All they're doing is hybrid, like putting an electric motor in these supercars just to make them compliant. I got rid of the Italia, bro. I'm mad that what I sold some of my other cars for, bro. It's disgusting how much they've appreciated. Not all of them, but it's crazy. And I told you, the Lambo, that thing got sold 4 times. So my Lambo that I already flipped got 4 other owners. No, I don't miss the Lambo. I'm glad I got rid of it. I see them everywhere. It's not even like it's everywhere. It's a good car. It's a great car, actually. I think give it like 3 years when you could get like a Urus for like $100,000 or like 120. It'll have a lot of miles. That's a good car. I would go grab that. No, he's not. He's giving it to me for a little bit more than 300, and it's a good spec, and it's like a 450 MSRP sticker. So I don't know. The guy's the homie, bro. He's a really cool guy. I don't know how I met this dude. He wanted one of my old cars back in the day, and then he hit me up, and then I told him I floated the idea. He was like, "What's your dream car?" And I was like, "I always wanted an 812 Superfast." And then he's like, "I have one." And I'm like, "Oh. You could afford 300 cash? That's crazy." Well, all I have to do is sell the long term. I should have told you guys that. So my plan was to buy the Ferrari, but I was going to liquidate the long term, because you guys didn't get 1,000 likes on the video in the morning. So I just said, fuck it. I might as well just go buy a Ferrari. You know what I'm saying? So, because like this right here, so I'd still have to I think I could cover the rest. But, I got 185 here. I could just flush that out real quick. And then, then we get the 20,000 from the small account. So that's it. We could come up with the difference. I should have told you guys that in the beginning. My bad. I left out some key details. You're cheesing, fam. Yeah. I'm just kidding. I would never. Respectfully, I'd have to slap you. Amen, bro. That's my brother right there. Amen. Amen. That's exactly what I would tell you. That's a real one right there, man.
Joe Biden get
I'll be right back. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity.
Somebody, and you think the guy's going to teeter over at any minute. You literally hold your breath, hoping that he gets through the event. And that's just because of his appearance and the way he talks. And sometimes he gets so quiet, you think, he's just sort of not got enough air in him to produce a sound. And yet, at the same time, he produced a great performance at the State of the Union where everyone's like, hey, if he could just do that every day, we wouldn't even be talking about age. Look, let's face it. These are 2 geriatrics running for president. Age is an issue. Whether they like it or not, the American public have basically said they don't want either one of them because they're both too old and out of sync with where America is today. And so they got to put up with this kind of scrutiny because it is what it is. And American public is not happy with these choices. It's why 70% of the public in most of these polls say they'd rather have a different choice than both of them. So these are 2 guys standing on a stage Thursday night where the majority of the country would rather have somebody else to debate on both sides of the equation. So they have a job to do, which is overperform, to look energetic, to appear ready for the job, to think you can survive 4 more years of this kind of tough gruel as a president of the United States. And I think voters deserve that. They want to see that it's survivable.
Janae, I'd love for you to weigh in on what Joe was just asking Rick, the idea that the age question is just covered more when it comes to Biden than it is for Trump, who is just 3 years younger at 78.
Yes, well, we see much more of President Biden in the media because he's on, the world stage. He's both the commander in chief and leader of the free world, and also a candidate for a second term. And so, when you talk about what his schedule must be like, or must have been like over the last couple of months, you're talking about somebody who is participating on the world stage, meeting with foreign leaders. You're also talking about somebody who's traveling to battleground states across America to make sure that the message of this campaign is heard in communities all across the country. And so when you look at the rigor that President Biden is under, with the amount of work that he has to do to accomplish that list of things, yes, you would find that anyone would be probably a little worn out. But what I think we've seen from President Biden, especially on the campaign trail, and I've been on the ground and I've seen him at rallies, I've seen him in small group settings, is a president who is energized, who's enthused, and who's ready to take on Donald Trump on Thursday night.
Rick, we started this hour talking with Josh Wingrove about something the Biden campaign is labeling cheap fakes as opposed to deep fakes. And it's this idea that they're seeing edited, maybe slightly altered video of Joe Biden looking old. And they're basically asking, not only calling them out when they see them, but they're asking supporters to flood the zone with their own videos to make Donald Trump look crazy with some of the things that he says. You've run presidential campaigns. How would you handle this new element, this new reality of cheap fakes, as they call them?
Look, I mean, campaigns have always had trouble with being taken out of context, or just a small quote within a broader context that makes it sound bad. And I'm always torn, because I think in this case, the more they draw attention to it, the more we talk about his age, and his age is the vulnerability. It's not Trump's. I think that the Biden campaign could do a better job of attacking Trump on his own gaffes and infirmaries. I mean, there's not a single event goes by that Donald Trump doesn't go off on something about, like, how much water in a toilet bowl. I mean, like, does the American people really care? I think that these campaigns could sharpen their attacks a lot more, and certainly the Biden campaign can. He basically left Donald Trump alone for 6 months, when the campaign started. So, but like, it always makes me cringe whenever the Biden campaign starts talking about how they're being treated unfairly because he's old, because they're just reminding voters that he's old. And it's not avoidable. There's nothing that the campaign.
This guy's funny.
To change that.
Who is
status.
this? Rick Davis, Stone Court Capitol Republican
Janae, I'd like to ask you about an essay.
He's like, got 2 geriatrics, bro. He's old. Oh man. LPG. Yeah, man, Hillary Clinton is the real loser in all of this. Because, like, imagine, like, Trump beat Biden. Or Biden beat Trump. But then Hillary couldn't even take out Trump. She could take out 180 other individuals. I'm just kidding. Don't hurt. I got to go. We're sorry for that brief interruption. Please hold while our regularly scheduled programming continues. Gratata. Chatadonia. Like that. Tell the people that PHILO water is back. Williams Sonoma kind of flushing here. Oh, wow. Double flush. Already down 5. Hi. So, Chatadonia. How are y'all living, man? I hope you guys are doing good. I hope you're ready for another glorious PHILO, man. And I hope today, I don't know, man. Today, it's kind of a weird PHILO. It's definitely something, I don't know. I had a very interesting moment. I started grilling God the other day. I really wanted to know something, and I was really curious as to why certain things or why I behave a certain way or why I even care. So today, I really hope I could encourage you, and at the same time, too, man, I'm very proud of the progress a lot of you have made, but I hope you guys know the more you learn and the more that you understand stuff and the more you take on, bro, I hope you know, I mean, it's not an easy path. And I've been telling y'all this, and like it's something you guys got to think about it, man. Like making money and building a business and actually being successful, that takes its own level of discipline. You're going to make your own sacrifices. You're going to do a lot in that, and that's already difficult enough. So for some of y'all, man, you got to realize it's one thing, a lot of people only care about finances, I'm sure even here, but like you got to think about it, man, like your health, your fitness, even the control of yourself and all these those are all added elements that you need to hold down. So I hope you guys could be encouraged, and I'm proud of you that have stuck with it. And at the same time, what I'm going to talk about today, because I've been saying this a lot, and it made me kind of realize something. And I guess we'll talk about it right now. It's very simple. I've been telling you guys. I don't know if you've heard this lately. And remember, I've been saying, like, listen, man, it's easier to just live your life than trying to say you're living a certain way and not really do it. I told you guys this. You will get rewarded probably. You realize that, right? If you say, "Oh, I want to believe in God. I want to believe in morality. I'm going to sacrifice certain things," like the world hates you if you do that. I don't know if you guys have picked up on it. It's funny because like when you say that, "Oh, of course you want to be the victim," oh, dramatic, but it's like, no, look at it, man. Like I really think objectively that you don't get the same favorability from your peers if you are going around saying, "Oh, like you're just a little nerd," like, you know what I'm saying? You're a little goody two shoes. People don't like that. I don't know. You tell me. Do you agree or not? Because I think it's borderline objective that you will get pushback when it is all said and done. Versus, bro, like right now, like I don't think about it, man. How many of you some of you would probably like me more if I was telling you to do shrooms every day. If I was telling you, "Oh, yeah, just go do all this." I was like, "Yeah, push-up time." Remember, I gave you guys this PHILO, and before I did the PHILO, I told you guys, I was like, "Oh, on push-up time." I was like, "Nah, go take a shot. Go smoke, bro. Go light up a joint real quick. Go hit a stove." No? Come on. And it's such an interesting concept of how the world both accepts and rejects certain things. And this is something where I've been telling you guys a lot. I was saying, listen, man, like, for real, I don't, like, if you are, and maybe this is a big part of it, bro, like, it's not safe choosing certain things. You want to better yourself. You want to put yourself out there. You want to reject what the world accepts. That's not safe. Let's be real about it. That's not going to get you friends and influence. Like, so if you really just want success and you only want certain things, this is why I've been telling y'all, like, for real, just go live your life. For real. So, I've been saying this a lot, but, oh, man. I kind of realized a little bit more of what this type of thinking does. It's pretty wild. IPG exploring sale of prominent digital agency to consult group. IPG, that's up there on the wire as well, and Troy got the post. So IPG pop to India Tata. So again, these headlines have been coming in, and then there's like a little bit of a delay. But yeah, like I told you, man, it's not safe. I'm sorry, my God is not safe. Some of y'all want to make personal improvement decisions. You want to live a certain walk in life. You're not. It's not safe, dude. I hate to break it to you. And this phrase I've been telling you, oh man, it's dangerous. For real. I hope you all pray for discernment. Why I say it's dangerous? Because it's a wedge issue. Borderline me telling you just go live your life, it's a wedge issue. It's politics. It's ideology. Because it's identity politics. Because I'm saying, what's your identity with it? What do you believe or not? Just live that way. You don't need to play this game. And I stand by it. But this is what I'm going to tell you, bro. The other day, oh, man. And it's funny because this morning I got a little bit of an answer when I read the verse of the day. But at the same time, you know, I was sitting there praying. And I was asking God, I was like, bro, why do I like this? Why do I want to improve? Why don't I just accept the world? Why don't I have a midlife crisis? Why don't I just go and reject everything that I've known? Like, why? It would be easier. And I wanted to know why. And I know, yeah, you could bring up a lot of things. You could be chosen, you know, whatever you learn. I've seen a lot of truth, and I've seen things, you know. So this is a question I really had, and I kind of got an answer, but I think there's a little more to it. Like I said, it's funny because I read the verse of the day today, and it talked about this. But why? Like, and I don't know. I was meditating on this, and I was like, God, I like, come on, I gotta press you a little bit. Why? Why am I like this? Why can't I, like, for real? Would it really be easier? And if that's the case, like, why do I have to even think about and worry myself with all these things that other people don't worry about? So, but why is it? Even the times I think about it, bro, because here's the problem. We all are going to slip up and fall short no matter what. Even if you're on a good streak or anything, you are going to fall back, and then you're going to go back, and then you're going to get right back on it, which is great. But it's like that right there. Every time you slip up, you get presented with like, oh, well, there you go. See, you're not like, you're not really about that life. Oh, you've been saying, well, you might as well live this certain way. Like, why are you even trying to stick with it if clearly you keep falling? Like, look at your human nature. Look at all those desires. Imagine, bro. Some of y'all are great people. I don't think I'm an awful person. I think at other times in my life I really have been. You know, I think I've had a demon in me in many ways. But it's like, dude, think about the thoughts that you have on a day-to-day basis. I'll get quiet for a second. I'll let you think about it. Every single one of us, bro, even then, and even the best of us. Imagine the things you've laughed at. You know, deep down, you've gotten joy in other people's failure. There's so many things. You could just go and, like, think about it. All of those thoughts you have, you know, on a day-to-day basis. My goodness. That's why I'm like, man, look at that. It's in us. So it's like, why? Like, I'm like, why do I fight? What's the point of fighting? If it truly is easier, why do I keep going for the hard route? I don't get it. Yeah, I understand some of it, but I had to keep asking this. So why? Yeah, why escape, the quote-unquote matrix? I don't want this to sound like no red pill shit. But why? For real, bro, the blue pill is appealing. Why, when you could go and you could enjoy life, you could be at peace, you could be at peace. It'd be a different type of peace. But why? You never thought what keeps calling you and attracting you to things? The funny part is like maybe I'm asking this on a very deep spiritual level, but you got to think, man, some of y'all were even asking today. You're like, why do I keep trading? Why do I keep doing this? If it's this, why do I keep doing that? Oh, y'all don't feel me. So, this is what I was thinking about. This one, oh man, it gave me some very interesting thoughts. And like I'm saying, it's funny how, I didn't hear a voice from heaven. I didn't hear none of that. But it just like the thoughts kept coming to me. And then I would read stuff and I would come across stuff. I was like, all right, maybe this is it. But quite frankly, there's like only one reason. There's more than one. I say only, but don't let me be too absolute. But I just believe in something bigger. And that's really what it's coming down to. Why do I choose the hard route when I could choose the easy route? The verse is Proverbs. The verse is a righteous man falls 7 times, right? And gets back up again. But why? And how are they still righteous if they keep falling? How? Can you answer that? How are you still righteous if you fall 7 times, 77 times? Why? And why do you keep getting back up? Why? Why do you keep trying? So you tell me what you think it is, because I don't think there's a right or wrong answer, but I really hope as part of this philo you think about it. I think we are chosen to a degree, but I can't rely on that answer. You know what I'm saying? Maybe I'm chosen, but like, nah, hold up. Think of the things I did that weren't chosen. You know what I'm talking about? So that doesn't really hold up. Why would you fail and try to get back on it? So like I said, it's because you believe in something bigger. My answer is that there is something bigger. It's purely off of hope. That's the difference between taking the easy route or not. It's because I think there is something behind door number 2. Door number 1 is easy to open. And I see it. It's a life. It's filled with pleasure, with selfishness. It doesn't have the same pushback as other ways. I don't have to feel guilty about stupid. I don't even have to feel guilty about the words coming out of my mouth. Oh, come on. I could just live, bro. It's the philo. I was at David Hume. I could be the pearl in the ocean. Getting a certain amount of utility. That's it. I could just live, bro, and just live. That's a good option. It's easy. But like I'm saying, I do believe there is something behind door number 2. And that's what it was. That's what I just kept thinking about. Well, what do I believe in? The only reason you would do some of this crazy stuff and choose the difficult route where you would fail and even be in such contradiction to the word, yet you seek something bigger than you and go, is because you have a hope of something more. It's all about hope. And it's funny, man, because I think y'all can apply this spiritually. And I hope you get some value in that. But you also got to think about it, man. This is the long term. This is the number one basis of investing. This is the difference between you having a long term and not. Do you not get it? For real, you either really believe in something more or you don't. So, like, when you see the money, when you see what could happen, what you have, and someone's like, oh, yeah, this could change your life. Do you believe it or not? Bro, it's easier to do nothing or to just live however you want, not do the long term, like, well, I'll see whatever happens in 10 years. Who cares? And not, yeah, I'm not going to pursue it, but because, like, why? Why would I sacrifice my money? Why would I put a budget on myself? Why would I sit here and not participate in certain things when I just see all of this other stuff going on? It's the same thing. This is as much as this is spiritual, this is financial. So for real, y'all need to pick your life, man. And that's why I'm saying it's funny, though. I didn't think how dangerous me saying this would be, because this even this sliced me up, where I realized, where I started asking myself, why? Why do I choose this life? Whether I fail or succeed, whether I'm doing good or doing bad, it's like, why though? Like, for real, why? And the beauty is it reinforces your hope. And I hope it actually turns your attention from the wrong things to the right things. Because when it is all said and done, if there isn't a hope for something bigger, it's a slippery slope. It's hard to go after things if you don't hope for it. If you don't believe and hope for something bigger. And honestly, this is what I was kind of trying to tell some of y'all yesterday, man. Y'all need to heal. And I'm not saying that in some weird postmodern thing. Like, no. You need to find what you could take and what you can't take. But I said something new is going to happen. That's not my words. It says it in the word. But you got to really think about it. On a base level, am I talking spiritual? Yes. But even then, some of y'all in y'all lives, y'all got to start realizing, yeah, something is going to change, and I can make something good out of whatever I have. But you got to have a hope. I'm not here to sell you no prosperity gospel. It's free 99. Y'all don't even got to tithe to me, baby. Don't even trip. But I hope you get it. Because quite frankly, as I examine myself, I'm like, man, if I didn't have a hope for something bigger, if I really wasn't looking for that back end payment, spiritually or financially, I wouldn't do it. Because the allure of everything else is easy, and we love easy, bro. I'm not going to lie to you. Easy sounds nice. Hope is hard. It really is. So believe in something bigger, Chad. And when you ask yourself why you're doing something, I hope you could bring up what you expect in the future. Better yet, tell me what you hope for. And then don't forget, too, there's the final part of it. I don't think I need to. I've talked about this one a lot. But you also got to think about it. Why do I believe certain things? The righteous man, you've slipped so many times. But, think about it. It's reminding all of y'all that, dude, I made it even though I made mistakes. That's okay. Think about it. Why you choose a certain route and why even then you will fail and get back on and pursue is part of that. You are going to slip up, but if you have a hope, you will continue and progress. But now, in that same respect, just how do you apply that to your brother, your sister? Don't forget. In the same way, bro, one thing doesn't stop us, sadly. It's also the daily thorn in our flesh to try to breathe that fruit of the Spirit, man. To actually bring out the love and mercy, because you realize it's the same thing for you. So, Chad, all in all, man, why do you do what you do? Why do you choose the hard option? Hell, heaven. Why did you choose the easy option? And I think hope is going to come up. And I really want y'all to think about hope. And ask yourself, what do you expect to happen? And are you believing in something bigger? Are you preparing the table for a Lunchable or for a feast? Why would you go through the effort and work if you didn't expect anything? If you feel you're not expecting something, if you feel it's easier to succumb to the easier option, why did you give up hope? Where is the hope? So, Chad, I hope you feel me. I hope you take that one to the bank. That is your philosophy, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. Here on mobile, press hot chat, X out the chat, hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the Nightly Watchlist and main channel. First link for the Scream Alerts Bootcamp and Real Start. Whoop. And you could YOLO G of me, you could YOLO a little bit of faith, baby. Amen. Amen. You know, I never thought I'd see that one, but yeah, amen. I feel that hits. Amen, baby. Amen.
It's a letter to the people, I'm penning it like I'm Paul. It don't matter about the evil, it matter about the God. It don't matter about the weapons, it matter about how you armed. All that matters is the weather, when weather to bet the farm. I ain't gotta see it to believe it. If it's signing and it's needed, and my eyes don't need a reason, I won't even try to explain it unless it say I got a feeling. I'm gonna sing my praise like David, but the king is still a killer. Listen up and go and get the tropes. Hope you know you ain't scared of them, they scared of you. And I know you might be scared to take that point of view. You see them arrows in my back? Yup, son, that's gonna happen too. But the harvest on the way, you gon' barter every day. That means you have to make a trade, either life or it's the grave. The result will not remain, every day will bring a change. Kinda funny and it's strange how the hope will pave the way. You hearing what I say? The only difference between you and them comes down to faith. There's a difference in the man who believes in a better day. Cause once you believe it's past, you willing to wilt away. We was never willing to be the same. We want it all in the long run, they want it all today. My father is really awesome, don't bother with giving snakes. Regardless, I can't control it, so either way, giving thanks. Yep, you could take that one to the bank. A leader without a rank, a speaker without a face, a people without a race. They eating without a taste, they scheming without a safe. The meanings have been replaced. Another time, another place, we could talk about it. Keep some oil in them lamps, don't get caught without it. Want them once, want them twice, they never talk about it. If you never get a second chance, then that ain't meant to happen. What I understand is you ain't trying to understand. Take 100 grand, then 100 undergrads. Pay them all to make a plan, but they couldn't comprehend what it means to never die, but somehow still be born again. It's a letter to the people, I'm penning it like I'm Paul. It don't matter about the evil, it matter about the God. It don't matter about the weapons, it matter about how you armed. All that matters is the weather, when weather to bet the farm. It's a call.
Grail pause do the volatile.
2020, baby.
Hey, gotta call like get the board, you can make the bunny both ways. Chicken. I'm hungry, actually. That sounds really good, bro. Chicken. I said all I had was tacos yesterday. So I've eaten like one time in the last like 24 hours. It's good, man. Popeyes. Oh, wow. You really out here. Dang, bonds bounced, though. Look at that. Market bottomed out Or at least hit that low there. I don't know if it went any lower than the other one. That's crazy. I did not notice that. Yeah, we hit that low right below the Powell level by 1 point, and then we popped up. Yeah, bro, we still got the prayer request wall. Heaven, yeah, baby. Heaven, yeah. And I mean, it's kind of nuts, man. There's a lot of there's like a lot of prayer requests, man, and it's crazy to think, man. Everybody goes through a lot, but yeah, it's my honor, and I am always, and my mama too. And then hope y'all pray for me, man. Show me some love. This goes a long way. 4.5 years, yeah, baby. I don't even gotta check the chat facts. I know it, baby. God bless you, Toriano. I love it, man. I love the grind too, bro. I love you always out there. That's it, man. Shout out Tennessee. How do you stop yourself from buying options and making plays? I see the bottoms and keep talking, and you don't do it. Go small. That's the best way. In my opinion, because like I don't know why you're like, why are you hesitating? Especially like you could always experiment everything with a very small amount. So if you're like, oh, I think this is gonna happen, or like, oh, I believe it, I keep missing it. It's like maybe you're thinking too big. And that's funny because I want you to think of something bigger. We were just talking about that. But in this case, if you're like, oh, I'm hesitating, I'm not doing it, then that's it. Why did you start streaming? Well, I was bored one day when I first did the stream, and then once we saw the reaction, it was kind of amazing, and I was surprised. People didn't know a lot of things, and then people actually got some value, and then one thing led to another, and then I never turned it off. It's funny because even one of my homies, he asked me the other day, he was like, bro, how long has it been? And I was like, dude, I haven't stopped. I was with homie. We were driving through LA, and I'm in his car, and I'm like, yeah, bro, like I'm making a cult, like watch, and like why, and like I was like, it's funny because like, look, I was like, I took a 1 week vacation. I think I took 2 weeks at the end of last year, but yeah, man, I mean, it's really the people. I didn't really expect it, and like I said the other day, you know, initially it came with a pretty heavy sacrifice. Just because, like, at the time, I mean, nobody was fucking streaming. I had even a little fun and a nice job opportunity that I had to give up because of it. And then, you know, I'm very glad that I did, though. Everything worked out beautifully. Bump. I can't wait, man. God willing, we got more. Is it from the auction? It actually, yeah, it does look to be. But it's weird that the market did that too. That's funny, actually. Yeah, and I got out of LA, I know. Thank God. Yo, DoorDash getting clapped. So again, they had that news that they're going to buy a company. There was like they meant to do an offer. But yeah, low-key, DoorDash just sold off $3. CDK tells dealers outage won't be resolved before June. It's still down? Flipping spy like a pro. Do you have to use the commas or it doesn't let your shit go through? That's crazy. MP Materials. Yeah, I have heard of the rare. Isn't there another rare earth company? But I feel like you're going to hear about the rare earth materials soon, but like it comes and goes in waves. Mr. Hanlon, what is up, baby? With the commas to talk. Oh my gosh, YouTube. Amen. I don't know if there's any details on. Oh, you meant the Fed hack? No, I haven't heard anything yet. But that will be interesting if they actually release something. It's much more likely to go through if I use that commas. It's much more likely to go through if I use the commas. Yeah, I would be careful with, if it's a low liquidity play, someone said watch out for MP. All of them. I mean, I would never add those. I don't like commodities in the long term. In a weird way, can anybody explain to a degree from yesterday's lesson, if you have to watch the watch list, but with what we went over in yesterday's lesson, does it make sense why I don't like energy and commodities in the long term? Well, cyclical is part of it, but think about yesterday. You have to watch yesterday's watch list or you won't really get it. You won't have the answer I'm looking for. Heavily traded on, influenced by new tech. You're close. International, global. Tough one, protectionism, nah. Yeah, there it is. Commodities get cheaper as not only as tech improves, but as we trade it, as we need more and more of it in a weird way. So it was kind of talking about how commodity prices, as demand would go up, the industrialized stuff that demands and usually gets more money. Like even then, tech is always going to be more, but to a degree, as the commodities get traded and then you're having certain agreements and all of that, there's the idea that over time, the commodity prices start to demand less and less. So yeah, kind of like the tech deflation to a degree. But yeah, that's something I've always learned. It's debatable though. That's not always true. Remember, that's the whole idea, is that it's not always it's not like that's all fully accurate, but if people believe it, it kind of comes into fruition. Para's on the high. Para, little pop here. Good luck if you're into that song. I think it's Timmy Turner. Para mounting discussions are with global streaming partners again. Fucking Paramount, dude. Cool. The back and forth on this one is insane. And Spotify is running into the high. And SPY, dude. So ever since like 5-7 minutes after the bond auction, bonds came up. We hit the Powell level, and now you are climbing. Oil came back up, too. Gold is still worked a little bit. Raul, I'm telling you. R-A-A-U-U-L. Find out what it means to me. R-A-A-U-A-L. Wait, I don't know if I spelled it right. Red candle. All I'm asking is for a red candle when it opens. Oh, baby. S-P-Y-P-U-T. Find out what it means to me. S-P-Y-P-U-T. Take care of E-T of T-L-T. See, that was a better one. Yeah, para again. I broke the para curse, but I have not gotten back into it. At the beginning of your stream, I thought I just answered that, sir. I think it's Timmy Turner. If that's the push-up song? All right, Kurt, what's going on with the switches, sir? Are you okay? Is everything? Are you calling for help? We can't flip the switch, but I think it's like you flipped it on, then off, then on, then off, then on. Like it's hard to close the lights. Chance Nike, or even Nike for the long term. Close the lights. Yes, Timmy Turner, Narcos, I think. It's a good song. And then oil's coming back up, but still red. It's crazy. Nucor. Still, it falls in commodity land. Trump gag order largely lifted in New York hush money case. Judge says Trump can talk about witnesses and jurors. That's good. Oh, I forgot. They still haven't sentenced him, huh? When is the sentencing? And then speaking of a jail sentence, where is the press briefing? You get it? No? Okay. Yeah, Spotify was run. I just had that up there. Again, Nike got clobbered here ahead of this, 2%. It's weird. The puts barely went up, and then the calls got clobbed on Nike. Oh, it's not. You think I was singing it in the beginning of the day? Oh, then, dude, I don't know. Or are you talking about Manny Fresh? Go DJ. That's my DJ. Otherwise, I don't know any other song I sang in the beginning of the stream. The mythical song? There's no way he's talking about the medieval music. That'd be wild. He's like, yo, Josh, what's that song so I could bump the Skyrim song in my car while I'm on my way to work? I don't think that hypes anybody up, man. U.S. auto sales are expected to slow during the second half of 24. Twilio on the high. And then what time is it? Is it 11 yet? Almost. We got 2 hours remaining. Dash still dumpy off Deliveroo. Yeah, 112, 111.89. It hasn't updated yet. Bro, my charts are so weird today. And then AIM flushed. Remember that one got weird earlier. Man, where's Corinne? I feel like we haven't listened to Corinne, man. I miss Corinne.
Both Pakistan and China signed different agreements, and Chinese side did raise concerns on Chinese investment projects in Pakistan and the security threats for them. And now the operation that Pakistani government announced, it is believed that there is a clear Chinese intention in this operation. So we heard from U.S. House Foreign Affairs Committee hearings that Chinese investment projects in Pakistan is clear threat for U.S. interest in Pakistan. So how do you see this?
Let me take that back and get you an
second
answer.
One, when we say when you say freedom of information right to freedom of speech. So we have three examples. Pakistan is going to introduce firewall to control internet. Bangladesh already introduced Cybersecurity Act, and India is also considering some internet control thing to control the content creators, all those who are who are giving tough time for the regime. So when you say countries should treat its citizens with its own laws, then how we can justify this?
So without speaking to those specific reports or specific pieces of proposed legislation, we have long made clear that we oppose any attempts to crack down on people's access to the internet, access information all around the world. Go ahead.
The Wall Street Journal interviewed U.S. Ambassador to China, Nick Burns. In the interview, he blamed the Chinese government for being extremely hostile to the U.S. and making it difficult for people-to-people ties.
I'm getting in a stretch in here while we listen, so take advantage of it. I don't know, bro. I'm tired today. Telling you, bro. I had two, even though it was the weekend. I had two bad days of sleep,
with
bro.
Everything the ambassador said. It
I'm
has
like,
been a
clap,
priority
I gotta get a
for
good stretch
this administration to increase people-to-people ties, and we have seen progress in that. We have seen progress in cultural exchanges. We have seen an increase in the number of flights, direct flights between our two countries, and work on that continues. But at the same time, as the ambassador said, the increased PRC interference in our cultural and educational programming in the PRC since November runs counter to the commitments made at the Woodside Summit and suggests that the PRC's version or vision of increased people-to-people connections is very different to ours. This is something the Secretary raised when we were on our last trip to Beijing, where he made clear to senior members of the Chinese government that as much as we want to see people-to-people ties enhanced and strengthened, it's very hard to do that when the Chinese government harasses either American citizens who are in China or harasses Chinese citizens who participate in American or attempt to participate in American programs. So we do think it's in the interest of both our countries to increase people-to-people ties, and that's what the ambassador is making clear in that interview.
And one more.
Yeah.
If I could. So last week, Representative McCall led a congressional delegation to India to meet with the Dalai Lama, who's now visiting the United States for knee treatment. And they were expressing support for the Tibetan people. The Chinese Foreign Ministry reacted harshly to this. Do you have a comment on this?
I don't. And with that, I think I'll wrap for the day. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you. Oh, come on. I only got one stretch in. Oh. All right. Well, I even had to turn up the audio. Suck it to me, suck it to me, suck it to me, suck it. S-P-Y-P-U-T. Find out what it means to me. Bad sleep ruining the day. Unmotivated. I mean, I feel motivated. I'm just like sleepy. Like usually I'm not sleepy. Usually I'm a crackhead, you know? I'm like, whoa! I still could do that, but I'm like, wow, if I don't stop talking, I'm gonna fall asleep. Like low key. Oh, from the sunburn? No, dude, I just had bad sleep. So like I was going to bed early and then I wouldn't fall asleep. And then I don't know, it's because I fucking have this dog, I think. This dog been waking me up twice. Like low key, I'll have trouble sleeping and then right when I fall asleep, the dog step on my face. I'm like, it's just a little cute little puppy. That's why I'm like, all right, I'll let him sleep with me. But then, nah, and that's it. This guy's an asshole. Asshole, bro. I'm getting old, I know. PHILO, we already had it, unfortunately. Oh, that what it means to me. I still gotta get the stretches. Wake you up when you get tired. Blame the dog all you want. It's because you miss your girl. I don't know. Maybe I'll tell her that, but I don't know if I'm like, oh, I miss her, I can't sleep. I've never really been like that. I don't know. Usually I just pass out. But that's it. Maybe I need to get a harder workout in. But I even lifted yesterday too, though. So I was kind of beat. Fair enough. See, I'm hitting the stretches now, bro. They're good for you. Actually, let me see. I think I can play that. But I do want the, what's it called? I want to hear a press briefing, but there's the Bloomberg event. Who's this?
Total market value of $4.5 trillion. So 1,200 companies, $4.5 trillion owned today by private equity over 5 years, which means that business, most of those companies are effectively for sale or need a solution or need to go into
two floor stretches.
There are lots of ways to service
5 minutes. I'll be here. I'm going to play this in the background.
Provide refinancing.
I have no idea who this is, but there is a Bloomberg conference. I don't know when that Brookings thing is going to start.
That can partner with the sponsor to extend that company. But servicing those 1,200 companies is a real thing, and it's close to $5 trillion of market value today, which, again, diversifying yourself across both credit and equity almost requires you to go into the private markets. And that is, at the core of what's happening in the overall landscape is just a lot more capital going from public to private.
You made this comment before about how a couple of years ago, everyone thought your $3 billion financing in regard to InBev was a one-off, and you're doing much more of them. Those financing used to go to the banks. When you think about today, there was, of course, a spate of regional bank failures. There was COVID. There were a lot of reasons that the banking industry has stepped back. We're on the precipice of potentially new capital rules, perhaps less onerous than initially sought after, but onerous nonetheless. Where does that leave you? If the banks are exiting certain parts of the market, where are you stepping in?
Yeah, look, I've been pretty clear. Every year I feel like the relationship actually with the banks is getting better. On Intel, there were banks that were advising the company, and that, just in normal course on almost all of our investment grade transactions, there is a bank advising the board or advising the company. It's more around who holds the asset and where is the appropriate place to lend long. And retirement products, insurance balance sheets with long-dated liabilities, that is really about, we're just trying to make sure that we get, for a long-dated solution, let's make sure it's in the appropriate place where you can actually maximize flexibility, maximize return, and create products that actually match to that. And I think we're in the early innings of innovating across lots of different ways to access. We have a generational asset transfer about to happen out of the banks. Longer duration assets will need to leave certain banks. There are ways to access that in different ways, either in partnership with the banks, but really getting it into retirees' accounts, getting it into retirement accounts to earn that extra 100 or 200 basis points of return, because that's what's ultimately going to solve the problem, right? The problem is we don't have enough savings and enough return. To earn that, it's small changes. Instead of making 5, let's make 7. How do we make 7? Just going a little bit less liquid, going a little bit long duration, doesn't mean it's riskier. By making 7 instead of making 5, you may have double or triple the amount of retirement money in 20, 30, 40 years, depending on your time horizon, than you would have otherwise investing at 5 or 4.
The liability side is one thing. I'm still curious, though, about the asset side. Because what else could you be investing in? Very physically. It's not investment grade debt. Where else are the banks stepping back from the market because of regulatory reasons or otherwise that you find as new opportunities?
Yeah, again, things that are super long duration, like infrastructure, is a natural place that matches well with our capital. And again, for the banks are going to do a ton of services that we don't do. We care predominantly about the asset, and not so much necessarily about controlling the client with all these different services, cash management, treasury, other FX, other things like that.
The banks can have that.
Well, we want to work in partnership with them to make sure that they're getting everything that optimizes.
Are you considering a really big partnership then? I mean, you say partnership a few times today. Would you do a large partnership with a bank?
Again, for us, you've seen SRTs have been kind of the investment du jour for those
synthetic
risk transfers, where effectively you buy and you provide first loss insurance in case there's losses, and that releases capital for a bank. We've done very few of those. What we've done is really we've done things like Atlas, where we buy Credit Suisse's securitized business, where it's strategic, it's long term, it actually services our origination ambition for the next 10, 20 years. It has to be really something that's going to work for both parties. There have been lots of partnerships that have been announced that have been small, narrow, and I don't think fully diligenced with respect to how difficult it is to run those partnerships if there's not full alignment between the two parties. So, of course, we would entertain the appropriate partnerships, but they're very difficult to execute, and they need to be strategic given our size.
Now, in addition to the asset side, the liability side, as you've been talking about, for those of you that don't know, Apollo owns a massive insurance company. They merged with it a number of years ago, Athene. You could see it as the part of the retailization of private assets in some ways. How else are you looking to tap into individual accounts, to the wealth network?
Yeah, so we have our traditional wealth accounts. Mark's talked about potentially accessing through an ETF structure. I think you're going to see a whole host of innovation around how people access private markets, defining what private and public is. Can private be safe and risky, and can public be safe and risky? Going through that really explanation and understanding that if you're single A rated and you're private, it has the same rating by the same rating agencies as a public security that's single A rated. So I'm really excited about that. The ETF, which now is, I think, $9 trillion, was $2 trillion 7 years ago, was started in '93. It was not that long ago. And I think we'll look back at this time as really a time where there was a whole education process and a diversification and all the balances, and we're trying to be the leader in that, and doing it in a really thoughtful and balanced way, but also just trying to be innovative with an industry that typically has not had the focus, and higher interest rates have actually enabled us to really get everybody to focus on it a little bit more. Before I let you go, last big opportunity. What is your biggest opportunity in the market today? Single biggest opportunity is obviously, I think it's a combination of energy transition and AI infrastructure. It's strategic to all parts of the world. It requires trillions of spend. It requires trillions of spend on a long-dated basis. And I think we're just naturally the place to allocate that. And so I think we've positioned ourselves with both, you've seen us support some CHIPS Act supporters, right? Both Wolfspeed and Intel.
Arm going up.
And I think you'll continue to see us be a financing party for many companies in that ecosystem. John, thank you so much. That is John Zito. He is the Deputy Chief Investment Officer of Credit at Apollo.
At Apollo. Who's the DJ on this? Gary Gensler? What? No, they got Gary Gensler up next? Oh, shit. Gary. I feel like we haven't heard from Gary in a while, actually. Except all the, what's it called? All the AI approvals. Gary. I'm right here, baby. That's great. Wait, is it actually going to be him?
Exchange Commission Chair Gary Gensler with Bloomberg's Anne-Marie Hordern.
That's funny. I just was trying to stretch, but it actually might be an interesting one.
Thank you so much for being here. Thank you,
SEC
just
Chair Gary Check if equal weight and all those other ones are coming up.
We're so excited to have you. I want to start
I think it's a little bit broader.
The uphill battle, some would say, you faced at the helm of the SEC.
Fed Bowman does not comment on monetary policy.
Agenda, one of the most ambitious we've seen at the SEC in years, but it's faced a lot of legal troubles, pushback from Wall Street, corporate America. A stat here, as I have, is your rules are facing a record number of court challenges. So given that backdrop and the legal hurdles you faced, how would you grade this SEC? Is it an A for effort, or would you say it's a bit more?
Look, Anne-Marie, I'm proud to be in this role. It's a privilege every day to fight on behalf of Americans, investors and issuers. And it's really that. It's like William O. Douglas, our third chair, and he went on to be on the Supreme Court, said we're the investor's advocate. But we also look out for people raising money, the issuers. The folks in the middle, some of whom are in this room, the broker-dealers, the stock exchanges, the investment advisors, and so forth, ultimately, the investors and issuers are their customers, and we are trying to update the rules for the 2020s. Now, we put out an agenda of about 50, 55 items to do. By the way, my predecessor, Jay Clayton, did 64. But we have already finalized and implemented really consequential rules, like in the last couple of weeks, implemented shortening the settlement cycle in half to 1 day from 2 days. That means if an investor sells their stock on a Monday, they get their cash Tuesday. They don't have to wait till Wednesday. But we also did a lot around corporate governance, how insiders sell their stock in the market, and some important rules there to restrict the use of non-public information, or even settling down some challenges that we had with China, and China being in our markets. And in the cyber world, that public companies have to
where is
report
Google?
material cyber events, but also we just finalized a rule that all of us
Equal
in
Weight
this
got a little
room,
bit of a bounce, but
if
Google
our
was into the
information
high
at a
right now.
broker-dealer,
So
investment
again,
advisor gets
still a
hacked,
couple names driving
they
it.
have to give
This
us
is
a
Gary
notice on
Gensler,
that.
so
I mean, these are
this
things
actually
that are
got a little bit
consequential
more
that we've been able
important
to
than I
been
thought it would be.
successful. So I think it's a great
I'd watch
agency,
crypto. He's probably going to say some
and
shit
we
about it.
continue basically fighting on behalf of the American investor and American issuer.
So the most recent rebuke, though, came from the Fifth Court, which I think you know about, of course. Your attempt to regulate private equity funds and also protect private investors like pension funds. This is what the panel had to say from the court. Quote, it exceeded the statutory authority by adopting the rule. So now what's your next move? What's your response to this?
Well, one is we do everything within the law and how courts interpret the law. We're still assessing and looking at that ruling out of the Fifth Circuit down in Texas and Louisiana and Mississippi. And so we're still assessing that as a commission. But at its core, what we were really saying there was investors in private funds, which has grown to $30 trillion in assets under management. Investors in those funds, the limited partners, would get quarterly disclosures about their fees, performance, and arrangements with others, so-called side letters. And it was under authority that was put into law under Dodd-Frank. The court had a different view of that new authority, but we're still assessing what to do. But we do everything, again, Anne-Marie, within what the law is and how courts interpret it. And if need be, we pivot.
What are the risks to the financial system, say, that this doesn't happen and you're blocked for good?
At the core, what we were seeking to achieve as a commission was greater transparency to investors, not to the public, but to the investors in these funds. And who's behind those investors, those endowment funds, those pension funds? They're the teachers, they're the firefighters in every single state in the U.S. They're the universities' endowments that are investing in these funds. And so it was really about greater transparency, instilling greater competition in an important part of the capital markets.
This came from the Fifth Circuit. You mentioned Texas. A lot of these rebukes that are coming to the SEC are going through.
And to other agencies.
Right.
Across the administrative state, you're seeing more filings and in a couple of maybe leading in certain circuits.
Yeah, so what's your response to that? That a lot of this is happening through Texas, Louisiana. Does it feel political to you?
Well, we respond in whatever court we're in, and I deeply believe in our democracy. Parties have a right to go into court. We're a law enforcement agency. We bring 700 or 800 law enforcement actions a year. Many of them settled, but some of them that go into court. And we really respect the courts and follow what they say.
We also have frozen right now the emissions disclosures because that's also facing a ton of lawsuits. So the SEC decided to freeze them. What happens if they become unfrozen? How quickly do companies need to disclose these kind of emissions?
So just a little background. We're a disclosure agency. We're a securities agency, and what President Roosevelt pulled together with Congress 90 years ago. We just had our 90th birthday.
I don't think anything would happen if he got fired, but he's probably not going to get fired.
And
if anything, they'll replace him.
What they pulled together is that investors get to decide
I don't know how long the term
is they want, and that we, the SEC, are merit neutral. Further, we are not a climate regulator. We are not an environmental regulator. We're not an ESG regulator. We're a securities regulator. But what we found when I came into office, many investors are investing in companies based on their climate risk disclosures. And of the top 1,000 market cap companies, the so-called Russell 1000, 90% already are making disclosures around climate risk, and nearly 60% are already making some disclosures around greenhouse gas.
Hey, don't talk about his hair.
Therein, I think we had
That's
a
how I
role.
look.
And what
I
we
just mine's curly on the sides.
If material,
and I got a couple of strands fighting up top.
If material, investors would need.
I think
to
I'm
make
about to
those
do it, bro. I think I'm about to
to
go
their
full,
investors because the
like
investors
full
are already
skinhead.
making
Is that the
decisions on it.
proper
But
term?
you're right.
I don't
It's
want
one
it
of
to
the
have any
court.
negative
I'm not gonna
connotation,
get
but
ahead
I'm
of
about to
our
become a
really
baldy.
terrific
I
lawyers
think I'm going to
who
do
have
it,
a
Chad.
chance to
Because
lay
in worst
out
case,
that
I
in
just
front of
regrow
them.
it back
I guess
out.
the question I have is, will there be a timeline that companies will know that they need to start disclosing this? How quickly can you move with the rules once it's out of the courts?
Yeah, Maria, it's a good
Skinhead
question.
is not
Of course,
the term?
It relates to what a court
Well,
tells
what would you
us.
call it then?
We laid out a
Shinehead?
set of it's called implementation timeline over a course of several years, depending upon what the court says. We
Skinhead
did
is
stay
Nazis?
the rule,
No. Oh,
so that means it's
that makes
stay.
sense. Oh,
But
shit.
Once we hear from the
I've
courts,
called a lot of people skinhead then.
Well, I think you've got a good question.
Oops,
So,
my bad.
Another place that you've been trying to tighten the rules.
Sorry if we didn't make news there.
Yeah, so it's okay. Maybe here
Maybe
we
egghead.
can. I know a lot of people are interested in this. There's a lot of messages when you tweeted that you were going to be doing this conference, a lot of messages from the crypto community. This is a place that you've tried to also tighten the rules.
$120 trillion capital markets, and lo and behold, I made it 6 minutes and 15 seconds, and now you bring up crypto.
Well, there's some other, other legal
I know
challenges.
it gets
Are you mad?
news,
Are
it
you
gets
mad about
clicks
that,
for
Gensler?
Bloomberg.
Well, people are interested in this, and actually, it's becoming a political issue.
You bring up crypto.
But I first want to talk about how do you reconcile broadly going after some of the issues in the industry, but at the same time as approving things like the Bitcoin ETF and potentially the Ethereum ETF.
So, in terms of these exchange-traded products, any investor can express themselves and purchase Bitcoin, for instance. And when I came to the agency in 21, actually there were some filings around mutual funds, and they ultimately led to Bitcoin futures exchange-traded funds. Those have been around for 3 years. The courts ruled around something called spot exchange-traded products. I know it's kind of technical, but ruled that we should be consistent. We pivoted. We approved those in January. I would say this, what the investing public has now is an exchange-traded product on regulated stock exchanges. Now let me compare that to how people generally buy crypto. They're buying it or selling it often on non-compliant platforms. Why do I say non-compliant? These platforms also include significant number of tokens, and without prejudging any one of them, many of them are securities because it's the law of the land. We follow the Supreme Court's law of the land regarding this. There's 15 to 20,000 various tokens, and they're offered in investment contracts, schemes that are investment contracts. And you look at it, the American public is not getting the proper disclosure that they are required to get by law, but they need. We're merit neutral, but you all, if you're investing, if you're listening to the public, you're not getting the disclosure that you're supposed to get. And the intermediaries in the middle of the market, those so-called exchanges or broker-dealers and so forth, if they've got hundreds of offerings on that platform, think about it. How many of those offerings don't have some group of entrepreneurs in the middle? It just sort of belies logic. The result, this is a field that the leading lights from a couple years ago are either in jail, about to go to jail, or waiting extradition. Think about it. This is that field. That's the field right now where the public has really been harmed. And there's significant non-compliance in the field. And so, yes, we're bringing that in front of courts, and those will play out because folks that are not complying with the law hurt the American public.
But still, you're approving ETFs, and the one I think there's a lot of excitement around is this Ethereum ETF because we could potentially see it very soon. Will we see it?
There are actually, just so I can help you out, there, as of last year, was already an Ethereum exchange-traded fund based on Ethereum futures. Ethereum futures have been trading on the Chicago Mercantile Exchange for 3 or 4 years. We actually went live last year, an Ethereum futures ETF. Yeah. But yes, we had filings around cash Ethereum exchange-traded products.
4 people arrested in aggravated trespass of PM Sunak's home in northern England.
We approved those
What the hell?
filings. What is in front of us and
4
what's done
people
at a
broke
staff
in
level is
Rishi
what's called
Sunak's
the
crib.
registration statements, the disclosure statements. And again, these disclosures are really important. They're important to investors making investment decisions.
Will we see that in the next few weeks?
I don't know the timing, but it's going smoothly. You can almost follow it publicly. You see these filings. Bloomberg then reports on them. You get more clicks.
Do you think we'll see it before the election?
I'm not trying to determine what the staff is doing, but it's going smoothly, and I just envision it will at a staff level and smoothly play out.
I don't know. The ETF, we're still waiting on,
and
I think, a
it's
final
really
approval,
about
no?
The
Even though
asset
they,
managers
it, but they didn't.
making the full disclosure so that those registration statements
And then
can go
gold's still
effective,
down.
and
Oil
those
came down
lawyers
a
know what
decent
that
amount.
is.
Oil went from up to down
it's something
0.89,
our Division
but it
of
was down to
Corporation
start off the
Finance
morning.
handles hundreds or if not thousands of times over anybody's career. It's smoothly functioning. It's really up to the asset managers to make the proper disclosures.
Back to some of the crypto companies, though. A lot of them have moved abroad to places like London and Singapore. So in that sense, do you think that investors are actually safe? Because they're still innovating, and they're still out there in the marketplace. They're just not in the United States.
To the extent that they're operating within the basic protections of providing the full disclosure, what Roosevelt called complete disclosure, he called the First Securities Act the Truth in Securities Act. If they're really telling the truth about it and they're making the disclosures and properly registered, and then if the intermediaries are operating within the law without the conflicts, and look, so much of this field is highly centralized. It's not decentralized. That's not what's happening here. It's highly centralized around a few platforms that are also centralizing and commingling things that we would never allow anywhere else. And we don't. The law doesn't allow you to be trading against your customers and operating a so-called exchange and trading in front and possibly also taking investments in a investment contract or security and then listing and getting the listing pop. I mean, these are all happening potentially at these. And again, we see some of the leading, 2 years ago that would have filled a room much bigger than this if they were sitting on this stage, are now sitting in jail or awaiting jail.
Part of the reason why...
I say this and you giggle, but this is a serious thing.
Whoa.
These are a lot of folks that are not living within our securities laws, but they're not necessarily living within our Bank Secrecy Act around anti-money laundering. And they're not necessarily living within the Commodity Exchange Act.
What the hell is that?
This is a field that's sort of built up on a business model that it's a non-compliant model. And it's not ticky-tack. It's about real protections for investors and for other people that want to access the capital markets. It's about trust in those capital markets.
As you know.
Have I been clear?
Yeah, you're being very clear. As you know, crypto, though, is becoming almost an election issue.
I feel uncomfortable now.
Former President Trump is going to this big Bitcoin conference. He said that he will end, quote, Joe Biden's war on crypto. And there's one more. It's become such a big deal that Mark Cuban has actually said that you, Mr. Gensler, could, quote, literally cost Joe Biden the election. What's your response to this?
I'm going to be easy with you, Anne Marie. I don't speak about elections.
That'd be easy.
You don't have a response to Mr. Cuban?
I just really, look, my role as a securities regulator, as chair of this great 5,000-person agency that oversees $120 trillion capital markets, we are here to look out for investors, look out for issuers, and where appropriate, to be a cop on the beat.
That's funny, though. Why would, Gensler
and
even
we
get...
have a set of rules.
I think Powell is the one who could cost an election, but Gensler?
Pretty clear. There's nothing inconsistent about crypto securities and the securities laws. Unfortunately, there's a number of people that are non-compliant with the laws.
Let me ask it a different way. Are you surprised
it's
by
not the same professor
political
from MIT.
movement we've seen around crypto?
I don't know, man. MIT, Stanford, bro.
again,
They produce a different breed.
I'm a securities regulator. I'm focused every day on that part of my job, which is protecting the investors, looking out for issuers, access to
Russia
markets,
Defense
fair,
Ministry
orderly,
says
and
Russia
efficient
and Ukraine
markets.
have each
And
returned 90
with all
prisoners in
respect,
war
I hope
swap.
your listeners understand.
I don't know.
That's
Watch
my
oil. If it
role.
moves off of
Other
that.
people can speak
Kind of
about,
de-escalatory.
Elections.
So the election is coming up, though. And
So
although
you're
your
hitting a
term-
new high of the day here.
I know,
Marie.
Although your term
Take
is
3.
Although your term goes beyond November 5th.
He hates her.
Is there something you want to get done? Do you feel like you're up against the clock to get something done?
Oh, no, yeah. Oil, bro, oil's getting volume here to the downside. I see one positive war headline, so.
Look,
no, man.
it's such a privilege to be in this role.
Okay,
I
I'm gonna go
really
to the
mean it.
bathroom
I
real
can't
quick
believe
while
I'm
he
serving
continues
my
to yell
third
at her.
president and been through Senate confirmation 6 times and all this. I just can't believe that. And every day I think is a privilege to help the American public. Our clients, 330 million Americans. It's about chasing down insider trading. It's about making sure that there's the proper disclosures. It's about implementing. We still have some significant things. We just implemented this big transition to having the clearance, the settlement cycle to 1 day. But we're also working on the implementation of our Treasury clearing rules. And our $27 trillion Treasury market is way too jittery. It has fragility and jitters in it every couple of years. And settling that down and sort of implementing that set of rules. But yes, there are still some rules that we proposed and we have not yet adopted that we're working on, but we're not doing it against a clock. We are basically trying to promote these markets, enhance these markets on behalf of the American public, and if I've honored to serve through my term, which is through 26, great. If it's earlier, that's democracy. Democracy in action. And I deeply believe in it, but we're going to do everything we can for the American public.
I guess what you're insinuating there is that if we were to see a Trump 2.0, you likely would potentially be out of a job. Election or not, timelines or not, what is your number one priority at this moment?
It's my number one priority is the American public. That's the client. And so that's who we represent. It's, of course, implementing some of the rules that we've already adopted. It's considering the public feedback on the rules we propose and not adopted, but not against a clock. It's your clock. It's like,
well, it might
you
be yours.
You kind of run the field as well as you can run the field.
She's funny.
And when the ref calls the clock,
like,
you see where you are.
Yeah.
Just with
she
all
asked
respect.
the question.
And,
I don't know if it's
and
fear
of course,
mongering
it's
as
also
much as
being
like
a
because
cop
he does
on the
not
beat.
like these questions at all.
You know, half of our agency is examination and enforcement.
Bro, Snap is
Another
running
10 or
all day.
15% of our workforce.
And then
reviews
Google's
all
been
these
going, I don't know where's
disclosure
Meta at, but Spy hit a
filings
new
and
high.
gives feedback
30 minutes
to the
until power hour.
issuing public. And it's doing that well.
SEC Chairman Gary Gensler, thank you so much for your time.
Thanks, Anne Marie.
Thanks, Anne Marie. All right. I finished my stretches. We'll wrap it up there. We will wrap it up there, Chatadonia. How you feeling, man? How y'all feeling on a Tuesday? Feeling good? Feeling blessed? Yeah, he hates her. I don't know. He's like, don't talk to me about election. She's like, so you're going to lose your job? Okay, cool. That's good. Mm-hmm. We living good. Exxon. I keep seeing a random Exxon headlines. We are going up on a Tuesday. I remember when everybody would say that anytime you'd mention the day, Tuesday. So not too bad. We still got earnings after the bell. I don't know who is all today, but I'm going to leave you to your own devices to complete your previews. I think you guys will be fully prepared, but we do have Fedex after the bell. That's going to be the big one. Only an hour and a half left, my friends. Let's see. Yeah, you got Fedex, And then Progress, and then tomorrow General Mills in the morning, and then Paychecks, and then Micron after the bell tomorrow, and then Night Case on Thursday. So not bad. Not bad at all, my brethren. Can we start talking about 2025? Yeah, 100%. I mean, literally 2025, it kind of already got brought into the discussion when that dot plot showed that it was up there. So I think we're there, but unfortunately, there's like an element of 2025 we could talk about, but at the same respect, whatever we've been waiting for 2024 still hasn't happened. So that is kind of what makes it awkward. You know, so 2025 brings in duration, and then we don't really even know what the main themes will be. But before we even talk about what's going to happen in 2025, AI, growth, the politics, like we don't know who the president's going to be. We don't know where the political spectrum is going to go. And then just the cherry on top, or maybe the whole Sunday itself is simply, is Powell going to cut rates? If so, how many times, when he is going to do it? And then where do we come into 2025? So that is part of the problem there. Well, buyback blackouts. I mean, what's the date today? 25th. You're slowly getting. I think a couple more days. Most companies should all be in the blackout period. So low key, we've kind of saw less of an effect of that. I don't know if y'all remember Apple. That was wild. But yeah, Snap and Meta are both going up. But I feel like a lot of that Apple move was buybacks. GME Pop, it's coming back up. So in the morning it had that move, and then it came down, and now it's getting there. I think Roaring Kitty is back to green now. Tom Lee, S&P 5,800. We've had a lot. Again, people say, what was it, Goldman, who said like 6,000? Biggest foray in apartments on rise in rents. Yeah, Redfin yesterday, they said like only 39% of people can afford the median rent in America or in their local markets. Wow, GME's kind of fluctuated. It just sucks. You haven't, I don't know, man. Last month it was insane how it moved, but it's still holding up quite decently. But ever since the offering, we haven't got anything. Where is it? I want to see cover calls on that thing. I looked yesterday, but there was not any good deals. And why does my E-Trade look like that? All right, Snapchatify. Yeah, I looked the other day. These were still... I really wish we took those at the beginning of the year. I kept talking about it. They all came... Damn, a lot of puts on Snapchat for 25. I don't know if those are sell puts or not. That's very interesting. Yeah, these... See, bro, man. Those are going for 91 cents at the beginning of the year. That's insane. How soft, hard, and no landing. You don't know what they actually mean. I mean, it all has to do with inflation growing down and then what happens to economic growth. Because it makes some sense. Like, think about it. The times where economic activity was going really hot, people got worried about inflation because if you have more economic activity, more demand, and then depending on supply, that leads to inflation going up, right? So the whole idea of soft landing, hard landing, or no landing, it is in regards to inflation coming down and then what happens to the economy. So a no landing would mean that inflation comes down and the economy does not slow down at all. So does that make sense why that would be no landing? Because then you have your inflation coming down and then economic growth just continues as if nothing ever occurred. That would be probably the best case scenario. Why? Because you don't have to worry about inflationary pressures. Your consumer's fine, and then the Fed was able to complete this job without hurting or causing a recession or anything of that nature. Yeah, wouldn't that be nice? That would be the best case scenario. A soft landing would mean that inflation comes down while economic activity moderates and slows down, but not a lot, not to the point where it actually gets bad. So that would be where I guess a soft landing, it would be like GDP drops a couple of points or maybe barely, but it's, you don't get defaults and a big economic consumer slowdown. Soft landing, inflation comes down, growth comes down a little bit, but everything's still generally okay. That would, I think, is the base case for a lot of people. And then finally a hard landing, inflation comes down, but the economy comes down with it. And there you go. Yeah, soft landing is base case. No landing is best case. Hard landing is worst case. New monkeypox strain. Clade 1B, most dangerous so far and could spread internationally, scientists warn. We've heard about, what was it? We heard about bird flu today, monkeypox, and then I think 18 Nobel laureates said that Donald Trump will bring back inflation. Remember our mask policy. Thank you. Monkeypox, you're not falling for it? Hey, man, I'm just saying, when it was like post-2020 and you heard monkeypox, though, you guys were like, oh, shit. I don't remember Omicron, Delta, Alpha, Beta, Gamma, Delta, Epsilon, Zeta, Eta, Theta, Iota, Kappa, Lambda, Mu, Nu, Xi, Omicron, Pi, Rho, Sigma, Tau, Phi, Chi, Psi, Omega. You don't remember that? We did all of that. Did all of that shit, bro. Yeah, you don't remember? Yeah. It's crazy, bro. It's crazy. What frat was I in? I was in Alpha Gamma long term. Cool frat. The Delta strain. I mean, it sucks. I didn't get COVID till like 2 years after. But it's cool. I feel like I haven't got sick since then. I've gotten like little colds and flus here and there, but like nothing. I remember the one time I got it, I was like, oh man, this shit's messed up. But it's good, man. It's good to be healthy. It feels good. God, we ain't doing all that stuff no more. Well, you have to get put on oxygen? That's wild. That's scary. Because at that point, like, if you were on the ventilators, it was like, nah. That was a bad one. Oh, wow, it's crazy. 4 out of 5 doctors attribute GameStop to monkeypox and now need to restrict trading. Wow. You never got tested, so you don't know if you ever had it. That's good, honestly. A little ignorance is bliss. Can go a long way. But did you ever get, like, real sick? That's it. I just remember it. Like, I got sick, and it felt like a normal cold, but then, like, all of a sudden, it was, like, the craziest soreness I've ever felt, and it was just, I struggled for a little bit. But that was, like, 3 years later. It wasn't, like, during all of it. Yeah, no energy, huh? Mm-hmm. You got vertigo? I don't know if that was like part of it, but I mean, I used to get vertigo randomly. Epley maneuver for the win. Woo! Yeah, the whole no tasting things, that was a trip. Or not smelling stuff, that was wild to me. Because like I would like smell cinnamon, I would start coughing and stuff, but I was like, I couldn't smell shit. The good old days, man. That's what I was thinking about when I was at the fair, and I was like, man, Imagine, like, because I don't know if you guys have, I talked about the fair earlier, but it was like, dude, just seeing how packed it was. And I was like, this would have never happened a couple years ago. The popcorn, like, yeah, Finra, you remember. That was pre-COVID. That was 2019. It was pneumonia. I got pneumonia before you knew to call it COVID. I got the OG strain, I think. I had COVID on pre-order. I had it before, I got it at MSRP, and then it came out. But that was crazy. I almost died. I don't for no reason. I shouldn't have. I was, that was even 4 or 5 years ago. I had way more hair, way less heartburn. So I shouldn't have been that threatened, but I was. I think you get pneumonia more than once, yeah. I don't know. I'm not a doctor. I would consult with your CDC professional. Yeah, everyone just told me to stop vaping. So this was before everybody, like, united under a disease. They were just like, change your personal habits, you bum. And I was like, okay, I'm sorry. They're like, repent. And I'm like, I did. This is still, man. As a man that reads and lives the Bible, if you have any fear of these, you're doubting the promises. He died on the cross. It's easy to pick and choose what to believe in. Well, I don't think I'm like scared of anything in that sense, but you got to be fair. I don't like it when people say that shit. And I say shit, so maybe you could doubt that I read the Bible, but at the end of the day, it's starting to sound like homie when he was like, go skydiving, Josh. Don't you believe in God? Because isn't there like a whole verse where he's like, don't test me? I think there's something along those lines. I don't know. You probably know more about it than I do. HPE. Remember, Micron tomorrow after the bell. Nabil Qureshi. That sounds familiar. I have an uncle. I have an ammu named Nabil. Very good name. You think we should boycott the cable companies? Prices skyrocket the last 2 to 3 years. I mean, unfortunately, it's kind of hard to. I think it's hard to boycott the stuff you need. Didn't I tell you my mom told me that story? Because my mom, she was like, I wanted to cancel one of these companies, imagine all the events you've had that you could have canceled the company. And then she was like, and then my mom was like, I want to boycott SDG&E. And then she was like, oh, shit, I need electricity. So, unfortunately, like the things like utilities, like cable, well, not internet, but internet, you need the internet. I think internet is considered a utility nowadays. So, like, because if you don't have the internet, you are actually, like, behind. Snap is popping again, bro. I got that in the bottom right. But internet is a utility. So it is somewhere along the lines where, unfortunately, you can boycott it, but I mean, you will be at a severe disadvantage. It's, if anything, like, I'm not advocating this, but if you were going to boycott anything, you should be boycotting your electricity and natural gas providers. That is insanity. Do you realize the price of natural gas has plummeted? And your price of electricity and gas and heating is quadrupled. That is insane. So they're blaming labor and other things, but, oh, dude, it's awful. That's the part. It's honestly, now we're focusing on insurance, but that was last year. If you really read into the CPI and looked into it, bro, oh, dude, they were scamming. They still are doing it. It's heavy. It's really bad, honestly. Because, again, that affects everybody. That affects the poorest of the poor. And, rich people, I guess, they don't feel it as much. But it's still, like, that one is mind-blowing how, like, their main input cost has declined and borderline been stable. And they are still charging literally 3-4 times more. So like the price, even then, even in San Diego, do you know that they're doing? What's it called? They're trying to test out an income-based utility thing. So they're going to charge everybody the same base rate. And then if you make more than like 150, 200 grand a year, you have to pay like double per watt or whatever the unit is. Yep, kilowatt an hour, is that what it is? Yeah, pay your fair share of gigawatts, megawatt watching IBM. You can borrow Mary Hummers. Call this about the cost sharing with electric companies. TVA, hella sketchy. I don't know. I kind of want to see it. Let me see the BLS. I want to see the CPI. I haven't looked. Last year, though, I know it was a big problem. And then again, if you look at your utility bill and compare it, I mean, I'm sure that has gone up substantially. Let's see. Consumer prices. That's crazy. 12 months unadjusted. It says 2.6. Yeah, look at this. Electricity unadjusted 5.9 on the year. And that's after I think it went up 5 or 10% the year before that. And then utility, piped, gas, they all go up. It's actually insane. So again, every single month, even this year, seasonally adjusted, which is more favorable every single month. I mean, it is below 2%, but that's every single month it is going up. Let me see if there's another one. Relative importance, seasonally adjusted. So February 24 to March. Unadjusted, yeah, 5.9 for electricity. It says year over year unadjusted on the year is only 0.2 for gas. But then again, they barely give it any weighting. But that I need to go check the year before. So that's 5.9, but then I don't know. We got to check the 22 to 23 increase. But that was the number one thing besides nowadays it's insurance. So insurance is still going up 22 to 27. So that is the issue. MIA helping with the new baby girl, baby. Oh, my gosh. Wait, when was that? Oh, my goodness. Congrats, baby. Hard. Bro, I thought, oh, my gosh. So you got the Celtics victory and then the baby girl? Oh, my goodness. Najee Wolf. Wow. Another Najee is born. Amen. The candle on Google. I mean, Google's just been ripping all day, man. That thing's up 2%. Wow. He'll know Uncle answers. God willing, God willing. He'll get a lawn term too, baby. That's awesome, man. Bro, Najee, you getting life events every couple months. I love it, man. God bless you, bro. Amen. Baby Najee. Good omen from the Celtics. Yeah, Najee's a Celtics fan. I can't believe it, bro. That was like, they 4-1, bro. That was nuts. I don't want to talk about it. I thought the Celtics would have put up a fight. They needed Nowitzki. And then Spied a little pullback there. Again, bonds came up since the auction. But we haven't done much. 8 minutes until power hour, Chatadonia. Like that. Tell the people that PHILO water is bad. Ugh. Oh, yeah, we got to stretch. I was stretching during that whole Gensler thing. It is power hour, but we're about to be. I'm down for some arm circles. I hope you guys do get some of those in. It's good for you. Ah! Why did it draw that? Remove drawing. There it is. New York Times says working to put top podcasts behind paywall. Serial to move behind payroll. The 3 most recent episodes of The Daily will be available to non-subscribers. So NYT, they own their own content. Like, that's just a stock. Otherwise, again, Paramount, Stars, I think everybody's raised prices except for Disney and Netflix recently on some of the media stuff. And then Brent settles down. Brent down 1%. Gold down 0.59. Yeah, bro. Gold got clapped from that Friday data. That makes no damn sense, but I'll take it. Reddit going up, too. That was popping from the AM. Not bad. Not bad at all. I'm down, though. Let's get it. Let's stand up. We're a little bit behind. We missed one of the push-ups, but I don't know, man. How do y'all feel about a minute of arm circles? It's crazy. How many of you have done the arm circles every day, though? Because I don't know if you've noticed, it's probably easier and your shoulders probably click a lot less. I don't know. You tell me, bro. You tell me. But I like it. Who would have thought the simple PE exercise from back in the day would be so powerful? I wasn't expecting it. We're done with data. They started clicking more? No way. You don't have arms? No way. Well, that's cool. You don't have an account in this chat room anymore either. Isn't it funny how that works? So God bless you, brother. Good luck with that, though. I hope everything resolves itself for maybe one time. But get ready. 1 minute. Let's go, baby. 5, 4, 3. So, yeah. Arm circles done. You can move around. Stand up, though. You could adjust your... this is a weird time. We usually don't do it ahead of power hour, but I was feeling it. Man. That burn, yeah, bro. It's harder than it looks or than it sounds, but eventually it'll be good. But I don't know. It's helped out a lot. Who would have thought? 1 minute. We do a couple of sets of those a day, but still, it adds up, man. It adds up. Yeah, Reddit's on the high again. GE just dumped 163 to 159. That's actually a pretty decent move. Counterclockwise. I only do backwards because, I have forward rolled shoulders. I don't need the forward ones, but backwards, it's crazy how much more, limited the mobility is. I see GE 1004, building joint venture, reportedly straddling difficult positions between Airbus and Boeing. And then I see just more Airbus headlines with it. Nike, I think, getting ready for earnings. I mean, there was Gap and some of the other clothing companies, but I don't think they did bad. So I think it's just kind of a little bit of that pre-earnings. Bam, bam, bam. Did you ban somebody for having clicky shoulders? Yeah, man. I was like, how dare you have clicky shoulders? Get out of here, bro. We can't tolerate that. Yeah, that's exactly what happened. No, man. I banned him for saying he doesn't have arms. I don't take my You know, he could have offended somebody who has injuries, but at the same time, you know, I don't like jokes during any sort of workout, PHILO, or plays. I don't know if you've noticed. So yeah, market does very well in July 4th. The whole month actually. I think I want to say July has been up 16 years in a row. Let me double check. Bop, 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 bop. So yeah, July average return is 1.1%. Yeah, so the last time you had a down year in July or a down month was 10 years ago. Literally. So 23, 22, 21, 20, 19, 18, 17, 16, and 15 were all green in July. And then the red years were 2014, 2011, 08, 07, and 04. And then 02 and 01. So these are all crash years pretty much, except for 04. And then 2014, I mean, it kind of led into some downside. The Unbearable Weight of Massive. That's the Nick Cage one, right? I'm a big Nick Cage fan. So we're due. Well, maybe, but also at the same time, I mean, I don't know if it's the modern trends or not. Like, you got to think about it. What was it recently? Like, sell in May and go away. Remember we said, like, in the last decade, there's only been 2 Mays where you actually sold off in May and went away. So maybe it's there, but July seasonality is very favorable. So not only does it go up, last decade, every July for the last 10 years in a row has been green. The average return is about 1.1%. That's huge for an average return. But then granted, there has been some outsized Julys. Again, was it 2023 or 2022? Remember, I feel like last 2 years we've had insane July rallies now that I think about it. I don't think last year was as big, but it still rallied. Yeah, so here was July last year. I mean, you did pretty decent, 4,400 to 4,591, but it was 2022. I think that was the July that went insane. Yeah, you guys remember this one? I remember because we were at the lows. Then we hit our butterfly off of that one. But it was July 2022. That shit went from 3,700 to 4,300. That was almost as big as that October move. But it did that in a month and a half, actually. The most hated rally, Yes, sir. So July, I mean, the last 2 years, July has been pretty powerful. Last year, we already ran up a lot into it, and the bank failure stuff and all that. But, you know, it's still a pretty powerful one. And Wall Street's already talking about it. So maybe that backfires, and it is power hour, yes, indeed. But maybe it backfires because everyone's already discussing it. But, you know, people are getting more excited than not for said July. No, the bank failures was 2023, March. It's crazy to think that was last year. That was only a year ago where the banks failed. It was literally only a year ago. Banks failed. What else did we have? We had spy balloons. You had a war at the end of last year. You had more Russia stuff. And the year before that was the wheat and all that. Yeah, pretty insane. Fun fact, Robinhood was launched in March 2015, and July has been positive ever since then. Well, there you go. Maybe it's the retail. Because, again, maybe summer, everybody's home from school. Carvana and Bitcoin on the high right now. So remember, Bitcoin was getting clapped all week, and then today it woke up pretty solid, and now Bitcoin is continuing. Did we go over FedEx? No, we did not. So I made my play yesterday on the watch list. I may include the previews on the watch list, but I don't plan on going over any earnings. Again, we'll talk about it when July comes around. We'll see how the likes end up holding, but I have tied in earnings previews into the like requirement. Unfortunately, save us some time and work. To place calls on Detroit Lions? No, you can do that. You could buy like sports betting leaps if you're not familiar. Didn't somebody do that? I think one guy bet last year. He bet at the beginning of the year. I forgot. Like you could bet who you think will be in the Super Bowl today, and the odds will be low. And then by the time if it plays out, the IV on it will go up. You could even cash out ahead of time. So yeah, it's actually possible. I don't bet though on sports, so I don't know if I'm the guy. Yeah, you could cash out of an option. You could cash out of a sports bet early. So I forgot what it was. I forgot who they put it on, but they did like a parlay for like the Super Bowl teams, and they put like $100, and then they had an option to cash out for like $250,000 just because the odds were so low at the time. And then by the time they got into it, it was ready to go. You read that June is bad because the companies have blackout periods. Well, June's not always bad. June is actually like kind of decent. Yo, bonds are running right now. So bonds back to green and taking off, and they've been straight up low-key since that 2-year bond auction. But yeah, the July buyback thing is kind of part of it. And just like, again, the seasonality. July is just a good time. I think even back, like even in the 1800s, how things were with weather and everything else. Like, it's always been favorable. July, I mean, it's not really a bad time. But then again, like August and September and October, that's where things aren't really good. And that's where it starts to get more interesting. So it's kind of like your last good month, and then you potentially walk into volatility. And then before you know it, it's October, and then end of the year, last quarter. And then towards the last quarter, you'll be waiting for Powell, and then... Yo, what the hell is happening here? 30 years kind of going nuts. Yeah, TOT is going crazy there. I don't see a headline or anything, but it just went red to green and got real active here. You're getting above Friday's level, so keep in mind, the market hasn't really moved much since Friday. So watch if these things kind of align. That'll be very interesting. Guess who's back? Back again. Bonds are back. Tell a friend. T-I-T, 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 T-I-T. I created a monster because nobody wants rate cuts no more. They want Powell on top liver. You want rate cuts? This is what I'll give you. A little FOMC mixed with the dot plot bigger. No, but it feels so empty without fair. Now. Maybe, bro. Maybe. Micron lagging because of earnings. So keep that in mind. Wednesday. Tomorrow after the bell. Because it feels so empty without TIT. I haven't listened to the new Eminem, actually. No, I haven't. I heard there's a new one, but I haven't. It's funny, though? Have you seen those videos where they show, like, Gen Z? They show Gen Z old Eminem songs for the first time, and they hear old Eminem, and they freak out. They're so shocked by the things he says. So, I don't know. That's what I've been liking. Houdini, is that the new one? I'll give it a listen. And then you have to listen to Bloomberg real quick because I need to go potty. I'll be right back. Follow me on Instagram at the Trading Fraternity. Good morning.
So this will anchor, I think, a lot of our discussions throughout the day here. It's a really interesting environment for credit. Interest rates, even if you believe that you'll get one rate cut this year, they're higher than they've been in the last decade. What kinds of opportunities is it creating for you in the credit market more broadly?
So I think there's a couple places that are very interesting right now. I think real estate credit is a good place to be because I think you see regional banks are pulling back. And, I think the value of real estate has, is stalled out a little bit. So you're going to have to be in a position where, you need to refinance these loans. And with SOFR where it is, you're making kind of 9, 10, 11, 12%, on an unlevered basis. So I think those are really good rates of return. We see opportunistic examples, like, for example, we bought $1 billion of loans out of PacWest Bank. When the regional bank tremor occurred, the banks were trying to figure out how do we fortify ourselves, and therefore they're selling assets. And generally the way that works is they sell their best stuff first. So we were able to buy $1 billion of loans out of PacWest, and already roughly 20% of those loans have already refied themselves out. So, it was a good opportunity to be well placed and to be able to move quickly. I think another place that we're excited about is this world where there's a bunch of these kind of growing disruptive tech firms that maybe raised money in 2021 or 2022, and they're going to need some growth capital. There's clearly value in the firms based on the fact that other businesses would love to buy them. Because I think one of the dirty little secrets of credit is that the businesses generally don't pay you back, right? The markets pay you back, M&A pays you back. So what is the most important thing is to always make sure that the borrower is worth more than the loan. And as long as the borrower is worth more than the loan, then it might be a rocky ride, but you're going to get your money back. And this world where there's these disruptive companies that have, let's call it 100, 200, 300 million of ARR, are looking to not raise equity capital because of the fact that they raised it in 2021 or 2022, and no one really wants a down round. But there's a lot of capacity in the capital structure to have, let's call it a structured solution. We think that there's a lot of opportunity with those businesses. So real estate credit, kind of structured credit, and growing disruptive tech firms, and then opportunistic credit, because there's definitely going to be some things that go wrong. So to be in a position to be able to move quickly, we're working on one right now where we're buying senior secured debt at 50 cents on the dollar and taking control of a position.
What goes wrong? If you think about the next 6 to 12 months, there's a lot of concern that these prolonged interest rates.
Nice, baby. 15 minutes remaining. TLT long now. I talked about it on the watch list yesterday. I was waiting for a pullback because I'm down to take a little swing on the bonds, but it hasn't really pulled back, and it's kind of just in a weird spot. But like we've been talking about, I wouldn't go too crazy in the sense like, don't let this idea cause you to, like, oh yeah, this is it. But quite simply, the hard landing odds are so low by default that implies that long-term bonds are cheap, or at least cheaper in terms of the risk. It's not like the oil trade. The oil trade, it had a lower risk premium compared to everything else, and then oil could have just traded naturally. Oil doesn't have the same duration risk as a bond does, but when it's all said and done, right now, just the fact of the matter is nobody is expecting a hard landing. If that's the case, that means, protection in bonds and treasuries. I mean, that means people don't want it as much. And that's why, rates are still relatively elevated, and you're getting more of an inversion on the curve if you think about it. So that's even more word to that. If Trump says he'll fire Powell, do you think that would make TLT go nuts? No, because, Powell eventually is going to get replaced. He has only like a year or two. And I don't think he would fire Powell. He would probably let Powell run out his term. Powell's term ends in 2026. So we get a new president 2024, or you swear him in 2025, and then you'll get 1 year of Trump or Biden again, and then his term will expire, and then he could choose to do it. He haven't had a 3-term Fed chair in a minute, but I don't know. I think if anybody would do it, it would be Powell. But I doubt, even though what's-his-name has talked about it and doesn't like him as much sometimes, I don't think that he would fire Jerome. It's just too messy. I think he'd let him do it and get it over there. And that's the thing. You may think they don't have a good relationship, but if Powell ends up helping Trump win, he might keep homeboy on for a little bit. You know what I'm saying? I would not be surprised. Trump tax reforms? I have no idea when they expire. Isn't it supposed to be soon? I think he's going to try to make them permanent. I don't think Trump would fire him, though. That's it. I think maybe one Fed chair has ever been fired before. So, it doesn't really happen. I don't think homeboy would end up doing it. Trump fired so many people. Yeah, on TV. I think even then, I don't think he ever fired people from his cabinet as much as they would step down. But you guys know this isn't The Apprentice, right? Just in case. I think most people would end up stepping down. I mean, people didn't like the guy, and they would have their differences. But I don't. Again, the fire a Fed chair, just the history of it, doesn't really. It's too much work. I don't think anybody would want to take that on. Trump already doesn't have a lot of support from people, even within the government. So I doubt he would want to take on that effort. Just let the man finish. He's the one who appointed Powell. So don't forget about that. John Williams. No, sadly, dude, I think if Biden wins, Goolsbee is going to, if Powell doesn't want another term, Goolsbee will be the next one. Sadly, I think Goolsbee leans heavy to the right, but I still like the dude. I don't think Goolsbee's that crazy. I kind of like Goolsbee a lot, but I think Goolsbee is politically positioned to be the next one. He has the background. He's already moved up a little bit, but he's there. I think Goolsbee is actually, even though he's kind of new to the Fed itself, he's on that short list. Obama appointed Powell, not to the Federal Reserve. So Powell does have an extensive history within the government, and Powell even worked under the Bush administration, believe it or not. So he's kind of been around, bro. He's dedicated to public service, but it was Donald J. Trump who appointed Jerome Powell as the chair of the Federal Reserve. Yeah, Powell has been around, dude. A lot of people don't realize that. Powell's he worked for the government, I think, during the Obama thing, and he worked on the Dodd-Frank stuff in 2008. He helped even Warren Buffett with the Solomon Brothers takeover. But Powell, he works for the government for a salary of $1. That's a fun fact. So at one point, he took on a government role and job for $1 just because he wanted to help out or at least be a part of it. Power news again. Yeah, FedEx did run up again. Their earnings is today after the bell. Bostic for Fed share. I don't know, man. I don't know if you could have multiple trading scandals. I think they'll keep Bostic in Atlanta, though. I don't think... I think besides that little scandal, most people generally like Bostic. Tesla. This current one, I mean, it's I mean, their fiscal calendar is a little different, but they report today. So I think they might even be quarter 2 or something. I don't know. I'd have to double check. Again, par is still hitting another high. They've been having a lot of news back and forth. If y'all are into the para game. And then Google's held up great, even the SPY. That bond rip on TLT, kind of amazing. NVIDIA is still up 6%. So it's pretty much recovered yesterday. I don't know why the bonds have ripped from the bond auction. And remember, tomorrow's going to be a 5-year, and then the next day will be a 7-year bond auction. So there's a couple more catalysts there from the bonds, but they started just going up. Janet Yellen for Fed. So she was your Fed chair before Jerome Powell, believe it or not. So, yeah, I lived the life of Janet Yellen as the Fed chair. It was an interesting time. It's crazy that was 10 years ago. So it kind of sounds nuts. Golden cross forming on TLT. Again, risk is not priced into the bonds as much. So other than that, though, we're going to be following Powell and the curve, Powell and policy. Dr. Disrespect getting canceled. Oh, someone in the chat said he just quit streaming. I didn't know. It was not by choice. Trump tried to strong-arm Powell prior to COVID. Yeah, I remember that. The tweets. You could even argue that it kind of worked. Because I was shocked when Powell cut rates. Our first TLT was because of that. I wouldn't say it was because Donald Trump, but it was the first rate cut in years. And he didn't have to based on the Fed futures. And then he did it. And then we made a watch list. We were like, it has to go up. TLT has to go up. And then that was our first 30,000% on TLT. And then the second one happened like 5-6 months later. You know Trump. Yeah, but he's not going to fire him. I could almost guarantee it. So if Trump wins, he'll deal with Powell. Might tweet at him or truth at him. I don't know how Donald does things nowadays. But at the end of the day, I don't think he'd fire Powell. It's too much work. Too much work. Yeah, he'll be like, maybe he'll tell him to resign. Maybe Powell will resign if Powell's like, nah, screw this. But he's not going to fire him. Just again, I want to, who was it? I think I had a quick Google search. Which Fed chair got fired? I don't think anybody's been fired. I thought it was only one person, but it sucks because when you Google it, all you see is this question. But usually they just pick somebody new, and then they pick somebody new, and then the current one steps down. Why wouldn't he fire Jay Powell and install his own lackey? Are you guys like not hearing what I'm saying? He is not going to fire him, and you could still get rid of him. I don't get why you guys are insisting that he has to fire. That you are way too brainwashed with fucking apprentice propaganda. Because just like Janet Yellen, he appointed somebody new, and she served out the final year and then resigns. So Jerome Powell will probably, if he really was going to do what you say, and I'm not disagreeing with you, if he doesn't fuck with Powell and wants somebody new, he will just appoint somebody and let Powell finish out his 1 year of time. Again, it's not that much time in that sense. He might resign, but Powell, again, I don't think Powell is a child too. Powell's a very respectable guy. I think he'll serve out the thing, even if he likes or doesn't like the nominee or whoever wins, and then that's it. But I don't know why everybody's insisting that homeboy needs to be fired. That's just not reality, unfortunately. Just because, like I'm saying, I don't think anybody has ever been fired. But like I'm saying, if you even try to search this up, all you see is propaganda on he will fire him. Couldn't he just fire him? Oh, my goodness. It's never happened before, and it'd be hard to get that approval to fire him is the simple way to do it. It's a lot of work. It's borderline unfeasible. So it's very simple that he would just pick somebody new. But maybe this is Trump's fault for saying I would fire. I didn't, because I think Trump said something like this in the past. So maybe this is Trump's fault that you guys all believe this. But he's not gonna fire him. Am I certain of that? I'm fairly certain. I mean, I could always be wrong, and other things happen. But you know, I'll bet on history, and like just political decorum. That even though Trump may not have the best of it, I think it would bring more problems for everybody than not. And he appointed Powell, so he doesn't hate the guy that much. Yeah, like, wouldn't you already argue that Powell is his lackey? It's crazy. Because he is. I mean, Donald appointed him. And then Biden's like, yeah, I keep you, a good guy. And Powell's like, fuck yeah, I'm down. I think Powell wants as many terms as possible. This convo has made me sad. No, I would not be sad. I've been in the same, I think, vocal tone all day. I do think some of y'all are a little low-key brainwashed, but I do hope that, you know, some education opens your eyes towards it. You know, don't get so involved in it in that sense, thinking that it's a TV show. But it does feel like it. Much love. I don't think you... Nah, that's shade, bro. That's shade. And now you hit me with much love. You like RFK? I mean, I like RFK better than the two options. But I think RFK is a CIA asset. Say, man, I'm a private citizen. Hatch Act. Hatch Act is talking about election matters. Hatch Act. Hatch Act. Too bad about Haley. I don't know. The one I liked, but she kind of got a little wild out there too. I liked, what was her name? I liked her when she was a Democrat. What's the Hawaii lady? I don't even remember her name. Shit, it's going to come to me. What is it? Tulsi. Yeah, I liked Tulsi at one point. But then didn't she like switch to like, she just switched it up too. But yeah, Tulsi was dope. She's unaffiliated now. A lot of people have been doing that. I don't know. I wonder if we will see the rise of third-party politics. It may take a couple decades, but you never know. Guy on CNBC, very bullish on NVIDIA. I got a better question. Who is not bullish on NVIDIA? That's like a big fund manager. 10-minute rig or no, 30? I was saying, why did it just move like you had a 10-minute rig? You got to popper. Wow, all the time. Wow. Interesting. So 54.72. If we get above 78, that's level number 2, but you are above the Powell. Again, we bounced right off the top of Powell there in the morning. Popper, smile all the time. Wow. Yeah, y'all remember Yang? Y'all remember Andrew Yang? Y'all did him dirty. It was 2018, and homie was like, yo, let's do universal basic income and AI. Homie was talking about giving money out in AI before anybody. And everyone's like, nah, you're a fucking nut job. 2 years later, they're just sending you fucking checks in the mail. And then 2 years after that, they're like, yo, AI, this new technology. I'm like, oh, Yang, bro. What was he? The Yang? Was it Yang Gang? Didn't he have a nickname? Yeah, he was ahead of his time, bro. His crazy was the universal basic income. He was like, watch, everybody gonna get money for free. And everyone's like, you're a fucking nut job. 2 years later, everybody did, in fact, get money for free. He invented this stimulus check. Nah, for real, though. For real. And then AI, bro. He was talking AI in 2018. He was talking machine learning and automated systems. And this is why he was bringing up the basic income and universal checks for everybody. It's crazy, bro. It's crazy. Yeah, it's funny. Because like that, I'm saying we did him dirty, bro. He don't even want to run anymore. I think he gave up on politics. He says, screw y'all. Y'all don't deserve this. Additionally, there's been several busts involving multiple Venezuelan prison gangs. Okay, calm down, Republican. We're going over all the political candidates. He's like, hey, and then illegal immigration, Joshua. I heard there's gangs and fentanyl. You got your freedom rifle? You calm down, sir. You need to calm down. Okay, we're just talking Andrew Yang, bro. I'm just reminiscing. I wonder if Andrew won. Yeah, everybody laughed at Yang, no matter what he did. But when you look back on it, homeboy was on the money. The Yang Gang, that's what it was, right? I remember there was a cute little nickname. And then Spy just hit that high and came down. Again, the video is literally recovered yesterday. Kind of wild. It's actually higher than yesterday. So, yeah, it's coming almost back to that 126, 127. So, I don't know how many hundreds of billions of dollars that is in market cap. I think Yang was a Democrat at the time, and then I think he moved to independent, and then he moved to fuck all y'all. And now he's like, screw politics. I think. I don't know. I haven't really kept up with him. The Forward Party? What's that? Is that a new one? The problem was he had no other answers than AI and UBI. Maybe. They're like, so how do you plan to solve the war? AI. They're like, sir, we don't have the AI. AI, and then I'll give you a check. You want money? What? And then, I don't. All right, fine, I guess. Was in the OR all day, just came back. Oh, man, wait, did you get surgery? Or were you doing the surgery? I don't know if you got surgery or you're a surgeon. Either way, bro, I'm glad that you're out, baby. What up, Kenneth? I still remember that first super chat, dog. God bless you. Yeah, man, I hope you're doing okay. You're a nurse doing the C. Okay, see, that's good. That's good. I thought I could have been both ways, so I was correct. Nice. Yeah, Twitch does not want you to get that message through, Sneaky. They're like, yeah, automod, automods assemble. God bless you. Yeah, so Volcker finished. He was never fired. That's crazy. Volcker died what? He died a couple months after Powell did that 2019 rate cut. That's nuts. On real estate and if the bubble will pop, I don't think it'll quote-unquote pop. It has a potential to. But at the same time, there is signs that real estate is slowing down. I mean, transaction volume is already lower than '08, so the amount of transactions that are occurring is pretty dog shit. However, prices are still elevated. Even data today, the pricing, year-over-year pricing is still up like 7.6%, believe it or not. And then month-over-month went up 1.6%, but the amount of sales is going down, and then we have been talking about inventory. That has been going up. So it seems like high rates are starting to pressure some things around the margins, but I don't know if it's total bubble pop moment quite yet. GME's popping, and NVIDIA still at the high. Yeah, GME's actually kind of going really crazy. It's back above that in the morning. So literally it hit that 10 minutes in the morning and then came right back down. So now it has finally recovered. So not bad, my friend, not bad. Teslonian. The one time you look away, it's okay, man. Don't worry. Yeah, GME's on the high. That's starting to go up a little bit. 54. This is the low end. We kind of dumped from here and bounced off of here yesterday. And I'm pretty sure this is... No, we're still way above that point. 68 was one of the levels. NVIDIA going up still, too. Still got 24 minutes remaining. Snowflake. I don't know. I feel like Snowflake gets brought up. A&F, Abercrombie. But I feel like Snowflake, if you have experience with the company and you really know it and like it, I mean, when it's all said and done, it seems like it's at a very deep value price. I mean, it was an IPO. I remember when it IPO'd, so it could probably go a lot lower, but at the same time, you are catching it at one of its lowest prices in years. It's $41 billion still, so it's still worth a lot. Where's Airbnb's at 96, 95? So it's still, that's crazy. Snowflake is still like double the size of Ulta. Trump VP announcement could come early as next week. That's so sad that him and Michael are not friends anymore. You know, just they fell out over a riot. Like, you know what I'm saying, bro? He had Indiana Man, God-fearing Indiana Man. Even God-fearing Indiana Man was like, nah, man, I can't. That's the rules is the rules, dog. Michael Penis. I don't know why, bro. I was just sad, bro. It's sad. It won't matter. He's finished Thursday. So you think Donald Trump is just gonna get like destroyed at a debate against Joe Biden? I don't know. Like, I'm not really rooting for anybody, but I think it's gonna be hilarious. So I don't know. I don't know how confident other people may be that like Biden is gonna like. I don't know what I don't think I've seen that side of Biden where he comes out all fluent and eloquent and like, you know, stomping on the competition. But I don't know. Maybe I get surprised. But I think it's gonna be a nonstop laughs for the whole family. I think some people are gonna get deeply disturbed by both sides, just because that political identity is a bitch, you know? But I'm kind of like, do you know like Kendrick and Drake? That's exactly what I'm expecting, but like a senior citizen reverse mortgage edition. So I can't wait. It's going to be one for the ages. Mm-hmm. Mm. That's an interesting take. So you think Biden's just gonna be just he's not gonna do anything, but then Trump is gonna shit himself? Maybe Trump. I mean, if he says anything too crazy, and then again, I mean, you got New York Times on your side and other things, so that'll get Drake or Kendrick. Kendrick, man, come on. I will be live. I could see that more than not. I could see Trump fucking it up for himself, but I can't even imagine Biden. I don't know why. For some reason, I just cannot picture Biden I don't think he's going to drop bars. I feel like we have witnessed Biden say the exact same speech for 4 years in a row. So maybe call me a skeptic, but my expectations are very low for the other old man. But I could definitely see Trump. I don't know. We're gonna go to fucking aristocracy. Fuck. I'm gonna ban the media. Facebook will not be allowed. Only Truth Social. That's it. That's what I'm gonna do. We're gonna give guns to everybody. What? You can't say that. That's what we're gonna do. I know. That's what we gotta do. You gotta fight fire with fire. Can you believe it? I could see that more likely. We're gonna do this, sky baby. What's up, Zach? How you living, man? Are you still in New York? Let me go back to Miami. I mean, technically, Truth Social is public, but I don't even know how that company structure works. I don't even do they have earnings? I don't even know how it works. Oh, yeah, you're all right, though. But that's the thing. That's just like the sad part about the debate is that if you already love Trump, his little one-liners, you're going to fucking love him even more. And then vice versa. If you already hate Trump, you're going to be like, see, he's a criminal rapist, this. You already have your list. So I feel you because it was that one against Hillary. There was a lot of iconic moments that got people hella on Trump's side. The little tax loophole one, yeah. So but that's the sad part, though. Again, political ideology is a bitch. Or identity politics. Yeah, a lot of memes will be made. The debate is Thursday. We're going to be live for it. I'll be live on the trading fraternity. So we'll take our normal scheduled programming of the live watch list, but we will be there. And we have 18 minutes today left. So then we have one more day, and then that's it. When do you get the peach? Oh, man. I think you got to go to the pony and then the peach. You got a long way, man. Long way, but don't worry. Inshallah, Habibi. You mean cheap fakes will be made? Yes, not memes. Cheap fakes. I'm excited, though. I'm glad. And respect to Biden for actually doing it. Because I don't think... Did he debate last time? I think there was one. He's like, yeah, come on. You hear this guy? Fuck that. Close to the pony, baby. Hey, man, it's on the way. Inshallah, man. Inshallah. You know, every badge will come at the right time. I appreciate y'all, man. It's beautiful, bro. It's beautiful seeing it. That's good. That's a lot of years, man. And I hope there's long terms to back in. I know some of y'all do got it, so amen. Do you agree with the statement the country is more divided than ever? Yes and no. But, I mean, isn't that the joke? Like, didn't we have a civil war? Like, at least we're talking about it. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, some of y'all, like, y'all disagree. You know, I get to roast both sides. And then, you know, at the very end of the day, like, you know, as long as you don't, like, violate our rule. I don't ban y'all for, like, being a Biden or Trump supporter until you guys just get fucking hella weird about shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's, like, you know, we talk about things. And I think most of the time, even social media, you still discuss it. Like, yeah, sure, I get shadow banned and people will fucking, they will censor you a little bit here and there, you know, a little bit of baby China going on. But when it's all said and done, at least you generally could still talk about it. But you have there was a civil war. So at one point in this country, you know, we were so divided, we just started fighting. So until we get to that point, then I think there's still some progress. You're going to write in Josh? You're going to write in Uncle? I mean, feel free. I think I could run for president. I mean, give me a couple years. I don't think I even qualify. So I don't think I'm old enough to run for president. I got to double check. I could run for Senate. I would like a Senate position. They get paid way better, and you actually low-key have a little bit more power. So I don't know if y'all, we should do it though. Like low-key, we will. I need to find, I think North Dakota is the easiest place to win Senate. So like what I'll do is I'll buy a bunch of real estate in North Dakota. And then if y'all want to live in North Dakota and become citizens, then you all move there with me. And then actually, I don't even think I have to live there. Isn't that fucked up, bro? Do you guys know that's how American politics works? I could run for Senate and I don't even have to live there. So I could run for North Dakota as long as I'll buy you guys houses and you move there, and then I'll live in my fucking elite California. Doesn't this sound so political? And then you vote for me while I live on the beach. Yeah. And then I could become a senator, and then I'll be like, yeah, who wants a fucking tax break? That's fucking, what do you want? What do you tell me what you want? Fuck yeah, let's start the bidding off. Yeah. But yeah, you can't do that. But I think Senate. But then again, man, I don't want to run for politics. That's it. Because if I run for politics, they don't have it, but they're going to use AI. And then they're going to find my Xbox Live chat history from when I was 12. And then they're going to use it against me. That's it. They're going to, I don't even know what I said, but I'm sure I said some fucked up shit, bro. You know, I said a lot of things about people's mothers. You know what I'm saying? Like, I called a lot of kids bad kids. And then it's not bad. It's not good, man. It's not good. Josh Mandering, that would be it. You can't run, no face to reveal, no candidacy. I think I could run without a face, like if I really wanted to. But I would show my face. I mean, I'm not really like worried about it. I think I would sell everything though, like low key, or I would donate it to like a trust or a charity. I would sell all of my assets and then run for public service. And so I don't benefit off of it in any way and be a real servant. And then I'd lower my salary to $1 and I would only live off what the people give me. So I'd say, if you guys want me to be your public leader, I will live amongst the people. Mm-hmm. What if God replays all back in the day lobby moments? Well, the Lord is forgiving. I think, you know, he's shown me in many ways. So I think humans will probably hold my past against me more than God. You know, so amen, bro. Amen. I didn't think that turned into a PHILO, but it did. So amen. Amen. Your curls have I'm about to shave this shit, dog. So I just lost the constituent. This is bullshit. I'll save you a lock if you guys want when I cut my hair. Because my girlfriend said save her a strand of hair. So I said, okay, if any of you guys want one, I could put pre-orders if you'd like. Yeah, I could send you a lock. I'll cut, I got a lot of them, but it'll be a limited quantity. But I could package it up and send it to you. How much? I mean, shit, let's get some price discovery. What are you willing to pay for a strand of my hair? Actually, I never thought about it. Y'all saying stop, fuck out of here. Why y'all getting in the way of business? You need to calm down. The hell, bro? I ain't showing. Come on, man. Oh, I can't have a side hustle? Why not? I got some, let's see, $1, $2, $25. Now we talking. 50-50. You'll buy after the first halving. $1, Bob, $1. 10-minute rigged in 15 seconds. You know some witches that could use it? Oh, man. You're not a remote viewer from earlier, are you? Fuck. Man. Have you seen that guy on TikTok, though? I saw a guy on TikTok, and what he does is he challenges all the witches of TikTok. So he's like, hey, all of you guys who want to hex me, and then he calls them out, and then they hex him, and then he's like, day number 53, still standing. 1,100. I mean, listen, I don't think he'll do it, but I'll put a pre-order, man. 1.1 billion to the sell side, market on close. Well, here's 10-minute rigged. It's barely above. I'd see if bonds end up dropping. Otherwise, man, unfortunately, although it kind of looks like we made progress, breadth yesterday was good. Today it was bad, but dude, we haven't moved since Friday, man. So you had that giant expiration, and we ain't done anything. Amazon dying? Oh, yeah, big candle down. I don't know. I see Yemen Houthi headlines, but this could be breadth of an issue. I don't know. It looks kind of decent. It's hard to tell if that's a headline or not because it is 10-minute rigged. So I don't know. Don't get too jumpy, but I'd look. I'm looking right now. GameSpot. I don't see anything on it. Amazon. The 2 p.m. bond spike was literally bond auction. It was like 1 p.m. This one, I don't know what happened there. Amazon sets prime dates. It could be a boom in sales. That's old. So, yeah, I think that's just 10-minute rigged, but it is dropping a decent amount. And then gold, oil's already bad today. Trying to flip-floppers. I'll stay for a little bit, assuming FedEx doesn't take 2-day business shipping to report. The chat will 23andMe or IP address. Would that work? So if I sold my hair, can you send that to 23andMe and get my, full DNA? But then that'd be crazy because then at least 100 of you would claim to be me. And then I think it'll fuck up their website. They need this saliva swab. Well, listen, I'll include that for an extra $20. I meant, or planted as evidence, DNA conviction. Nah, bro, I got a super duper strong alibi. I'm live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open, Monday through Friday, every single day. So I don't know, man. I got a pretty solid alibi most days. Most days. That's it. Weekends, I'm usually around several witnesses, or I could probably have a 2K history. So I don't know, man. I don't know. This is an AI YouTube. Well, listen. I support Donald Trump. Can an AI say that? No, they can't. Look at that. I don't actually support Donald, but at the end of the day, no AI will ever say that to you. So look at that. I beat the system. Welcome to 2024, dog. Some people that just blew their minds. They're like, whoa, that's facts. Like, it's funny, like, on Midjourney, bro, I could get it to make me any Donald Trump thumbnail. Like, if I wanted to include Donald Trump doing anything, it does it for me. But if I want it to do Biden, oh my gosh, I have to say, show me a person who looks like a president that is older, and I have to sudden whose son does crack cocaine. I meant, and then it gives it to me. But it's, if you say Biden, it'll restrict you and says, sorry, we don't do politics stuff. We can't do that. Why sell off? Again, it's summer, man. Volume, I'm sure, is dog water again today. Yeah, it's actually even lower than yesterday, 31 million. So a lot of these movements aren't off a lot. If anything, the name of the game yesterday, breadth and concentration. You had your big names do bad. Everything else did good. Today, NVIDIA recovered. Apple. Amazon was doing good until that little candle. It might shoot up, though. But it's just the reverse of that. And then, again, we are in that low liquidity environment, unfortunately. So it comes with good and bad, my brother. All right, bonds, like I said, see if those give up. Otherwise, we got to wait for that. And yes, my friends, it is that time. So, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I want to give you a thank you for being here all day. And if you did not get banned or time out, it means a lot. We had to get a couple people today, but don't worry. Even if I said you were banned, it was only a 24-hour timeout. So I hope to see you tomorrow. If not, it's okay, but I hope you're good. But for those of you who respected the community, who are a part of it, who made the most of all the opportunities, I want to make sure you end your day on a good note, and I don't want any loud, unexpected noises to disturb your peace. So when you hear me say earmuffs, that is your moment to mute your speakers, okay? It means it's going to get really loud in here. It'll get so loud that people have reported all sorts of ailments, and it might ruin your life. That's it. Is that if you get banned, will I tell you? Maybe. I don't know. It depends what it is. If it's too distracting to tell you, then I probably won't. But if it is there, I think it'll be a good learning lesson. So either way, you're here right now, and that's all that matters. Just focus on that, So when I say earmuffs, that's what you got to do. You got to mute the speakers and protect yourself. I don't want dormant BBB to come alive. It spreads and it reproduces at a rapid rate. We heard about monkeypox today. We heard about animal, H5N1. So just be careful of BBB, and loud noises trigger that. So earmuffs. Earmuffs, ladies and gentlemen. Earmuffs. The day is here. Earmuffs. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're making our final approach. As we make our final approach, you guys are holding on to any bags. Please throw them in the overhead bins above or firmly beneath their seats. We'll be coming to the aisles with a trash bag if you like to dispose of those bags. But as we make this final approach, we're going to be landing here into the second link terminal. Second link terminal description, that's going to be your nightly watch list and main channel layover around 4 p.m. Pacific time. Then we're going to be taking off promptly around 6 a.m. We're out of sunny San Diego, California. As you make this final approach into San Diego International Airport, it's about 78 degrees and sunny, looking like a warm, beautiful, beautiful, great day, unless you thought the market would actually move after expiration because we've done nothing for the last 3 trading days. But the good news is we're no longer under COVID guidelines, so no masks are required until the election. So all we ask is that you exit 1 row at a time and drop a GG on your way out. As always, we appreciate you guys in business. If you're interested in a Call Rapid Awards program card, please fly down to flight attendant, and we'll get you that as soon as possible. As always, thank you for flying with the coat, and hopefully have a wonderful evening. Chatadonia, you only have 1 minute! Go, 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 go! Ladies and gentlemen, boys and gals, it's time to wrap it up. Bring it home. Finalize those plays. Speak now or forever hold your peace. Shares, options, futures, it don't matter. You got to wrap it up. If you're playing FedEx, if you're playing, who else is it? There's somebody in the morning. And then tomorrow we got a little bit more. But you got to wrap it up. You have less than 20 seconds. Shares, options, futures. Make up your mind. SPY going into the high. Maybe we actually get a movement. Again, equal weighted still clap. But Chad, you have less than 5 seconds remaining. 4, 3, 2, 1. Ding 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 ding. Oh, no, let's go. Oh, Chatadonia. We did it. We made it. 7 hours in the books. I don't care if you just got here or not. I need a good game in the chat right now. Drop that GG, baby. Let's go. Good game, baby. It don't matter if you made money or lost money. I know you learned something. Everybody that contributed brought something to the table. Plays, those vibes, personality, info. Way to hold it down. Way to be a part of it, baby. That's what I'm talking about. And listen, you didn't get banned. You dropped your GG. You showed some love. Mutual respect for the community. That's what I'm talking about, baby. God bless you. Amen. GG. Good game. Amen. GG, 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 GG. That's what I'm talking about. Way to hold it down, baby. Hey, man, I see you too, Twitch. Let's go. Members, non-members, stream alerts. You in the game, baby. You throw in a donut. You didn't have to, but you show love, baby. You show love to your fellow Chads. That's what I'm talking about. Good game, baby. Amen. GG. We got a whole week. Middle of the week tomorrow, baby. We made it this far. Good game, baby. Amen. GG, bro. I'll see you in the morning. We still got earnings. I know. Good game, good game, good game. GG, baby. God willing, I'll see you in the AM. GG, 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 GG. I need me to rock. You won't see me a lot. When they do further, you need me, let's talk.
Please.
Allow me to show you something. Well, shit, when's these earnings coming out? Anybody got FedEx?
2020, baby. Straight up, man. I just hope you in the game. Yeah. I ain't seen this in a minute. I ain't seen this in a while. Seeing like this a little different. No minutes to work on viral.
Well, listen, I love you, Chad. Thank you all for being here. God bless you, baby. I hope you had a good day. Meta's going up after the bell. What is it? But that's it, baby. Shout out to Cole. Happy Toast Day.
Maybe we
started the vibe. Baby. GG.
Maybe they want you to vibe.
GG.
This one different. You should listen. Take a minute. Cause in seconds, people tripping. Fed decisions. Reminiscing of the time we saw this last. Not in a crash, but in collapse. Not contained across the map. First the strain and then the grab. Damn. This is the system deflating. But this coming off as inflation. That's why the dollar's still strengthened. The money ain't moving the dollar. But you made your mind up real quick. Cause when the 3 month on the fall, that's when you don't buy the dip. Ay, so what I'm on though? Break it in two. Feasting the famine, the cycle ain't no. That's just a view. It could be your way, yeah, it could be your two. It could be a plot and it could be a coup. Either way, I know I'm gonna get through. I got some armor and I got the tools. I'm playing patience, then I make a move. I ain't been a bear in a minute. I ain't been a bull in a while. I ain't feel them in a minute. All of these bitches got bias. Your attitude or your prices. Chill when you what, but I feel when you negative. Millions of dollars won't make you a better man. Should be a way to the way that I'm breaking. I ain't seen this in a minute. I I ain't seen this in a while. Seem like this a little different. No minutes to work on viral. Thinking that the Chinese did it. Or maybe we started the virus.
Yo, Rivian?
They want you divided. Maybe
yeah, bro, I think just shot up $2.
I ain't seen this in a minute.
I ain't seen this in a while.
Seem like this a little
What's
different.
up with Riv?
No minutes to work on viral. Thinking that the Chinese did it. Or maybe we started the virus. Maybe they want you divided. Maybe they profit off fire.
Yo, 24%? What is this? Volkswagen resolves investment, $1 billion USD in Rivian and intends to establish joint venture. So there's the news, I'm pretty sure. It came out in German. Good thing I have it translated. But yeah, Volkswagen just put in and then we got FedEx. So 594 to 541. I don't have the estimates, but that's already up a decent amount there. So let's see. But yeah, Rivian joint venture, they invested $1 billion into Rivian. So remember what I was telling y'all, they needed the cash there. So that actually is helping them out. And then FedEx is already moving 1 standard deviation. So that's already there. My goodness. Yeah, Rivian plans to contribute architectural expertise to licensing. That's crazy. And then FedEx reports higher full-year diluted EPS of 721. Let's see. I don't have the comparison, and then they full 721 and adjusted 780. So 2 standards is around 290. So I had one of those, but I got rid of the shorter one. But that might end up hitting. But literally, the most they've moved was like 12% in the last year. But it's already at 1 standard deviation. Yeah, UPS should benefit off of that, but I think FedEx did good. They raised guidance. I don't know the estimate for 594 to 541. Let me check. I ain't seen this in a minute. I ain't seen this in a while. Yeah, Rivian got a $1 billion investment in joint venture with Volkswagen. So where is it? Revenue is expected to be 22.05. Revenue came in at 22.1. 1780 on the full year. I don't know where the full year expectation was. I don't have that one. And then EPS 541 estimate was supposed to be 534. So they beat on that. And then 594 on the adjusted. So they killed it on that. I don't know where the operating income was. They still see CapEx, or they see CapEx 5.2 versus 5.5. So lowering spending, introduces fiscal 25 outlook, including $2.2 billion drive cost savings. Yeah, UPS is going to benefit off of that. I don't know. Maybe it hits. It's already 1 standard deviation. But yeah, they beat on EPS and revenue. Looks like they raised full-year guidance and then lowered estimates for spending. So not bad. And then FedEx conducting assessment of role of FedEx Freight and value creation plans. Just hopefully they don't come out with any bad conference call. Again, 290 is 2 standard deviations, give or take. So, again, I think some of those plays got cheaper today. Yeah, convertible note of $1 billion. That's good, though. Remember, I was just telling you, Rivian, they only had a couple of quarters left. So, I think that is going to allow them to do a lot. Bop, bop, bop. Yeah, that's funny. I was looking at Rivian today. I was like, I don't know. If Rivian ever came back to the 9s, I would get that as like a Redfin type play. But that just bought him some. I gave him some lifeline right there. They expect buybacks $2.5 billion in 2025. I want to see their operating income is expected to be 184. I don't have that number yet. And then revenue, operating income was 1.87, so they beat on that. Non-adjusted was 1.56. And then they beat on everything. Operating margin 8.5 versus 8.3. Operating income B, EPS B, and then they raised that guidance there. So not bad. Again, the biggest move on FedEx was down 12%, and then last quarter they moved up 7. So if they could hold 8.7, damn, Rivian's still going. And yeah, it's good, man. If you got it at that, I think $9 was a good price for Rivian, just because it just limited downside, and then until they ran out of cash. So GG's on that. Alrighty, I think Arnett, we got a little bit of time on the FedEx play, so I was directing you to the watch list for that, but that looks like that might hit. Maybe we get lucky, because again, FedEx, the value type beat, so if it could get back up here, remember, are they still clobbered from that one earnings? Oh no, they actually came back up. But yeah, I don't know, I think those 300s might be in play, because if they break above the 290s, the gap fill is at 300, but 290s is 2 standard deviations. Inshallah, Habibi. Inshallah, we will see how it plays out. They see repurchasing $1 billion in stock. Conference call could kill them, yeah. And then again, I mean, they've been going through a lot of like cost saving and plans like that, and every other time they do that. Rivian joint venture with Volkswagen in $1 billion investment or convertible note. So they got cash in a nice little partner. Again, Rivian's up 44%. If you had an option on that in the short run, that's going to hit. And then FedEx beat on everything. Margin, operating income, and revenue and EPS, and even guidance raised. And then CapEx was lowered. That was a good one. It was a very, very good one on FedEx. So it's already above 1 standard deviation. It's realming into 2 standards, but we'll see if that's the type of environment we're going to be on. Even coming into July, though, that could be good. That sucks, though. UPS might now, you might have missed out on UPS. For actually, UPS is still kind of cheap there. Well, yeah, they have had bad conference calls where homeboy just kind of comes in and throws cold water on it. That low-key was it. I mean, yeah, it just gave them some runway. I was just telling you, Rivian at that value, at a certain low enough value, man, Rivian is good. It's like it's just risk reward, but then at their cash burn rate, they would run out of that cash in 3 quarters. So $1 billion bottom like half of a quarter. It bought them like a month and a half, but still at the very least, if more, that's the plan. I'd rather have them raise money than diluting. But then again, the convertible note might clap back a little bit. Isn't it worth $5 billion? Rivian, I have no idea. I have 2 FedExes up. But that $9-10, we talked about it for the long term. I was just saying, if you're already built out and you have it, I was like, you could go for something like, it's at $15 billion. That's crazy. So they may have $5 billion, but again, or maybe they run out of cash in a quarter then. But I just know their cash was a little bit, a little shaky there. FedEx sees full-year EPS 1825 to 2025 before MTM retirement plan. Usually that retirement plan news claps them. And then full-year EPS 20 to 22 after excluding costs related to business optimization. So I don't know, man. Maybe we'll get lucky, but it's getting towards 2 standards, man. Let's see there, FedEx. That'll be nice. I don't want to get too excited. Earnings and low liquidity. Anything is possible. All righty. We'll give you one more while we let that marinate. It's a cold, baby.
All right, guys, listen to this blues riff and B. Watch me for the changes and try and keep up, okay?
Hello, how you doing? I'm that motherfucking guy. Had a call, I had a put. Now I'm Marty McFly. NQ/ES, get my pronouns right. If I'm throwing hands up and his finger to the sky, throw me in the fire, then I'm coming out alive. Boy, I've been here for a while. I don't need to take 5 years running. How the hell I hate it, not inspired. Yeah, they headed for the Insta, but I do it for the life. Put it on my life. I don't think twice. Instinct on beast. Had to learn it to survive. If you think I'm cheap, you ain't give the right price. I would never love a lifestyle more than I love my life. Always been a boss, I don't never need a break. Always been on stars, you could put me with the grace. Big man, milk can, we could talk about the rate. Zotan, Timorad, got it all in one place. All in one take, I don't want debate. Shout out to my nephew, man, he got my whole estate. Shout out to my mama, she know I'ma keep the faith. And don't forget about my girl, so pretty like her face. Why they mad at me, talking about they fallacies. My life is fantastic, yours is just a fantasy. Head trick with the ass exits. I ended up with equity, ain't fucking with you fascists. The ownership has set me free. And God too, don't forget how God move. Only need a little bit, that's the way that God prove. Fuck you ain't feeling it. Shake the dust from my shoes, living in this silhouette. It's hard for me to act rude. I am that dude, put him in a bad mood. Only time you see me out is if I'm buying bedrooms. I don't really stress, dude. Tell me what they get you. Like I'm eating out, I'm just trying to get the chat food.
Stop acting like you know me, homie, you ain't got the vibe. Kept it for reactions, cause a demon need a rise. What's a lying to a secrets, I need you to find the pride. Be careful the things you think and you speaking and what's inside.
Money, 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 I don't give a fuck about it. 2020, homie, already had the bag without it. Hate or love it, you ain't even know the half about me. But I take a half and double that, I keep it 100, homie. On a minor P, it sound like money make them all involved. Don't see it, but they feel it, that's what happened when the landing hard. Sleeping while we eating, I don't know who should be more apart. Money is a servant, more worthless when treated as a god.
Damn, FedEx. Okay. I'll take it. Nice. But it has to hold, man. I mean, you could tell I've been let down so many times in life. In these earnings, they just like to play with their emotion, baby. Amen, baby. God is good. God is good, baby. So, Chattadonia, I think we might have a FedEx play. So, again, you may have missed it since we didn't, the likes, that was the play y'all didn't get with the likes, But I did post it on the watch list all day for all of you who are asking. So, hopefully you have that opportunity if you put a little bit of effort on your end, But, Chad, I think that is it. I'm going to wrap it up here, baby. I got to go take out this little animal, this little shit, man. He's good, though. He's chilling. But I love you. Thank you for being here. God bless you. I hope you had a wonderful day, but that is all that I have. Go read the books, Richest Man in Babylon, Proverbs New Living Translation, and The Strangest Secret in the World. And don't forget why we're here, why we keep going, why that faith, hope, and love ain't ever going out of style. Why you expect something bigger, baby? Why, baby? Why? Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory, and through the grace of God alone. Amen. Amen. Oh. So, Chattadonia. I'll see you guys in the AM and the watch list, baby. Second link. So, again, if you did miss out on it, as always on the watch list, baby. So, God bless you all. I will see you tonight and tomorrow. And peace out. Hey, FedEx, what can purple do? Brown. What's your logo? It's a slogan. Fucking FedEx. Send it to shipping. Why do we call it shipping if it's through the air? And then if we put it on a boat, we call it cargo. But it's through the sea, not a car. It doesn't make any sense. Why are we? I don't know. That's the weird one. It's true. Have you ever thought about it? You ship it through the air, but then they put it on a boat. It's called cargo. I know. That's the media, fake news media. They want to confuse you. I don't know. Next thing, I'm going to fire Powell. That's the next thing in my agenda. See you later. All I know is I love FedEx and UPS. They always bring me Girl Scout cookies. You can order anything off the internet. It's great. And then I paint pictures while eating cookies. Okay, have a good day. Goodbye. How do you turn it off? Do you clap it? Is it a clapper? No, that didn't. Do you have a chia pet? Those are great.